Pat Barton has done the sound and staging for us. Pericles Silva from Green Fair, and Denise Young has helped with the vendor layout. So a lot of people, we've been meeting every month for hours, putting together hopefully a very professional event so everybody has a great experience today. So Chuck, I'm going to let you key it off, and Chuck's going to be introducing our first speaker, and you're going to have Chuck's good care for the rest of the afternoon.
Thanks, Gwen. Yeah, round of applause for Gwen Whitaker. We could not be here today without her. I've never met anybody who is so committed to this cause as Gwen, and our first speaker today, who I'll bring up momentarily. But before I do that, show of hands, does anybody listen to the Exam Room podcast? Wow. That is super cool. Thank you guys so very much. You are more than welcome. It is truly a labor of love. As I've talked about on the show, I am still very much a recovering food addict. At my heaviest, I was 420 pounds. That's what I was when I was wearing those jeans, and I was eating 10,000 calories a day. And quite literally did not think that I was going to see my 30th birthday. In just a couple of months, I'll turn 40. So yeah, here's for bonus time, right? But I'll tell you, it's not just about the nutrition value of eating a clean, healthy, plant-based diet that I've learned so much about. It's also that the food that is in the standard American diet is way more detrimental to your health than you could possibly ever imagine. And for me, I just wanted to tell you a second about what it's like to be a true hardcore food addict and the pull that comes with it. I talk a lot. I have a friend who's a neuroscientist at the University of Miami. Her name is Dr. Mickey Witt. And she and I just struck up a conversation one day, and it turns out she kind of specializes in this. And she pulls up brain scans that show what a normal brain looks like when they're having, an exciting moment. You're eating a piece of candy. And then she's got a brain scan of somebody who abuses drugs. And she's got a brain scan of somebody who is a food addict, right? So the normal brain has lit up like a Christmas tree for something exciting. Say they're having a Hershey's Kiss, right? A plant-based Hershey's Kiss. The person who is a drug addict, you can see that those same dopamine receptors, they don't light up nearly as much, right? They've been blunted because they're so used to getting a fix. The brain says, well, I don't need to produce this so much. You're just going to keep giving it to me, and that's the addiction. But wouldn't you know that when it came to the food addict brain, it looked identical to the drug user's brain. So quite literally, every time I was going through the drive-thru, and I could not go a single day without going to Taco Bell, I was chasing a high. It sounds crazy to think that you can be hooked on Taco Bell, but that was exactly the case. And famously, I tell the story of one day I went just 3 days without having it. I was actually being paid to endorse something called the cookie diet when I was working for Big 100.3 here in town. And I was being paid to lose weight, but I could only make it to day 3 without my brain really spazzing out. And I was so angry because I wasn't getting my Taco Bell fix that I wound up punching my fist through a wall. And then when that didn't calm me down, I punched my fist through a door. That didn't calm me down. So then I thought, okay, well, I'm going to wait for everybody else in the house to fall asleep. And then I'm going to sneak out the back door. I'm going to have a clandestine middle of the night mission to the 24-hour Taco Bell. And that's exactly what I did. And when I got back and I took that first bite of the food, that's when I first realized, like, oh my gosh, I got a real problem here, because instantaneously that anger, that rage, that angst, it all disappeared. And all I had was this warm rush of easiness. It was a calm that literally washed over me like a tsunami. And then I was like, oh dear, I got a problem. So that was sorrowful. And so even though I had that epiphany, it took me another at least 5 years to get my act together. And that is the power of food. So I'm just so grateful that you guys are here today. And a plant-based diet has not only helped me lose the rest of the weight, but certainly keeps it off for me. And now, for the first time in my life, I'm convinced that I'm no longer going to have to worry about going back to being that 420-pound individual who was just knocking on death's door way, way, way too early in life. So we're good to go over here. Okay, so main event time, guys. I'm so excited for our first presenter of the day. One, because he is literally one of the smartest people I know when it comes to nutrition. Two, because he is also a gentleman who has devoted his entire life to this, and the amount of lives that he has touched is second to none. He is a frequent guest on the Exam Room. He is the author of Your Body in Balance. He is the founder, the president of the Physicians Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. Neil Barnard.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming. What a beautiful day. I want to say, first of all, a huge thank you and congratulations to Gwen. Where's Gwen? Wherever she is, I'm sure she's working hard to make sure that the food is all ready and everything is in order. So let's have another hand for Gwen Whitaker pulling this together. I want to talk about something that's a little bit different. So often we think of, I eat a bad food and I get a disease. I eat something high in calories, I gain weight. I eat something high in cholesterol. My cholesterol goes up. But what I'd like to talk about today is a little different. It turns out that just about everything in your body is controlled by hormones. Thyroid hormone, insulin, estrogens, testosterone. These are the things that work all the functions in your body, and it turns out that foods control hormones and you can change it based on what you have for breakfast. So I got excited about it, and I wrote this book about it called Your Body in Balance. If you actually shoot that QR code, you can skip the rest of this talk. That will give you some information about it. Okay, so hormones. I want to start off with talking about insulin. Insulin is the hormone that's misbehaving in diabetes, right? Well, when I was a kid in Fargo, North Dakota, my dad was the diabetes expert. My dad grew up in the cattle business, hated it, left, went to medical school, and became Fargo's diabetes guy. I never once heard him say that anybody with diabetes ever was cured or even got better. And here's kind of the scenario. Okay, I'm sorry, your blood sugar's up. And the patient thinks, gee, how'd that happen? And the patient then, tell me if this is not true, starts thinking, okay, it was the sugar that I ate or sodas or maybe bread and popcorn, all these things that turn into sugar, right? That's kind of the idea. Well, then what happens? Well, that means I'll be on medicine. I'll probably end up on insulin, and I'm never going to get off any of this stuff. Stop. Let me show you what actually causes diabetes. It has nothing to do with anything I've talked about so far. This big purple blob is a cell in your body, a muscle cell. And cells are powered by sugar, glucose. That's a good thing. Glucose is great. It gets into the cell and it gives them energy. The problem is the glucose is all around the cell. It's in the blood. And it can't get through. That cell membrane keeps it out. It can't break through. Except, well, I've got a key. And the key is insulin. And the insulin is made in your pancreas and it goes through the blood to the surface of that cell and it attaches and it signals these little channels to let the glucose come inside. So in it comes and things are going well. Okay, great, super. My blood sugar is coming down, the sugar is getting in the cell. But what goes wrong is that's my dinner. And that's my lunch, and that's my breakfast, and I'm eating a lot of fatty stuff. Are those fatty? Yeah, sure. If you add up the fat that's in these things, it adds up to a lot. So wait a minute. We're talking about diabetes. Why are we talking about fat? What does that have to do with it? Here's what it has to do with it. The fat gets into the cell. I'm not talking about belly fat or fat on your thighs. I'm talking about fat inside the cell. It's microscopic. And as it builds up, something happens. Now, doctors hate words like fat. It has only one syllable. So I'm going to call it intramyocellular lipid. And now I've got something I can bill you for. So intramyocellular lipid stops insulin signaling. Let me make sure we're really clear on this. Fat builds up inside the cell, and the key, this insulin key, attaches, but it no longer works because the cell is jammed up with fat. It's like if somebody put chewing gum in your front door lock. There's nothing wrong with your key, but is it going to work in that lock? I don't think so. So your cells are not filled with chewing gum. They are filled with fat from the Velveeta package, fried chicken, steak, fried onion rings, all this kind of stuff. And now the glucose can't get into the cell anymore. See that? It stays outside. Your blood sugar rises, and then you say, I guess it must have been the sugar I ate. It started with fatty foods. So what happens if I stop eating animal fat? Let's say I'm going to be a vegan. How much animal fat is in my diet? There isn't any, right? And if I keep oily foods, fried foods low, what happens? Inside that cell, that fat starts going away. And bit by bit, the fat dissipates. And when it does, the insulin that's normally in your body starts functioning again like it did when you were a teenager. And now the glucose says, okay, I'll come back in the cell. And everybody is happy. Am I saying diabetes can be reversed? My research team was funded by NIH to see what we could do to improve diabetes treatment. And we brought in people who had diabetes. They had it for years. Half of them went on what we call a portion-controlled diet. The other half went on a vegan diet. Portion-controlled diet, if any of you have diabetes, this is going to sound familiar. You need to lose weight, so let's cut your calories. I know what you're thinking. You're telling me I've got to just be hungry every day. Yes, that's right, until you reach your ideal body weight. It gets old by about Wednesday. But we're going to keep carbohydrate fairly steady and avoid bad fats like saturated fat. The plant-based diet or vegan diet didn't have any limit on calories or carbohydrate at all. It just said, don't eat the animal stuff. So instead of meat chili, we're going to have bean chili. Minimize oils and favor low glycemic index foods. Don't get hung up on that term. White bread is high glycemic index. It makes your blood sugar go up. Rye bread, your blood sugar doesn't rise as much. Pumpernickel even more slowly. Beans, fruit, low glycemic index, okay? Fair enough. So to cut to the chase, the test that we use is called A1C. Does that ring a bell? Hemoglobin A1C. It's a test for your blood sugar, basically. And I want it below 7 if you got diabetes. And the people in the conventional diet, the portion-controlled diet, that's the red line there. And they did pretty well. Their A1C dropped by about 0.4 absolute percentage points. Good. The blue line is the people on the vegan diet. No animal products, minimizing oils, low GI foods. Their A1C dropped by 1.2 absolute percentage points, 3 times better than the best current diet, and in fact, better than all the oral medications that we could write a prescription for. And this was done with asparagus, or black beans, or brown rice, or fruit. Just simple, cheap stuff. Okay, so let me tell you, Vance was one of our first research participants. Vance was a policeman in Washington, D.C., then he worked in a bank. And he came and he told me about his grandparents. Both his maternal grandparents had diabetes. And he said, if I don't get my diabetes under control, I'm going to lose a leg. I'm probably going to go blind. And his diabetes was not in good control. He was on medication for it. And he was assigned to the vegan diet. And he said to me, this is the easiest diet I've ever done. And I was kind of surprised by that, because when people hear the word vegan, they do kind of think that you're going to have to acquire a taste for folk music, or maybe wear tie-dyed clothes, that kind of stuff. No. He said, prior diets tell you you've got to count calories. They give you a menu that adds up to 1,200 calories. You're hungry every day. By Wednesday, you're going to eat the sofa. And we didn't make him do that at all. We said, eat as much as you want. And the other diet said, count all your carb grams and don't eat too much bread, don't eat too much fruit, don't eat too much this. We didn't tell him to do any of that. It was really easy. Just instead of meat sauce on your spaghetti, have the chunky tomato sauce. Okay, fine. He lost 60 pounds over about a year. He stopped his diabetes medications, and his A1C fell from 9.5, which is high, to 5.3 which happens to be absolutely normal. And I want to tell you something. When I got his lab test back, I had to close my office door. And I paced around for about 10 minutes I was trying to decide, could I tell Vance that he was cured? We had never imagined such a scenario before, that all traces of the disease just go away. But here was a man on no medication with no sign of diabetes. He could go into any clinic in the world and they would not diagnose diabetes. By the way, I was asking his permission to share his story, and he said, make sure you tell everybody that my erectile dysfunction went away too. Okay, so let's get on the train. I want to bring you up to New Haven, Connecticut, because some researchers in New Haven at Yale University's Department of Endocrinology did an important study. They brought in young people, 26 healthy volunteers, and they gave them a glucose tolerance test. I don't know if any of you ever had this. You take a little cup of like this sugary syrup, you swallow it down, and if your blood sugar goes up and it stays up and won't come back down, you are called insulin resistant. You're headed for diabetes. But if your blood sugar goes up and it comes right back down, you're insulin sensitive. That's fine. So you want to be insulin sensitive, not insulin resistant, okay? So who are these people? They were young, late 20s. They were thin, 130 pounds, 140 pounds, and they did not have diabetes. But now we're getting on the elevator, and all the people who were insulin resistant and insulin sensitive got on the elevator, went down to the basement, and there is a machine like this that does magnetic resonance spectroscopy. And what I can do is I can look inside your body. And I want to show you, I'm not going to get too technical here. Do you see the dots on the left side there? Every dot is a person. And that's the amount of fat inside your muscle cells, which you can't see, you can't pinch, but I can see it with this scanning device. And these are the people who are insulin sensitive, who are healthy, who are normal. These are the people who are insulin resistant, meaning the fat has been building up inside their cells. And do you remember your mitochondria from high school biology? Those are your burners. That's the part inside the cell that gives you energy. In the healthy insulin sensitive people, they're working. In the insulin resistant people, they are slowed down. What am I saying? What I'm saying is these are young people. They are thin. They're healthy so far as they know, and they don't have diabetes. But the fat is already building up inside their cells, and I can measure it. And it's already causing their cells to not work very well, so they can't burn calories very well. They will not have diabetes for another 15 years or 20 years. But I can see it now, and you can go into any high school here in the Washington area or in the Midwest or on the West Coast or anywhere in the world, and you can get teenagers. If you will do this scan on them, you will see that they are headed for diabetes already. And this is not genes. This is not their genetic heritage. This is chicken wings. This is Velveeta. This is stuff that they learned to eat in the school cafeteria and that we serve them. And sometimes it's things that we didn't know better and we were serving at home because our parents gave that to us. So the thing is, we can change this. And we can change it now. Okay. And now I'd like to talk to you about your car insurance. Geico has its national headquarters about 3 blocks from my office. And after our diabetes results came out, they got excited about it and said, let's do a study at Geico. So what we did is we went to their headquarters. They got 2,500 employees in that building. And we said, anybody want to try a completely plant-based diet? If you want to lose weight, get your diabetes better, let's do it. And we did, and the results were really good. People lost weight, their diabetes got better. So then Geico said, well, tell you what, we've got Geico facilities all around the United States. How about if we do this test at all of them? So we went to Macon, Georgia, and Dallas, Texas, and San Diego and Buffalo. And in all these places, everybody was able to do a diet change. And what we found, well, the first thing we found is that the cafeteria manager had to learn a little bit what vegan meant. Anything wrong with this slide? Okay, sorry. Okay, we're going to fix that. But anyway, after they took the bacon and cheese off the veggie burger, people did lose weight if they were in the vegan group, and their hemoglobin A1C, if they had diabetes, they got better. So what we were able to show is it's not just in our laboratory with our support that people can do this. People can do it anywhere. They can do it at work. They can do it at home. This is not rocket science. But it is the most powerful approach to a deadly disease that we could imagine. Okay, all right, let me shift gears. We've been talking about the hormone insulin, and I can use foods to control my insulin. Who would have thought that? But it's true. There's another hormone, it's estrogens. Estrogens are female sex hormones, right? I'm sitting at my desk. My phone rang. It was a young woman who said, Dr. Barnard, I need your help. I can't get out of bed. This was a young woman. She was the daughter of another doctor in another part of the country. And her mother said, call Dr. Barnard, he can help you. What she wanted was a prescription for some really strong painkillers. And she had, a lot of women have menstrual cramps, but for maybe 1 in 10, they're off the scale cramps, can't get out of bed without a fistful of ibuprofen. And this is her situation. She had a business trip the next day. She said, I can't move. What can I do? I said, let me give you some painkillers to get you through today and tomorrow also. But I started thinking, wait a minute, this is going to hit you again next month. She said, it happens every month. I started thinking, can we maybe change your body back toward a healthful way, healthful balance? I asked her to do something. I said, for the next 4 weeks, do you want to do an experiment with me? No animal products. And keep oils really, really low. She said, I'll try anything. Fair enough, I'll do it. She called me back 4 weeks later and said, Dr. Barnard, my period arrived today and I got nothing, no symptoms at all. What's the deal with this? I said, keep going and see what happens. She stuck with it and she was basically cured, except after a couple months, she started kind of wavering on the diet a little bit and suddenly the pain came back. So I thought, okay, this is one person who benefited. We need to see if this will work in general. So with the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Georgetown University, we brought in women who had menstrual pain, and half of them did this diet. The other half took a supplement that was actually a placebo, a dummy pill, doesn't do anything. After 2 months, 2 cycles, they switched, and the diet people started the supplement people started the diet. And in a nutshell, it worked. We published the findings in the journal Obstetrics and Gynecology, and what we found is that the pain intensity fell, the pain duration fell, PMS symptoms, bloating, water retention, moodiness, all these improved with a diet change, not with medications. Well, what is that about? Let me show you. This is a woman, this is the amount of estrogen, female sex hormone, in a woman's blood, starting with the beginning of the month, going through to the end of the month. And at the beginning of the month, there's almost no estrogen there at all. But as the weeks go by, about 2 weeks in, her estrogen peaks and falls. She has ovulated. An ovary has released an egg. And then in the 3rd week, I got to tell you, the uterus is the most optimistic organ in the body. Every month it thinks, this is a big one. This could be it. So the amount of estrogen rises to thicken up the lining of the uterus. It's called the endometrial layer, to thicken it up in anticipation of pregnancy. But then at the end of that week, the disappointed uterus thinks, didn't happen again, and the estrogen level falls, and then menstrual flow is just all that is washed away, and it starts again the next month. Okay, so here's the thing. Food will change that. It changes that whole curve. Okay, this will not be on the test, but I want to show you, this is the uterus, okay? That's the uterus in the middle, and the ovaries are off to the side, and the fallopian tubes connect them. That pink lining in the middle, that's the endometrial layer, and it's thickening up. When Robin called me up on the phone and said, I can't get out of bed, I was making an educated guess that your endometrial layer is thickening up too much. And when that happens, at the end of the month, it breaks down with menstrual flow. It releases what are called prostaglandins, which cause pain. And that's what's happening in your body. And there's another condition related to it called endometriosis, which is same deal, except those cells aren't inside the uterus anymore. They're implanting all around the abdomen. They look like little raisins, but what they are cells that grow, that bleed, that scar month after month after month after month. And you don't want them, I gotta tell you. They're on the uterus, they're on the ovaries, they're on your intestinal tract. And you're gonna think there is something completely wrong with my body. And if you go to the doctor and the doctor says, you've got endometriosis, we'll start with painkillers. If that doesn't work, let's put you on the birth control pill. You can be 15 years old, but let's start the pill. And then if that doesn't work, well, the operating room is just right down there. And after you've had surgery and a couple years later and it all comes back, don't worry. Your insurance is still good, right? We can operate on you again. And if you need operations again, we're there for you. Stop. When Robin called me up on the phone, the reason that I suggested this was because I was remembering some research. Tufts University, back in the mid-90s, they brought in a group of women and they tested various diets. They asked them to do a really low-fat diet or a high-fiber diet. They weren't thinking about menstrual pain. They were thinking breast cancer. Estrogen increases the risk of breast cancer. They thought, if I can bring it down, maybe I can prevent someone from having cancer. That was their goal, and in a nutshell, let me show you. It works. Just reducing fat alone. If you do nothing else, just cutting fat. Estradiol, free estradiol, and other estrogen fractions, they go down. If you do nothing other than increase fiber, fiber is plant roughage, beans, vegetables, fruits. If you increase fiber, estrogen levels go down. So Robin calls me up, says, I can't get out of bed. This happens to me every single month. In my mind, I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to give you painkillers now, but I bet you that if I really cut the fat and I really boost the fiber, I can calm those estrogens down, and maybe there's a chance you'll feel better at the end of the month. And what's the best way to get the fat out of your diet? Eliminate animal products completely and keep the oils really, really low. And now everything that you're eating happens to be from a plant. Every bite has fiber. So I thought, let's max it out. If I can cure you, that's what I'm going to do. And okay, it works. All right, let me show you how the fiber part works. Fiber is the Clark Kent of the nutrition world. You know, nobody realizes its hidden power, but fiber is roughage, and your liver, which is at the top of this picture, pulls excess estrogen out of the blood, and it then goes down the bile duct, which you see there in green, and it ends up in the intestinal tract. And then the estrogens go down the intestinal tract and they're flushed away down the toilet, except if my lunch was Chinook salmon or yogurt, those don't have fiber. They're not plants. Animal products never have fiber. In that case, the estrogens are reabsorbed into the bloodstream. See, there? And they end up back in the liver. And they cycle around. Doctors call this enterohepatic circulation. All it means is you can't get rid of your estrogens. You're absorbing them from your own digestive tract. They're cycling around and around in your blood until a doctor says, let's go vegan. Now everything you're eating is a high fiber food. And bingo, you flush the estrogens away and you get back to the level Mother Nature had in mind for you. Okay, I want to make sure everyone's paying attention. Spam? Fiber? Fiber or no fiber? Trash can. Okay, there we go. KFC, fiber or no fiber? Well, wait. If you eat the carton, there will be a little bit of fiber, but otherwise not. Okay, now there are some foods that started out as plants, but they went into a factory and all the fiber got like extracted out of them, so they're going to go too, all right? Pretty easy, isn't it? Okay, no big deal. Catherine was an Air Force aerospace engineer who grew up in Louisiana. And in 2003, she got an all-expense-paid trip to Iraq to build military bases for the US Air Force. And when you're in a war zone and you're working really hard and you eat what the government is providing for you, you do not gain a whole lot of weight. And that was her situation. But eventually her tour of duty came to an end, and she was shipped back to the US. And her family picked her up and said, we are going to make up for some lost time, Catherine. What did you miss? She said, oh, you wouldn't believe. We didn't have anything to eat over there. I miss cheese. I miss cheese snacks, mac and cheese, all these kinds of things. And so a friend gave her an entire case, 48 boxes of mac and cheese, which Catherine ate for 48 days straight. Yes, she gained weight, and she developed endometriosis. And she went to the doctor and said, this is not good. And it gets worse, and it progresses. And they gave her painkillers. They put her on the pill. Nothing was really tackling the pain. It was getting worse and worse and worse. Finally, the doctor said, let's just take your uterus out. Let's do a hysterectomy. And she said, well, I'm only 27, and my husband and I are kind of newlyweds, and I'd rather not have that surgery. And he said, I know what you mean. You'd like to raise a family, but listen, you've got very advanced endometriosis. You are almost certainly infertile now anyway. A hysterectomy will cure you of your pain. Okay. All right, I'll have the operation. She signed up for it, but they couldn't do it for the next 6 weeks. So 6 weeks later, she was signed up. But in the meantime, a friend told her about this diet that we've been doing. She gets all the animal products out of her diet. She keeps the oils really, really low. She's eating natural, healthy foods. And as time goes on, her pain goes down. And it goes down, and it goes down. But it wasn't completely gone. There was some residual pain that was bugging her all the time. So she thought, well, I'm infertile anyway. I may as well have the surgery. And she went to the hospital. And they put her on the table, and they put her to sleep. And an hour later, she woke up. And the doctor was there in the recovery room. He said, Catherine, I need to tell you something. I didn't do the hysterectomy. I opened you up. I looked in with a laparoscope. And I don't know why this is, but your endometriosis is practically gone. And the reason that you had pain is you have scars where it used to be, and that caused your tissues to adhere. And all I had to do was free up those adhesions. I think you're going to be pain-free now. You still got your uterus. I didn't take it out. Her mother was with her in the room, and her mother said, she went vegan. And the doctor said, look, the doctor said, stop it. Listen, endometriosis has nothing to do with food, and there is no way a diet change is going to cure this. This must be a miracle. Well, good on the doctor for not taking her uterus out. But what he missed is that endometriosis is driven by hormones, and hormones can be changed by diet, and they can change really, really fast, okay? So she's lost a ton of weight. She felt dramatically better. And there are Catherine's 3 children. And she then decided to dedicate her career to working with other women to figure out how you can assert your own health and take back your own health. So, wait a minute, I mentioned cheese. Does cheese have hormones in it? What's that about? Well, okay. Cheese comes from milk, right? Milk comes from a cow. Cows make estrogens, and cows are impregnated. They're impregnated every year by a not very nice method. And then when the cow gives birth, and this cute little calf is then taken away in a wheelbarrow, and everyone thinks that that's not so nice. But the cow has been milked during the pregnancy. What that means is if you're milked during pregnancy, the estrogens from the cow's plasma are getting into the cow's milk, and it ends up in your Velveeta or your milkshake or your yogurt. Every spoonful of any dairy product that your 8-year-old son or your 6-year-old daughter ever ate had estradiol in it. Now, the industry will say, oh, don't worry about it. Your body's making hormones, and you add a little bit more. It's not going to really affect you too much. Maybe not. Do you want hormones in your food that came out of a cow? There is no such thing as hormone-free milk. And to this day, there are dairies that go to the Food and Drug Administration and say, we have decided not to inject our cows with bovine growth hormone. So can we label our milk hormone-free? And the FDA writes back to everyone and says, no, you can't. There's hormones in every carton of milk. The cow made them. They are in there. And there is no such thing as hormone-free milk. You can market it in schools. You can tell kids they should feel guilty if they're not drinking this product. You can tell them that there's no calcium in any other foods except for so many other foods, like all the green leafy vegetables and so forth. It's a lot of marketing and really not much science. Okay, in 2020, Gary Fraser and his team at Loma Linda University said, it could be worse than what we're talking about. It could be that the hormones in milk are associated with breast cancer. And what they did is they looked at a very large group of women, all Seventh-day Adventists, who are the favorite population of researchers to study, because it's a huge number of people who are all really health conscious, teetotaling non-smokers. And they vary in diet. Some of them have no milk at all, and some have a lot. Some have no meat at all, some have a lot, and it gives you a beautiful basis for comparison. And what Dr. Fraser reported, I don't know if you can see this along the x-axis. It's the amount of milk the women were drinking. Quarter cup, half cup, 1 cup, 2 cups. The y-axis is breast cancer. And what he found is the more milk the women drank and the more estrogens went into their body, the higher their likelihood of getting cancer of the breast. Okay. We can use more research here, but we already know enough to decide that Mother Nature put milk in a cow's udder for just one purpose, and it wasn't for us to come along and make ice cream, okay? So what if a woman had breast cancer already? She had the diagnosis of breast cancer. She's got one thing on her mind: I don't want that cancer to come back. It turns out that the more high-fat dairy products women consume, the higher their risk of dying of their cancer. The red line here, those are women who have had cancer in the past, and they have 1 or more high-fat dairy servings a day, cheese, whole milk, that kind of stuff. Their risk of dying of their cancer is 50% higher than the women who had cancer in the past and avoid dairy products. Okay, enough said. Okay, what did we talk about? We talked about insulin and diabetes. We talked about estrogens and pain and cancer. What about the other end of the reproductive window? Let's talk about menopause. You're sitting in the board of directors meeting, you're making your presentation, and suddenly it's 150 degrees in the room. And this is called vasodilation, a hot flash. The blood vessels are widening in, and it's just like somebody turned up the radiator, and people can see you sweating. And at night, it's 1:30 in the morning, you wake up and you are in a pool of sweat. And you can change your pajamas, and 2.5 hours later, it happens again, and your quality of life is going. So researchers said, wait. Let's go to Japan. In the 1980s, hot flashes were pretty rare in Japan. Maybe 15% of women had them. They were not very severe. They were mild. They didn't even have a word for them. And what was the diet? It was a lot of rice, not too much meat, really no dairy products to speak of. But the Golden Arches arrived in Tokyo, and the diet westernized. And by the early 2000s, hot flashes were more than 40% of the population. Breast cancer was way up. Heart disease was up. Lots of health problems that were endemic in the West were way, way up. Okay, so there's something about a Western diet that makes all this a problem. Now, the first thought was, well, soybeans were protecting them. Maybe. Soybeans have isoflavones like genistein and daidzein and glycine. This won't be on the test either. But those isoflavones reduce breast cancer risk, which is why soybeans are associated with reduced breast cancer. That's good. But they also seem to have a mild anti-hot flash effect. But that's not all there is to it. Because if you get on a plane and you fly down to Cancun and you rent a car and you drive about 2 hours west, you'll be in Valladolid. And there's a little town next to it called Chichimilá. And researchers went there. And they interviewed more than 100 Mayan women. And they found something interesting. They didn't have hot flashes either. Nothing. They said, yeah, I went through menopause, but I felt okay. Wait a minute. Do they eat rice? No, they have a grain. The grain is corn. And they don't eat soybeans. They got beans. In the Yucatan Peninsula, the traditional bean is the black bean. And they eat lots and lots and lots of them. They have lots of vegetables. Like this is one called la chaya. And these were traditions for years and years and years and years and years. Okay. So my research team said, okay, instead of testing another HRT pharmaceutical, what if we see if we can make an optimal diet for hot flashes? And what we did is we brought in women who had hot flashes, and half of them went on a diet and half of them did nothing. And the diet was no animal products and minimize oil. So it's sort of like the Japanese diet, only better, like no animal products at all, beans and grains and healthy foods. And we also asked everybody to have a half a cup of soybeans every day. Okay, that was it. And the first thing we noticed is that over 12 weeks, the control group that got nothing gained weight. But the group on the vegan diet lost weight very nicely, almost 8 pounds in 12 weeks. But their hot flashes improved dramatically. The moderate to severe hot flashes dropped by 84%. Good. And it got even better. If we looked at how many women had hot flashes, moderate to severe hot flashes at all, it was everybody at the beginning. But by 12 weeks, only about 40% had any of them. And in the control group, no big change. All right. And then we looked at other symptoms, not just the vasomotor symptoms, the hot flashes, which improved much more in the experimental group than in the control group, but psychosocial symptoms like how's your mood? And physical symptoms, just how do you feel physically? And sexual symptoms. All of these improved much more in the plant-based group compared to the other group. Okay, so as soon as you mention soybeans to people, about half of them will say, well, I saw something on the internet that said that soybeans cause cancer. Isn't that right? Okay. What happened was, back about 80 years ago, researchers discovered that isoflavones are in soy. And they do, in fact, attach to estrogen receptors. And that made people think they would increase breast cancer risk. But it turned out to be the opposite. In 2008, researchers summarized all the evidence to date and found that women who consume the most soy have about 29% less risk of breast cancer. And if they had cancer in the past, their risk of dying of it was reduced. So you don't have to have soy, it's totally optional, but it reduces the risk of getting cancer and it reduces the risk of dying of it. Okay? So, all right, well, this is getting good. I can deal with insulin and improve it, maybe not have diabetes. I can maybe get my estrogens to work better. Menopausal symptoms might improve. And one other thing, your thyroid. Your thyroid oversees your use of energy, and it's a little organ you might not even know is there. It's right there in the base of your neck, a little butterfly-shaped thing. And if you are low in thyroid hormone, if you're not making it, you've got some symptoms that are kind of vague. Doctor, I got no energy. I feel kind of weak and fatigued, and I'm gaining weight, and my hair doesn't look right. The doctor will say, this sounds maybe vague to you, but I have an idea. The doctor draws some blood and says, your thyroid hormone is just not doing what it's supposed to. But the opposite can happen. You can be hyperthyroid, where you're losing weight and you're kind of revved up, and that's because your thyroid is making too much thyroid hormone. Can I fix that? Maybe. This is thyroid hormone. It's called thyroxine. And you see those purple atoms there? That's iodine. Comes from the Greek word iodes, which means purple. And iodine is something that is not in a lot of foods. But if you don't have it, you can't make thyroid hormone. So where can I get it? Well, back in 1924, the Morton Company said, I'm going to put it in salt, and everybody's going to have iodine, and that's true. They pretty much wiped out iodine deficiency. But we are modern Americans. We have sea salt and kosher salt and Himalayan salt, which don't have iodine in them unless it's on the label. And so our iodine level is going down, and hypothyroidism is going up. All right, now, it doesn't have to be an iodized salt. Seaweed is nature's best source of iodine. Actually, it's the wrap in your nori, it's the little wakame flakes in your miso soup. But a lot of folks in Herndon don't eat seaweed. If we were in Japan, we'd probably have it every day. But when we return these things to our diet, we get the iodine that our body needs. Little caution, kombu or hijiki are two seaweeds I suggest that you don't make a big part of your diet. Hijiki has arsenic traces in it, and kombu is just so darn high in iodine. It's like explosively high. You don't need that much, okay? All right. Now, the dairy industry will say, wait a minute, we've got iodine. There's iodine in milk. That's true. And do you know where it comes from? The cow's udder drags through mud sometimes and gets a little fecal staining on it. And so before the cow is milked, they put an iodine disinfectant on it. And then they put the milking tubes on, and some of the disinfectant gets into your milk. And they'll say, that's a great source of iodine. Anyway, you had to be there. Okay, so, all right. Now, another reason why the thyroid is not behaving is because we have antibodies to the thyroid. Here's what I mean. You could go to the doctor, and your doctor could do blood tests and finds all these antibodies in your blood. An antibody is a protein that was made by your white blood cells. It's like a little torpedo that's looking for a virus. That's right. Your white blood cells are patrolling, and viruses get into your body, and bacteria will get into your body, and your immune system depends on antibodies. So the antibodies attack the virus, knock it out. But your defenses are confused. So sometimes other kinds of proteins can get in there, and you make antibodies to them too. So when you make antibodies, some of them attack your thyroid gland, and they shut it down. So you're hypothyroid. That's called Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Dr. Hashimoto discovered this, and it just means you're turning off your own thyroid. And there's another one called Graves' disease, which is attacking the thyroid regulatory machinery, so you can't turn it off. And your thyroid is running overtime. In both cases, it's antibodies your body make that are attacking you. Okay, let's go back to the Adventist Health Study. They looked at a whole bunch of people and said, how often are you getting hypothyroidism? And what they found is the vegans have less, the lacto-ovos have the most, and the omnivores are in the middle. And the hypothesis is that dairy proteins, or maybe meat proteins or egg proteins, are mistaken by your body as foreign proteins, like it's a virus. And your body makes antibodies that end up attacking you. See what I mean? And the vegan's not doing that. So they looked at hyperthyroidism. Same story. The vegans had the least, the omnivores had the most, and they said, okay, it must be that somehow these proteins are getting into your body because you're swallowing them, and your body mistakes them for an invader and makes antibodies that are turning around and hitting you. And there are many autoimmune conditions: rheumatoid arthritis, Sjogren's disease, eczema, asthma, that often remit when we get these foreign proteins out of our diet. You see what I mean? Now, we don't know for sure how well the diet works because nobody has done a randomized trial of a completely vegan diet for hypothyroid patients. But a lot of people said, well, I'm not waiting. I'm just going to do it on my own. This is Nancy. Nancy was 49. She was an accountant. When she was 19, she was diagnosed with hypothyroidism. And she was on her levothyroxine, but still not doing very well. And she gained weight, and her cholesterol went up. In fact, they both went up to the same number, 265. And she heard about this diet. So let me just give this a try. And she did. She started a totally plant-based diet, and her weight came down, as many of you have experienced. It goes down, 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 down. Cholesterol goes down, 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 down. And her doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but if I were you, I would keep doing exactly what you're doing. And he took her off her thyroid medication, and she is euthyroid, meaning no thyroid disease. And she feels a whole lot better. And instead of being self-conscious about her weight, she decided, I'm going to lace up my sneakers. And here's a picture that she took when she ran a 5K. So if you want to try this, don't cancel your doctor's appointment, and don't throw your medicines away for any of these conditions. Work with your doctor, but your doctor, who may not have a clue about nutrition, does know about monitoring your medical condition and can take you off of medications safely and at the appropriate time. And that's a good thing to do, okay? So what's a healthy diet? A healthy diet is fruits and grains and legumes. Legumes are beans, lentils, peas, vegetables. And you need vitamin B12. You need it for healthy blood and healthy nerves. And you don't need much, but a supplement that you can get at CVS or any health food store has you covered. But how am I going to do this? You know, if you turn to somebody else and say, you could lose weight, you could turn your diabetes around. You might be able to help your health in many, many ways with a plant-based diet. That's logical. But logic plays almost no role in human behavior, as you know. If a person is planning their breakfast, they don't think, you know, I could use maybe 7 grams of fiber. I could use some beta carotene. Let me plan my diet accordingly. People don't do that. Their breakfast is based on noise. I'm talking about media, advertising, stuff like that, or their culture, what their parents ate, or wishful thinking, or addictions and that kind of stuff. And that's what determines what we're going to do. So you can be talking to your friend, and you can be saying, this is really good stuff, this diet. And for any doctors in the audience, we're going to talk about the neurology of decision making. You're telling your patient, this is the brain, you're telling your patient or you're telling your friend that a plant-based diet is good. And the ideatron then says, oh, really? Well, I'll make an idea like I should go plant-based. But the ideas then irritate the famiglia, which then triggers the don't-do-it-ary gland to exude ignorphins. And while you're talking to your friend about this, the ignorphins come up, and after about 30 seconds, they'll turn to you and say, yeah, but where do you get your protein? You've lost. This isn't going to work. So that's not what we do. We don't try to use logic alone. When we have a person who wants to follow a healthy diet, here's what we do at the Barnard Medical Center. And this is what you could do too. Take a week. And just don't take anything out of your diet. For this week, all we're going to do is to think what I would eat if I was following a plant-based diet. And I'm going to make a list. So take a piece of paper and write breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack, and take a week and just write down things that you'd like and test them out. And if you like them, put them on the list. So oatmeal's okay, but I got to flavor it up with some cinnamon and blueberries and make it kind of nice. And let's see, my cousin told me about those vegan sausages that are indistinguishable from pork sausage. I guess I could buy them and see if they're any good. Okay, if you like them, write them down. Okay, for lunch, could I have a pizza without cheese? I don't know. Try it. You got 7 days. If you like it, put it on the list. Oh, and we're going to go to my favorite Italian place. And my angel hair pasta, they told me they could top it instead of the meat sauce, but with a chunky tomato sauce with fresh basil, or they have one called the arrabbiata sauce, which is Italian for angry. It's vegan, but it's really super spicy and delicious. Or Latin American, that's even easier. Veggie fajitas, bean burritos, beans and rice. Okay, if you like it, goes on the list. Wait a minute, Chinese restaurants have about 30 things, rice dishes, tofu dishes, vegetable dishes, all different kinds, including some I never heard of. So I got a week. Let's see what we think. Oh, extra points for Japanese. It's not only a lot of vegan stuff, like the cucumber rolls and the sweet potato rolls, the asparagus rolls, but they really minimize oils for almost everything on the menu. So, okay, I'm in. Now, Taco Bell is not the pinnacle of culinary art, as Chuck told you. However, if you go there and you got the bean burrito, hold the cheese, it happens to be vegan. Okay, so I got, fine. A week has gone by, I've got my list. So now step 2 is take 3 weeks, and now I'm going to eat all vegan all the time as a 3-week test drive. And at the end of that time, 2 things happen. The first is physically you have changed. You're losing weight. Your blood sugar is coming down. Your digestion is better. Your mood is better. If you're a runner, you find my times are a little bit better. I don't know why, but I'm going to keep doing this. But the other thing you notice is that your tastes are changing. Is this not true? At first, you know, things seem kind of light, but then as time goes on, you discover, man, I haven't had chicken wings in a couple of weeks. I don't really miss it especially. And you notice that your tastes are changing, and you're discovering new books, new websites, new restaurants, new products at the store. And a lot of friends say, well, I've been doing this. Where have you been? And there are all kinds of people making this really, really super easy. We have a resource I'd like to share with you. This is our 21-day vegan kickstart. This is an app. It's free. You go on your iPhone, go on your Android, just put on the 21-day vegan kickstart, and you can download it. It's in English. It's also in Spanish. We developed this for our doctors to use for patients, but a lot of people just download it on their own. They really love it. 21-day vegan kickstart. This is my book, Your Body in Balance. We have some copies over there at the PCRM booth. And I do have one request. If you do happen to get a copy, let me ask you one thing. Share what you learned with somebody else. And if you have a doctor, you might let your doctor know what you're doing, because you now know a lot of things that other people never thought were possible. A disease can improve, can maybe go away. Maybe instead of more medications, I can have less. Pain can go away. We're not going to live forever. Our fragile bodies may not permit that, but we can live much better than before. And many people don't have that knowledge. And I'm sorry to say that doctors are so focused on learning how medications work and learning how to monitor with medicines, they don't really give much attention to food, and they're skeptical because and kind of with good reason, because there's a lot of fluky diets out there that they've heard about, and they think, like, don't do that, you know. And so they're overly skeptical, even when diets have been proven to work in NIH-funded research published in peer-reviewed journals. That's what we do. But anyway, the nice thing about this is, at Green Fair and every place else, people are exploring all different ways of applying diets. The foods are fun. They're good for the animals, that's for sure. The animals will wave their white handkerchiefs at you saying you're the best. The environment will breathe easier. Your coronary arteries might too. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Thank you, Ted. If there's time, sure.
Oh, how about that presentation? Wasn't that something?
Thank you.
So we're going to do a little impromptu Q&A, kind of like we do Wednesdays on the Exam Room Live. So we do have just a couple of minutes before our next guests take the stage. So if there's a question that you have for Dr. Barnard, please, sir, I see your hand first. So you know what? I'm going to go out in the crowd with this.
Okay.
And yeah. Five-minute Q&A. All right. I'll hold the mic. You just ask your question.
John Swallow, Exam Room Podcast Addict. Two questions. What is the optimal A1C for diabetes? And two, I know there's feces in cow's milk that's commercially produced. What about goat or other milks that are available?
Okay.
Or do they have feces there too?
What your doctor is going to want to see, if these are all just general rules, but if a person has diabetes, they want to have it below 7 as your A1C. And the reason they picked 7, that's not normal, but they're afraid that if they push you too much below that, when you're on medicines, they're afraid that you're going to get too low sometimes, and that if you're hypoglycemic, that means your brain's not getting glucose, and they don't want to hurt you. So what doctors use, and this is a reasonable choice on their part, to have 7 or below be your target. But if you're not on medicines at all, you want to be 5.6 and below to be what we'd call a healthy A1C. And the question is, what about goat's milk? What about other mammalian milks? They all have estradiol in them. And just kind of biology 101, cows and sheep and goats, they don't make milk. They're sitting, enjoying their life, and they're on your goat farm or your cow's farm. And what happens is that some underpaid person who works for you will take the goat and chain the goat by the neck and stick his left hand up her backside, and through the rectal wall you can feel the uterus, and with your right hand you stick a knitting needle kind of thing through the cervix and inject semen that you bought, and you impregnate her. And then when she gives birth, you take the offspring away. And you can set up goat yoga to have the little kids play for a while, but eventually they're going to be all killed. And all the offspring from every dairy, whether it's a goat dairy or a cow dairy, they're all killed. And then the mothers are killed as well at about age 4. A cow in nature lives to be about 20, but on dairy farms, they're impatient. The younger cows make more milk, So they kill all of them by about age 4. The reason I emphasize that, there are a lot of people who become vegetarian for ethical reasons, but they'll say, well, I'll drink the milk because they don't kill the cows. They kill them all. The males are killed right away when they're born for veal. The females are impregnated a few times and they're all killed by about age 4. Am I cheering you up? Chuck, where are
Right
you?
over here, my friend.
Okay.
Right over here.
All right.
I'm here with Katie, who has a question about supplements.
Yes. I was just wondering if you had any important supplements specifically for children that may be more important, especially in adolescence. If you could talk
Okay,
a little
wonderful
bit.
question, thanks. The first thing is that kids, like adults, do need B12. And if a mother is breastfeeding, she will be supplementing B12 and should be, and her child will then profit from that. But then kids do need B12, and Flintstones vitamins and all the other brands, they all have the B12 that's in it. If your kids happened to live in equatorial Africa, which is where our species began, vitamin D would be made by sunlight on our skin. But unfortunately, some people had the bad judgment to move away from equatorial Africa to places like Fargo, where I grew up. And there are big times of the year when you're not going to be getting any sunshine at all. And so vitamin D is a supplement at that point. That's really about it. But the other rule for kids and for everybody is that there are 4 food groups: vegetables, fruits, whole grains, beans. You don't have to exactly like even it out, but all of them should be there. The meat substitutes are okay. Like it's birthday time, don't give the kids lentil loaf because the neighbor kids are going to beat your son up. But if you give them like veggie dogs and stuff, that's perfectly okay. So great question.
Here we are. One more, Dr. Barnard. I'm here with my friend here, Sam. Sam has a question about hypertension.
Yeah, thanks. This has been a dilemma. I've been researching this and no results. I stopped eating meat at 17. I'll be 64 in July. I'm a vegan. 8 grandkids. 2 months ago, can you believe it? Hypertension, 130 lower in the upper 80s. I exercise 11-minute mile. I do weightlifting, just everything moderate. And I still can't. It took the types of prescription. And my diet is pure vegan, except 0.001 when I eat my grandkids' pizza once in a while. But any recommendation?
Okay, well, first of all, you haven't done badly, and congratulations, and you look like $1 million. So you're a role model for everybody else. But about blood pressure, the things that affect it are, you probably know these, but let's just walk through them. One, of course, is sodium. And so reducing sodium, that's kind of as far as a lot of dietitians go, but that doesn't get you very far. That'll knock a few points off. And the high sodium foods are dairy, number one. Cheese is loaded with it, and snack foods also. But you read the sodium labels, and in nature, beans and grains and vegetables and fruits really don't have much sodium. Okay, that's number one. And you want to trade it for potassium, which is the vegetables and fruits have a lot of potassium, and that does the opposite. That'll bring blood pressure down a little bit too. So the more vegetables, fruits, the better off we're going to be. The third thing is blood viscosity. Guys know about this from motor oil. You buy high viscous motor oil that's thick. It's like fat. Low viscosity means it's more like water. Your blood is either more or less viscous depending on what you ate. So if you eat cheese or meat, for example, those fats are thick and your blood is more viscous and your blood pressure goes up. You can do the same thing with vegetable fats. So vegetable fats, especially things like coconut oil and palm oil, will make the blood more viscous and your blood pressure is going to go up. If you get the fats out of your diet really scrupulously, even things like extra virgin olive oil, keep the oils really, really low, and just do that for even 30 days, and you just see if your blood pressure drops. There are people who do all of these things, and their blood pressure remains up, and that's genes. That's genes. And beyond that, you lace up your sneakers, you run like crazy, and you're doing every darn thing known to humanity. And this is, so far as I know, that's kind of the frailty of the human body. Thank you. All right. Thanks to all of you. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Barnard. Love your presentations, my friend. I will see you on the show. All right. Show of hands. Who feels like they just learned something? That's what it is. That's why I always say on the exam room, it's about raising your health IQ. I'm telling you, we've been doing the show. We're in our 5th season. Not a single episode goes by where I don't feel like I've learned something. And so it's such a privilege to be able to share that with you. Now, our next guests, you guys are in for a treat. Who has seen the documentary, The Game Changers? Okay, then, yeah, man. So, quick story before I bring them up on stage. We're at dinner last night, and there's a whole bunch of people there. And as we're winding down, James Wilkes busts a deck of cards out of his pocket. And he's like, do you guys want to see a magic trick? And it wasn't just one magic trick. It was magic after magic trick after magic. It was like 4 or 5 magic tricks. He kept us captivated for a half an hour. So when I tell you that this guy is multi-talented, I am not lying to you. As a matter of fact, he's not just the star, the producer, the narrator of The Game Changers. He didn't just win season 9 of The Ultimate Fighter. What he is a true Renaissance man, and he has been named by Men's Health as one of the most influential men in health and fitness in the entire world, and for good reason. James Wilkes is here with us today. He's going to do a Q&A with Gwen Whitaker, the founder of Green Fair Organic Cafe right here in Herndon. And so if you guys are ready, I would love to bring you up on stage. Let's give a round of applause for Gwen and James Wilkes.
I'm wired, yeah.
So I saw a show of hands. Can I hear a cheer for Game Changers? So I got my start with Green Fair Organic Cafe after watching Forks Over Knives. Everybody seen that? Cheer! Let's hear a cheer. Forks Over Knives. That was foundational to me and motivated me to start the restaurant. My technology business was not aligned with being a restaurant owner, but I stepped out of my space, and now we've been doing Green Fair for 7 years. And sort of in the same ilk, James is a professional athlete, not a filmmaker. And we're going to have a conversation today that hopefully you'll find interesting. We'll leave time for questions, but so it's been thrilling to see. The Game Changers is, with Forks Over Knives, one of the films that I really enjoy watching again and again. It's fun. There's no graphic animal imagery, but environmental aspects. It's like everything you would expect a film to be, which is what position are you in the world now in documentaries? It's the number one widely viewed documentary in the world.
It's the most viewed documentary of all time with over 100 million views. We had 1.5 billion media impressions, including 40,000 organic press articles. And interest in plant-based eating more than tripled worldwide, according to Google Trends, within a couple of weeks of the film's release. So really proud of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's been so influential for so many people. I had a niece that came and said, my friend watched the Game Changers and changed their diet, and for more men, I think it's been very inspirational. You want to share your thought a little bit about
I mean, we actually just did a survey of US adults, and before the film, it was about 2-to-1 ratio of plant-based eaters, female to male, and the new results have actually switched completely the other way around. So it's 2-to-1 male to female since the film, so it's really made a big impact. And the film was geared, obviously clearly a bit more towards men. 5 out of 6 people that go meat-free end up going back. The number one reason cited is social pressure. And the number one reason cited within that is the male partner in the household sort of, stopping other people from wanting to go plant-based. And then 18 to 45-year-old men eat twice as much meat as women. And so I think the sort of movement, for lack of a better term, has done a decent job of helping switch females in general. Again, I'm generalizing here, but men, especially traditional men, are sort of tied to their meat eating based on their identity. So we did quite a bit of behavioral psychology research around that, and it seems that if you just provide information, around whether it's health, whether it's animal welfare, environment, young men have actually been shown to eat more meat.
Double down.
Yeah. So for one reason, in the first few days, there's a study out of Bellarmine University by Professor Hank Rothgerber, In the first few days, they were given the information. For one reason, for compassion, they started eating less meat. But compassion, unfortunately, is synonymous with femininity. And the men that felt insecure about their masculinity felt they were being a bit too compassionate, which is very strange. So they actually end up eating more. There's also something in evolutionary biology called the handicap principle, which can manifest both physically. So like a peacock with its male peacock with its large feathers is trying to demonstrate to the female, I've got all these beautiful feathers to woo you, but I haven't been killed by predators. But it also manifests behaviorally. So if you tell a 22-year-old male to stop smoking because it's bad for his health, he's trying to prove that his genes are stronger than other men, and that what harms other people aren't going to harm him. And it seems the same, with a very strong health message toward very young men. Doesn't seem to work very well. Doesn't resonate, because they're trying to prove that they can eat anything they want, they can smoke, they can drink as much as they want. So I think you have to have different messages for different people. But I think in the past, traditional men, again, hadn't been reached out to very effectively. So I think that the film did a good job of that.
Yeah, I think it was amazing that y'all did so much data research. And over the 7 years, I think, in the planning and execution and getting film to market. And one of the things I wanted to explore a little bit is you hit the epitome of mixed martial arts. There was a pivot point with your injury where you decided to make a film and get into a completely different territory, and then to where you are today with the most widely viewed documentary in the world. What was the pivot point that made you make that decision, is I need to get this on film and I need to make it a big film?
Yeah, I mean, so as most people here have probably watched it, and as I got injured, tore ligaments in both of my knees. And that led me to start digging into the research for optimal recovery and athletic performance. And when I started realizing that I'd been lied to by, the meat industry, both through, influencing research and also through advertising and marketing, I really felt like I'd been lied to, and I hate being lied to. And I felt I've got to share this with everybody and expose the truth, expose the lies. And so I thought, what's the best way that I can do that? And so thought, well, I can make some sort of documentary or video. And I bought a used camera off of Craigslist. I didn't have much money. I didn't know anyone in the plant-based space. I went onto YouTube, learned how to do the 3-point lighting for an interview. And I thought, at the very least, this video will get out. I'll put it free on YouTube, and hopefully people will see it. But it just sort of grew from there and snowballed. And that's why it took so long, trying to get the funding, meeting everyone in the plant-based space, like Dr. Barnard, Dr. Campbell, and, getting advice from them. And it took a lot longer. We started the project in 2011. I told my wife I'll be done by 2013, and it didn't come out until 2019. So it was a long project.
And so in your journey, I think a lot of it's tenacity and persistence. How much of it was luck? I think there's one segment where you have one of your neighbors that's in the film.
Yeah, so Dr. Aaron Spitz, which is the favorite scene in the film, the erectile function. Right. He just happens to be like 1,000 yards from my old house, his office, and so that was a bit of luck. I mean, I sort of saw him on YouTube and then realized he was very close, but a lot of it was persistence. And very early on, Joseph, the other producer and main writer of the film, he's saying, look, we'll get James Cameron to be the executive producer. We'll get Luis Ceballos, who's got the most award-winning documentary of all time, to be the director. And back then, I was like, I don't understand. No, we'll get Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. And it took him a while for him to convince me that we could actually do that. And so it was a lot of persistence. And what's challenging when you make a documentary trying to reach out to famous people is that usually you would go through their management. But management takes 10 or 20% of whatever they're getting paid. In a documentary, you're not getting paid. And so when you try and go through management, it's really challenging to get hold of people. And so you kind of just got to go on social media and see, you always know someone, who knows someone that knows someone. So I would literally go on people's Instagram page and look through 1,000 people and see if there's anyone, and then look through their contacts and then try and get introduced to some of these high-level athletes and celebrities.
Who is the hardest person to get a hold of?
Let's see. I think. Well, so there's one person that we wanted to get involved that never did, which is Virat Kohli, who is probably the most famous person that no one here has ever heard of. He gains 3 million followers on Instagram every single week. And he's the captain of the Indian cricket team.
Indian. Okay.
And so we're now in discussions about helping, doing things together. now that he's seen the film, and he sent a tweet. But again, we got blocked by his management, and it never even got through to him. And then Lewis Hamilton, pretty challenging, the Formula One driver, very famous in England. But I mean, these people are very busy, and they're getting approached all the time for all sorts of things. So you can understand it's hard to get through to people.
I had a similar experience when I was getting started in this space. I was very well known in the intelligence community and sort of a nobody in the plant-based space. And I remember reaching out to someone that knew Colin Campbell, and I got an introduction, and he gave me half an hour of his time in I think it was Summerfield, Pennsylvania. I flew up, and we ended up talking for a couple of hours, and it was, how can I help? How can I help the plant-based movement? And his son, Nelson Campbell, did a film called Plant Pure Nation about people that changed their diet in 10 days and had dramatic experiences. So we did a 10-day program here with 45 people, and it was life-changing for people. And so that was the inspiration. But I think people like Colin and Neil, people that are very approachable in this space, really make it a lot easier for the movement to catch on and take hold.
Yeah, in fact, Dr. Colin Campbell was actually one of the first people that I interviewed. He was nice enough to give me his time. And in the end, we didn't make it into the cut because we thought that we didn't want to step on Forks Over Knives' toes. And Forks Over Knives had done such a great job with that and telling Colin's story that we thought there would be, stepping on Forks Over Knives' toes a little bit. So we went a little bit down a different route with more with the athletics and so forth.
So with the college athletes is the part that everybody talks about, where they're doing the blood testing and then the dream sequence. How difficult was it to talk these young men into being in a widely publicized film?
About erectile function. I mean, so actually all of the people that agreed to do it pulled out. So 24 hours before, I didn't have any people. So we had a whole shoot planned, right? The whole team, the director, the cinematographer, the sound people, and then Dr. Aaron Spitz, and everyone sort of got a bit nervous and said, I don't really want to go. So I was flying back from New York, and luckily I had Wi-Fi connection, and I was just emailing like crazy to try and get some college athletes, and we were just really lucky to get a bunch of guys that finally showed up. And yeah, it was and in fact, we thought about this scene, and then we said, no, this is too, there's too much. We can't really do this scene. And then James Cameron, on a 2-hour call with James Cameron around the story and what we were going to include. And James Cameron said, that's the scene you've got to include. You've got to put that in. So we went and shot it, and it worked out really well.
Didn't make an R rating or anything?
No, I think we didn't. I think we were able to avoid ratings altogether, fortunately. And so, yeah.
And was it Griff Whalen was the plant-based athlete?
No, so that was on the blood flow experiment.
Okay,
so with the dolphins,
right,
with the vials.
Yeah.
So there was the 3 football players. Yeah. But it's all related, right? Because it's blood flow, anywhere is going to affect it everywhere, right? So,
So the conversation with Arnold Schwarzenegger and his involvement with the film, how did that get started, and how did that happen?
Yeah, so obviously James Cameron really helped Arnold make a name for himself with Terminator. And so once we got James Cameron involved, Arnold jumped on board. And then again, Arnold's not completely plant-based, but he doesn't drink dairy, and he's reduced his meat consumption by 80%, and is an advocate for shifting towards more plant-based diets. And what our sort of thing that we tell everyone is it's all or something, not all or nothing. And so when you tell people you've got to be 100%, sometimes they're not even going to try it at all. Right. And we've actually found that when you're saying to people it's all or something, not all or nothing, just trying to incorporate more plant foods, those people actually end up eventually going completely vegan. More than if you're trying to force it down people and say you've got to go vegan from the beginning. So Arnold was mostly plant-based, really cares about the environment, and also he's doing it for his health. And he had a big improvement to his health and his blood markers once he went more plant-based. But a funny story, so we interviewed Arnold in 2017. And a couple of years later, before the public release, we were at Jim Cameron Studios, and Arnold came to watch the film. And so Arnold watches Arnold's sitting right in front of me, and he, at the end of the film, he turned around to me and said, I was watching that film, because Arnold does so many interviews, right? He doesn't always know what it's for. He said, I was watching the film, and I was thinking, why didn't they interview me for this film? And then all of a sudden I popped on screen and said all the things that I wanted to say. So he came to watch the film, but he didn't know that he was in it.
He was in the film.
Yeah. And so that was pretty funny.
So somebody must have signed his rights to be in the film.
Oh yeah. I mean, his chief of staff probably signs off on 100 interviews a year or something. So yeah.
He's a funny man. When I was in my 20s, I met Arnold in the San Francisco airport when I was on a business trip, and someone walked by and I decided to go over and talk to him and said, "Hi, my name is Gwen," and then I couldn't think of anything else to ask him, and he started asking me questions. And all I could think of was to say was, "I loved you in Kindergarten Cop." And it's like, of all the movies that he's been in, that was probably like the last one that people had remarked on. But I think the variety of athletes that you have in the film is pretty amazing too. I mean, it starts out with the runners and the endurance aspects, and then moves into the strength. And it seems like everything was sort of very intentionally well thought out.
And for a couple of months we actually edited it and put it the other way around. But we sort of we built it in a way that people would say, well, maybe you can't get enough energy, and then okay, you can get enough energy, but then people came up to me after some of the screenings and said, every time I'd think, yeah, but what about this? Then you would hit it. So, okay, so you can have energy, but you can't build muscle. And then, in come the strong athletes. So, yeah, we built it sort of very intentionally that people would sort of have those questions, and then they would get answered, through the progression.
So I met you at the DC Environmental Film Festival, which was very interesting, and watched the first version of the film, which was good. And then it became great. But there was a long period between that and when the film came out.
Yeah.
And that must have been, my sense is it must have been like an emotional roller coaster, because you get the film to market in front of people, and then it's like you have to rethink almost how to remake it. So you look at it from a different perspective.
Well, yeah, we did a lot of screen testings about what resonated with people. And so the film actually premiered at Sundance in 2018 in January, but didn't release to the public till September of 2019. And so we didn't have the scene, for example, with the football players, the Tennessee Titans.
Right.
And also the ending wasn't great, and the music we felt didn't really fit. The first composer that we used, they didn't quite grasp what we were going for. And so first of all, we did another edit, and that took maybe shooting some more scenes and an edit. It took like 9 months and to put the music in and so forth. And then Netflix really wanted it as an original, but we wouldn't want to do that. We wanted the freedom for people to screen it at universities and schools and put it on DVD and Blu-ray for people that don't have Netflix, and Google and iTunes. So there's a lot of negotiating back and forth. And then, of course, with it not being a Netflix original, they didn't put the money into distribution. So then Joseph, my partner, and I had to understand how to distribute a film as well. So first we had to learn how to make a film, and then distributing a film is a whole new thing. It doesn't matter what product you've got. If you can't get people to watch it or buy it, it's no good at all. So we put it in 1,500 theaters in one night all around the world, and then on transactional video on demand platforms like iTunes and Google, and then eventually onto Netflix. And so, and Youku in China, which is twice as big as Netflix, 800 million viewers. So it was a challenging time. And
so it's Netflix and Amazon are the primary vehicles that people can watch it?
So any of the transactional platforms, right. So anywhere like Google, iTunes, Vimeo. But if you've got a subscription to Netflix, that's going to be the way to watch it without paying any additional fees.
And how did you get Lewis Hamilton? He's such a star in the vegan market, and he's been such a activist, I think, in promoting not only plant-based but also environmental aspects.
I don't think he's as famous here in America. Right? He's a 7-time Formula One champion, race car driver. To be honest, I can't actually. I just know that he was difficult to get hold of. That was for sure. But he wasn't in the January cut, the January 2018 cut either. He came in, so he sort of saw that cut and then like, oh, I'd like to be involved. And we had a very short interview. There's actually 20 minutes of bonus footage. Okay. If people sign up for our email list, every week they get a little bit of this bonus footage, which includes a longer interview with Lewis Hamilton and a story about the Forest Green Rovers, the vegan soccer team in England, and some other, a James Cameron interview that sort of runs it all. But Lewis and all of, Jackie Chan and Arnold, that was what really helped get the film out there, because they posted on social media. And so instantly you've got, tens or 100 million people seeing the trailer. And so that was what really, I think, that's what got the snowball starting of people starting to watch the film.
And Jackie Chan really brought it to the Chinese market.
Yeah, he really helped. I mean, there's no way we would have even got a film released in China. Unless you've got a big blockbuster film, Hollywood blockbuster, it's very difficult to get American films in China. And so only because of the connection with Jackie Chan, which again came through Jim Cameron. And if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be in China. So yeah, we were very lucky.
I know Forks Over Knives has been translated into multiple languages. Do you have any plans to translate it into Spanish or?
So we don't have narration. That's quite costly. So if you do narration and if you dub with all the characters, but I think it's in about 30 languages subtitles. So if you go on Netflix, you can change it, or iTunes, or even on the DVD and Blu-ray, you can choose the subtitles. Yeah.
Okay, very cool. And so what's next?
So our main focus at the moment, we launched the Game Changers Institute, which is a nonprofit research, education, advocacy platform promoting plant-forward eating. So some of the things we're doing, we're the exclusive nutrition partner for the Green Sports Alliance, which is a nonprofit promoting the greening of sports. They used to focus on changing the light bulbs in stadiums or composting, but now that since I gave the keynote speech at the Food Symposium in 2017, they recognize that shifting, there are 200 stadiums and venues that are members, 16 leagues, including all of the major leagues, NFL, NBA, are all members of the Green Sports Alliance. And then the millions of fans, they recognize that people switching towards a more plant-based diet is actually more impactful than, trying to save electricity, composting. And so those things are all great, of course, but the single thing that anyone could do would be to switch their diet to a more plant-based diet. And so we've partnered with them. We're releasing a 100-page plant-powered performance playbook. We've published some things in the peer-reviewed literature, one on the common protein scoring system that's being used, which is funded and started by the dairy industry, and is very flawed when assessing plant-based diets, because, obviously, as we know, animals are just the middlemen, right? And you can get all the protein you need from plants, which is one of the biggest myths. And so we've put out a couple of things like that in the peer-reviewed literature. We're working with a really big sporting event that's coming up in a couple of years. So there's lots of things we're doing with this nonprofit, and we rely solely right now on donations into that nonprofit, but we are trying to generate some revenue-generating programs so that the nonprofit can be self-sustainable.
So this is Earth Day weekend,
Yeah.
And I think that it's very cool that everybody here is at an event that is the single most important thing that you can do for the planet.
Yeah.
And the way that y'all segued with Damian Mander in the film, I think, into the environment was very elegant. And you have special ops guy that's, like the epitome, I think, of masculinity, out protecting the animals and with his dilemma of eating animals while he's protecting some and eating some. And he's kind of come full circle and is very avid from this perspective.
Yeah, well, both from an animal protection point of view and from an environmental point of view. I mean, first of all, based on the behavioral psychology literature, it's fine having the information, but you really need to showcase role models. And of course, I'm not trying to say what a real man is, because I think that's kind of a nonsense concept. But traditional male role models are athletes, firefighters, and soldiers, right? And so they were just naturally featured in the film anyway because of who I am and my connections, but it also fits nicely in with the behavioral psychology literature. And so to have a special forces soldier that's protecting animals, and it's quite easy to get most people on board with protecting rhinos and elephants, right? And then you get them sort of thinking, oh yeah, well, we should protect these animals. And then he says, but I didn't want to go home and put another, I didn't want to go home, protect these animals, go home and protect and put another animal on the barbecue. And so I think he was a good segue into the animal sort of issue and then the environmental issue. And then talking about the environment, I also executives have produced a film with Kate Winslet that just launched on Amazon Prime. There's trailers that just went up yesterday.
Eating Our Way to Extinction.
Yeah, Eating Our Way to Extinction. And that really goes into how we're affecting the environment and especially the oceans. And that's so if anyone's interested in the environment or the oceans, I'd really highly suggest watching Eating Our Way to Extinction as well.
And Dr. Loomis from Bernard Medical Center is the sports doctor in Game Changers. He's going to be doing a talk this afternoon
He's
on
fantastic.
diet and environment. So we'll that'll be exciting to hear. On,
Yeah, no, he's
if we can-
fantastic. Very
yeah.
knowledgeable.
Yeah. So we'll. Are you willing to take a few questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have this
You do you need a mic?
Yeah,
or is it-
I'll walk the mic around, and
Okay.
if anybody wants to ask questions, I'll write down. I'll do it. Yeah, thank you. Next.
When's the second Game Changers film coming out?
Yeah. So I'm not 100% sure if we are making one. To be honest, I was pretty burnt out. Oh, is that you or me? It literally took 7 years of making the first one. We went to 4 continents. There was a lot of travel. It was stressful. We were raising money along the way. And so my partner and I, Joseph, the other producer, we said after we were done, never making another film again, right? And then, a year went by, and then we're like, well, 2 things. If we had all the funding up front, and if we had a really strong production team that was hands-on so that we weren't doing a lot of the grunt work ourselves, then we would consider it. And so we are in that place right now. So if we got funding, and we are in talks with a really good production company at the moment that's owned by a very high-level athlete, then if that happens, we've got a treatment written, and now that I know how to make a film, it would take less than half the money and less than half the time. So if we could knock it out and have it out in a couple of years, I think that would be great. We would like to do one, yeah.
Hi. With your background and your behavioral psychological research, evolutionarily, if nutrition was needed, last 50, 60,000 years, we would be hunting smaller animals, not driving mastodons and saber-toothed tigers, et cetera, to extinction. Is that because of male macho need to dominate the group, or do you think something like that?
Yeah. So, well, a couple of things. So the diet from evolution isn't necessarily the diet that is best for longevity, right? So evolution would speak to being able to reproduce and raise the young until they could fend for themselves. And obviously in a state where there's scarcity, you would eat whatever you could. So that's number one. Number two, yeah, a lot of it's driven by masculinity. There's actually some research on that. So there were some researchers that looked at a tribe where the men would go out. And this actually wasn't plants versus animals, but it was these lizards that were very docile that they could eat versus fishing. And the men just thought that it was much more, nutritionally it would have been fine either way, but the men just thought that going out and fishing was like more of a challenge, right? And then they said, well, the women must prefer them bringing back the fish to cook or something. And they asked the women, and they said, no, we're fine with the lizards. So that's one thing, is like a lot of it is based on machoism, machismo. So, and then there's other research showing that in hunter-gatherer tribes or foraging tribes, 80% of the calories is actually coming from, the plants, which is usually the women, the children, the grandparents, and then the men will go out and hunt 20% of the calories, which is largely inefficient, especially until the advent of the bow and arrow, which is around 60,000 years ago. But the men celebrate and promote all of this work that they did, even though they're not bringing, the majority of the calories. So I think a lot of it is based on identity and men trying to show that they're worthy of, yeah. Good question.
Yeah, I just had a question about a video that I saw. It was on some news program in the UK where there was a doctor sitting to your left, and she was giving this kind of counterpoint, to Game Changers, and she made a reference to the tests for the erectile function, and she said something about having, well, it was all rigged because they in one test with the the meat-based diet, it was they had this big contraption strapped to their leg. So, it's not surprising you have, some interference with sleep and therefore erectile function. And you looked a little, and there wasn't time maybe for you to respond even. It was on a news program. but it kind of like you kind of give you like a blind side, like a left hook, and and I thought maybe you followed up and verified whether there was anything like that she was talking about. Meaning,
right. So, well, first of all, I mean, they were wearing the same contraption on both nights, right? And that device has been approved by the FDA for the test of. I mean, it's been verified scientifically. Having said that, it was only 3 people, right? And it was one night versus the second night, which, I mean, could have switched them around. Would there have been a different result? But there's actually some research underway in New York with a much larger group that's going to that science is looking exactly in alignment. And we already know from other experiments the last 20 years that it impacts blood flow, and the blood flow to those regions, the arteries are much smaller than elsewhere. And erectile dysfunction is really an indicator of heart disease. Atherosclerosis and arterial disease anywhere is atherosclerosis and arterial disease everywhere, right? So we already know, the theory behind how it works. That was just a demonstration for a film, right? So that people could sort of understand the potential impacts. Is it, even in the film, Dr. Aaron Spitz says this isn't a scientifically validated, robust study. And as filmmakers, we could have pulled that line out, but we wanted to be honest and leave that line in. And there is more research being done with people with erectile dysfunction and people close to, sort of having some arterial disease, and much larger groups than obviously 3 people. And so I'm excited for those studies to be released.
Okay. Hey, I have a question about regenerative farming, and I'm curious what research you have done. I've been public speaking the last few years through Kiss the Ground as a soil advocate, and you can jump on Netflix to watch Kiss the Ground documentary to learn more, but they talk a lot about using animals in the proper way and grazing them. If you do that, then the animal is healthier, and the meat can actually have a good omega-3 to omega-6 ratio. So if you eat regenerative meat, it can actually be health promoting, and you're also sequestering carbon through regenerative farming. So it's this root cause solution to the environment and your health. It's obviously good to eat regenerative organic plants and fruits as well, but I'm curious if you've done any research on regenerative meats.
Yeah, so Gwen, can you let him keep the microphone, because I want to clarify some things. Well, so first of all, I don't think I'm an expert actually in anything other than fighting, but maybe filmmaking now. And I know more about nutrition, for athletic performance and health than I do about the environment. But so I think the concept of regenerative agriculture has some validity, but I think that the holistic grazing part of that, the animal part of that, there's actually a lot of misinformation. And so can you remind me of the name of the one of the main farms that's been studied? Is it White Oak Pastures?
Yeah, that is one of them.
White Oak Pastures, right? Yeah. And so that research has never been validated in peer-reviewed science. And it's never, ever been able to be replicated. So that research, and can you remind me of the name of, can you remind me the name of a couple of the advocates of that? There's someone I'm thinking of.
Joel Salatin.
No.
Face Farms. Rodell Institute does a lot of good work.
Okay, so White Oak Pastures, just so you know, they sued the federal government because 100,000 of their chickens were killed by American eagles. So they're claiming this sort of natural growing system, right? But chickens are actually jungle fowl. They're not supposed to be out in pastures, right? So they sued for millions of dollars because they're not able to shoot the eagles because of all of the chickens that were killed. So first of all, that doesn't seem very sustainable, right? Would you agree? Would you agree that if you put 100,000 chickens out that are killed on pasture, which is a totally unnatural environment, and they're supposed to be in the jungle because that's how they naturally protect themselves. They go under the jungle foliage. Would you agree that if you put chickens out on massive pastures, which feels natural, right, and seems natural because they're roaming around, actually isn't natural at all, and then you sue the federal government for taxpayer dollars, I would say that's not very sustainable. Would you agree?
Yeah, another good movie is Biggest Little Farm.
No. Can you just answer the question? Would you agree that that's not very sustainable?
No, that particular instance.
Okay, and then also, if you want to talk about the sustainability of the, what you're talking about is carbon sequestration. So the concept is that you put cows, the methane goes in the ground, they tread it into the ground, so that sequesters the methane, correct? And then they move those into different areas of pasture. This has a very short-term impact because you can only push so much of that of the feces into the ground for the methane sequestration. So there's a lot more to it as well regarding the life of the short-term impacts of methane versus carbon dioxide. And so in the short term, it may have some marginal benefit, but in the long term, I don't think it does at all. And in fact, cows that are eating grass emit more methane than those that are grain-fed. So I don't claim to be an expert. I've got connections that could speak to a much higher level of this. And there's a great podcast, Plant Proof podcast, where on one of the episodes, they talk to an expert and regarding Kiss the Ground and the regenerative agriculture.
Yeah, the one point I want to make is just when you guys are eating veggies, make sure you're getting it from local farms that use regenerative practices. Because if you look at the Bionutrient Food Association, there's wide differences in nutrition between organic, the USDA, industrial organic that's still using a monoculture, 10,000 acres of one crop. And you think you're getting nutrition from Whole Foods, but when you're buying those veggies that are coming from Mexico, Florida, California, those are coming from huge industrial farmed fields, and they're not much nutrition. Now, there's less toxicity, so I still eat some of that, but I try to get the majority of my diet from local farms that are actually building healthy soil, because healthy soil is the solution.
I do agree with, I will have to move on to someone else, but I do agree that healthy soil and soil health is a really big issue. I think that the topic of local versus non-local is much more nuanced than that. So it feels very natural that having local is going to be much better, but there are economies of scale with stuff grown elsewhere. And also the organic versus non-organic, that's actually more nuanced also. Rotenone, for example, which is an organic pesticide, has been shown to be much more harmful than even Roundup.
Yeah.
So I think it's a much more nuanced argument. I think that people like to make it very black and white and basic. And like, well, if I just grow local. When you grow local, you tend, people drive their SUVs both to Ralph's or whatever grocery store, and they also go to the farmer's market. So they make 2 trips, which is not very efficient compared to getting everything at one store. So I think I'm not advocating for either way, but I'm just saying that the arguments are much more nuanced than, eat local and have cows grazing on grass.
Thank you. I'm going to put a plug in for my restaurant, Green Fair. We use organic. I'm a big believer of organic. It's a process, and it's about soil, and the local and sustainable is a great thing. So I appreciate your comments, and thank you. Anybody else for questions?
I can't wait for the mic.
We have maybe 2 more questions.
Hello. There's a tremendous amount of research that shows the benefits of a whole food plant-based diet on longevity. My question is, there seems to be some research showing that, for weightlifting, for example, or bodybuilding, that they don't, on average, they don't make it past the age of 50. I'm trying to figure out, is that due to the anabolic steroids that are used in the industry, or is it due to the excessive amount of muscle mass? My question is, could you go on a vegan / whole food plant-based diet and build appreciable amounts of muscle but still maintain your longevity?
Yeah, I'd say a really good question. I think, again, that's nuanced as well. I do think when you see, a lot of these sort of celebrity bodybuilders dying very young that are absolutely massive, I do think a lot of that is related to anabolic steroids. But to be fair, I do think that, when you're having lots of protein, which promotes growth, there's also potential, especially the sulfur-containing amino acids, methionine and cysteine. There is actually a potential of growing cancer cells as well. But what it seems to be is that you can, by having a plant-based diet, you can probably build as much muscle as possible, but offset and mitigate the risks towards your longevity, if that makes sense. So even being a professional fighter is not great for your health or longevity. Playing football, right, is not great for your. Being a bodybuilder is probably not great. If your absolute goal is to live as long as possible, building as much muscle mass as possible is probably not the best thing to do. But I think that you can offset and mitigate a lot of the risks by doing that, by getting enough protein on a plant-based diet, but without a lot of the negatives that come with animal foods. So that seems to be, I think there's more research that needs to be done, but theoretically that should, that would make sense. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I'm a vegan athlete for the last 30 years.
Oh, wow.
I'm 55. Got my pro card last year. Very proud because I was among people that eat only meat. So I'm a proof that you can do it.
Yeah.
And my question is, can you take I take a powder supplement. Do you think that is not a healthy choice for me?
No, so I think like a whole food plant-based diet is like a heuristic, and so that we should get lots of whole plant foods in our diet. But I think that for people that are, if you're bodybuilding like you are, and I think that sometimes it's just easier to get that protein in, and more convenient and so forth. So I'm not against all supplements, for example. There's B12, also creatine. In fact, one of the other papers that we published in peer-reviewed research was creatine from supplements versus the creatine that's naturally occurring in meat. And it actually appears that creatine in supplements is actually better. And creatine is strong, probably the best supplement that's been proven for bodybuilding, right? And so, is that fantastic for long-term health in large doses? Probably not. But if your goal is to maximize muscle mass, creatine is something as well. So I'm not against. Just depends what your goals are. Not everyone's goal is to live to 95, but not be like, maybe people would rather be much stronger and be athletic and have a vibrant life where they're doing lots of things they enjoy and live to 90 instead of 95. It depends what the goals are. So I'm not against all of those things, but I do think that eating predominantly whole plant foods is the way to go, and then supplementing as necessary. Yeah.
Can I get a warm round of applause for James Wilkes, the Game Changers?
And if anyone wants to ask me questions afterwards, I'll be around.
Very good.
Thank you. Thanks for watching.
We're going to get you wired up, and I think they have your computer.
Yeah,
We're gonna go.
yeah, I put it over there the other side.
Okay, so they're all set. We just need to get you.
What, 15 minutes?
No, actually, I think we're going to go ahead and.
Okay.
He's an executive producer, yeah.
I think Colin had a question for James, so if you want to.
First time I heard that story, we tried to get Dave, you had that story about getting some guys involved in.
Do you want to ask it
in
for everybody
erectile
to hear?
dysfunction.
Oh yeah,
It didn't work. I was
Yeah.
going to ask you why did you come
wanna-
back and do
Do you
that?
want to ask that online, or do you want to?
No, I was.
Okay.
I
Oh,
was
just
asking
What,
private.
so you're saying?
I was going to ask you when you're going to go back and do that study.
So it's actually the studies are being done. So the studies are being done in New York around
Okay.
a much larger scale.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Oh, sorry, I was just
Okay,
answering
you're
the
going to
question.
take James.
We'll
Okay,
take James.
very cool. All right. You.
Do they have this computer and everything?
I think they are set up. Are y'all good? No, he's doing a talk. It's going to be just a few minutes. So Colin Campbell recently had a birthday, and I want everybody at the end of his presentation. He has never this year not gotten a standing room ovation talk. So just to put that expectation out there. So Colin's whole family is involved with this. His daughter, Leanne, actually is running the Center for Nutritional Studies now. His son, Nelson Campbell, has a Plant Pure Film and the Plant Pure Foundation and the Healthy America Tour. Thomas up in Rochester Institute is actually doing a lot of nutritional studies. So he's been longevity in this space. I think something 60 years. And maybe not everybody knows that Colin is actually from this area, Loudoun County, with his dairy farm. He got married in the downtown Herndon was it Baptist Church?
Yeah.
And got married and lived in this area. So we drove around downtown Herndon yesterday and got to see his old stomping ground. And I think I mentioned without Colin, I think there's so many people. My opportunity to spend time with Colin, person after person comes up to him and says, "I changed my life. You changed my life. You changed my life." I lost a partner to heart disease, and when I watched the film, it was like to James Wilkes. It was like I had been told these things all my life, and all of a sudden, these things I thought held to be true are in dispute. And so I started doing a deep dive, and the more that I found, the more resonated with what Dr. Campbell does, and Neil Barnard, and James Wilkes, Game Changers, Dr. Esselstyn, Dean Ornish. Dean Ornish was in the White House. If anybody's seen Bill Clinton lately, he's been plant-based, and after 2 heart attacks, he looks like a completely different person now with a plant-based diet. So you don't hear a lot about that in the news, but he's really been a changed person. Are y'all able to?
Pardon? Yeah, it's working.
Okay. All right.
I think so.
So after I met with Campbell and got involved with the Plant Pure Nation film, we opened the Green Fair Organic Cafe restaurant. We do PCRM's Kickstart there every month. And that's where people are getting a blood test, they're getting classes, and then they're getting continual food. And so at the end of the time, we do another blood test. And the thing for me as a technologist is that how quickly things change. When you take food out of somebody's diet that's not optimal, then people's bodies recover very quickly. So usually we watch blood pressure normalizes the first week, cholesterol normalizes the second week. We've watched autoimmune diseases go away, aches and pains, kidney function return to normal from people being on a kidney replacement list, Crohn's disease, rheumatoid arthritis, all of these diseases that become an acceptable part of aging in the United States population. Even after all we went through over the past couple of years, heart disease and cancer are still the number 1 and number 2 causes of death in the United States. And that's not just for a pandemic, that's year after year that we're seeing death from preventable diseases. So these changes that you can make, watch Forks Over Knives, watch the Game Changers, take these classes, and then it can be very, very life-changing. I think you're all set.
Yep.
All right. Very good. Thank
Sure.
you, Colin.
Oh, wait, that's right.
You're all wired. Let me give a warm welcome to Colin.
Thank you very much, Gwen. I'd like to start off by saying I don't have enough adjectives to describe who Gwen is. She's really quite an amazing person. We became acquainted 4 or 5 years ago, I think it was, and so all the words like with ingenuity, intelligence, caring, really making things work. I have the highest praise for what Gwen has done. She's really stuck into this thing. So really appreciate being here. And I'm going to actually try to, I've been in science for a long time. I've worked inside the cells, if you will, with the details, all that sort of thing. It's very, very complex. It's infinitely complex, biologically speaking. Just infinitely complex, but that's a source of great confusion. When we just look at one thing at a time, we can find anything we want. I mean, I could give a lecture here why we should eat meat, basically, if I worked on just the details. So I want to share with you the idea that when you look at not only the totality of the evidence, but also see how it actually works in the body, inside of cells and stuff, it really becomes very convincing. It becomes very convincing that it really is all about consuming only plants, and in particular, avoiding animal protein particularly. So my story today is focused on animal protein. And if you don't mind, I'm going to have to go back a little bit personally because I'm here in this space, as Gwen just mentioned. That was me, and my two brothers did the same thing back in the late 1940s and early 1950s in Loudoun County, just west of here. So I went all over that county with that combine cutting grain. We had the first combine in those days. That was a big deal. And so it was primarily for the purpose of my dad, who only had a couple years education, formal education. That's elementary school. He wanted me to get an education. So we had to raise the money, and that's the way I raised the money to go to school, because he wanted to go to school. In any case, in due course, we sold the farm. I was raised on a farm and milked cows from the time I was 5 years old. So I'm very much up to here in farming, I can tell you, without a doubt. And so when I went away to school, I was thinking just like everyone else. You know, the good old American diet is basically as good as it gets. So I was at Cornell University, right after we sold the farm. And by the way, I should tell you also, I think Gwen mentioned this, when I got my first professional position, was working with an FDA laboratory here in Herndon, a little town of about 500 to 1,000 people, just a couple of blocks from here. And when I went into that office for the first time, I saw somebody kind of caught my eye. And sure enough, we got married. That was 60 years ago. Here in the Baptist church, just 2 or 3 blocks from here. So it's like coming home for me in many ways. I just had to say that because that's where I got my start, coming from the farm and so forth. But in any case, when we left the farm, milking cows and that sort of thing, to the extent that I even heard of this, I'm not saying I did, but to the extent I thought about the diet or the nutrition thing, it was all about making sure we get enough protein. That was the key. And what that usually meant was getting animal protein. And so everybody bought into that idea. I eventually went away to school at Cornell and finished my graduate work, went to Virginia Tech not too long thereafter. I was responsible for coordinating a program of feeding malnourished children, malnourished and starving children. That had made a major impact on my early life because what I saw there was something different than what we were supposed to be telling. In other words, the general idea was, of all the malnourished children in the world, and pretty serious problem, the thing they most needed was more protein. That was the idea. So when I was in the Philippines, coordinating this State Department project, was at Virginia Tech, we were supposed to be making sure these children got enough protein. So the kind of protein we're supposed to use is animal-based. So once again, from my personal background on through school, doing a graduate degree and actually promoting animal protein, I was in the Philippines then trying to sell the idea that these malnourished children would resolve their problems by eating more protein. So, but I saw something. I saw something in the Philippines that was troubling for myself as well as for my colleagues. There were a few children in the Philippines who ate protein more like we do in the West, like 2 or 3 or 4% or something. And thanks to a couple of colleagues of mine in the Philippines, also with my knowing the research available at that time, it seemed like the children most likely to get liver cancer were consuming more protein. I mean, there I was presented with a dilemma. We're supposed to be pushing protein, but these children may be getting liver cancer. So I came back to Virginia Tech. I organized a research program that lasted for the next 35, 40 years, all supported by NIH. In the beginning, simply to ask that question, because I didn't quite believe it. How can animal protein do what I'll show you in a moment? How can animal protein be associated with more cancer? So that was sort of my introduction in many ways, because I saw something opposite what I thought I knew. So I had to work hard with lots of students and pretty big research program to try to figure out whether that's true. And eventually over the years, I not only was convincing to me that it was true that animal protein causes experimental cancer, without a doubt. These are experimental animals, by the way. But I also learned a great deal how it works inside the cell. And it's that idea, learning how nutrition works in the body, in cells in particular, that now just tells me a lot about the plant-based diet. So let me show you just a couple of things here along that line. Oh, incidentally, in the Philippines, I also saw at that time, first I had the impression that a few children getting the most protein got cancer compared to the others on the one hand. On the other hand, this report came out here in India. It was an experimental animal study where they actually were testing the ability of level of protein on forming cancer in an experimental animal study. You can see this in 1968. And they concluded, you can see here, that the animals given 20% of total calories as protein, animal-based, they got cancer. 100% did. The animals given lower protein did not. That's what I saw. And I thought I was seeing the same thing with the children too at the same time. So clearly I had a responsibility at that point to essentially go back and challenge the system, I guess. The system for me, I got the grant money from NIH that continued for the next 3 or 4 decades, one way or another. And I became convinced that it was true. Let me show you one of the couple of things here that really became quite convincing. We published this extensively at the time. And by the way, in the early part of my career, I was mostly in pharmacology, directed toward the concept of using drugs to solve problems. I was also in nutrition, so it turned out nutrition won over pharmacology. But let me show you this here. This is the part that I found really intriguing. This is the growth of cancer over the first 12 weeks as a function, this is experimental animals, as a function of level of protein consumption. So both groups of animals started out with the same sort of starting point for cancer. These were animals that had been exposed to a carcinogen. One group was fed 20% protein. That's kind of on the upper side of what might be normal. You can see the cancer growing very well the first 12 weeks. Animals fed 5%, not at all. That's huge. That's huge. And so that was consistent with what I saw with the children too. So at that point, I'm being warned by my colleagues, don't go there. That's crazy. They got their animals mixed up and so forth and so on. That's another story. But I kept having to push away and trying to convince myself as well as my colleagues there's something to this. So in any case, big difference, 20%, 5%. And then we did something else. We actually switched the diet during that 12-week period. When we gave 20% protein, the cancer growing. If we switch it to 5%, the same ones, the cancer turns it off. So we can turn cancer on and off by just elevating protein or not. That's pretty convincing. That is pretty convincing. There's something there. And so, and I became convinced that, there's something there. We did that many times over the first 10, 12 years. And in the process, this idea here came up. And this is a real fundamental structural idea, ideologically. Namely, we tend to think cancer is a genetic disease. That's what's published by the National Cancer Institute. It's a genetic disease. You get cancer basically according to whether you have the genes to get cancer. What we're showing here is that's not really the full answer. We can start out with genes and might create some cancer, let's say, but cancer occurs basically according to our diet. So when we're eating an animal-based diet, lots of things change. That's when the cancer grows. If you switch it back again, it suggests that was going reverse. These are studies here that were done in the 1970s. It was all together new at that time, and I was kind of getting in the back of the neck, was showing this kind of stuff because I was essentially violating traditional thinking, which was a lesson in of itself. Anyhow, plant protein didn't do it. Animal protein turned on the cancer, plant protein did it. That was so dramatic. That was so dramatic. We did it so many times over, different ways. It was clear. Animal protein turns on cancer, period. That's all it was. It's very, very dramatic, too, at that. And it happens quite fast. So then, being in pharmacology as as a professional at the time, the way that we generally think in pharmacology is, if you see something like this that looks crazy, then why not find the mechanism biologically? Why don't we find a mechanism responsible for that? Because if we can find a mechanism, then maybe we can get a chemical. Maybe we can get a drug. Take the drug and give it to people and so they don't get cancer, and they keep on eating their same diet. That's what the statin industry is about, I should tell you. Statins are focused on one mechanism to block heart disease when we know of otherwise nutrition comes into play on that one. So we were looking for the mechanism. And this turned out, I can't go into the details here, but it was really quite fascinating after about, 12, 15 years, I think. I'm going to show you here now. Please don't get, I don't want to lose you on this. When we studied cancer experimentally, we tended to work out the idea that cancer comes in 3 stages. First off, we have the gene to get cancer, which has been modified by some chemical, let's say. That's called a mutation, okay? That's the first stage. And then the cancer starts to be the normal cell, it gets converted to a cancer cell. That's the first stage here, if you can see here, over here, called initiation. After that, normal tradition has it that once you get these cancer cells, infant cancer cells, now they got the potential to cause cancer, then that's when the cancer starts dividing. These cells dividing. Eventually they grow into a tumor. And in the case of humans, we suddenly, after maybe a few years, we discover we got a problem, so we have to go to the doctor, and that's when they're diagnosed. That's when the cancer is becoming more serious. That's when the cells have decided to go elsewhere in the body, metastasize, we call it, and then it can be quite serious. So the second stage we call promotion. So my task was at the time to look at both stages. By the way, the third stage is progression. That's when these things are getting pretty serious. So I wanted to find out what the mechanism for this was, because keep in mind, this is a hard story to sell. In those days, it was an impossible story to tell. I'm crazy. This is not, you don't go there, don't even talk about this, because the animal protein is so important. So what we found at the end of the day, after these years, and this is, for me, probably the most significant thing we did in our research over the years, we found that animal protein, when it's increased, it hits 8 mechanisms, enzyme catalyzed mechanisms. It hits 8 mechanisms that turns on cancer. Okay, we looked at a couple others, and a couple of others, the animal protein actually, when it elevated, actually decreases 2 mechanisms. So what do we have here? We've got 10 mechanisms, and each one of these is usually worth a doctoral thesis, quite frankly, so it took some time. It was altogether new in those days, but it turned out of those 10 mechanisms, 8 are increased, 2 are decreased with the animal protein. So the animal protein is increasing mechanisms that cause cancer. And it's actually decreasing 2 mechanisms that are there for us to protect us from getting cancer. One of them is called immune cells, T cells, you may have heard of in modern day. And so we call them natural killer cells. But in any case, this whole idea that every time I look for a mechanism that traditionally might be amenable to developing a drug, we found a mechanism. So which one here is really, which one do we do? Which one do we pick out? Sort of maybe to invent a drug, or somebody would want to do that. And of course, my interpretation of that, there is no such thing as the mechanism. So you hear today a lot of people talking about this works this way, and here's the mechanism and so forth. I've been there, I've done a lot of that. I've gone past that because there's not a question of which chemical causes which mechanism. It's really not the answer, because that's a source of enormous confusion. Because I can find mechanism all day long for the next 20 years to sell any story I want to sell. I can sell you a story that they eat meat probably by selecting out one mechanism at a time. I call that the parts. It's the whole that matters. So then the question is, how do you have this enormous complexity, enormous opportunity to look at the parts? Well, that's what I saw in the cell. When all these parts come in from, let's say, plant-based foods, when they come in the cell, there's a magical way. This is Mother Nature working. All these mechanisms, all these things, they come in and they kind of weave together and they create the whole instead of the parts. And Aristotle told us this more than 2,000 years ago. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And much of the confusion we have in this community, as well as in other communities too, and it leads to confusion. People are not completely convinced that it works, because we tend to work on one thing at a time. That can kind of look impressive. You can find those kind of things, but it's not really the answer. The answer, look at it in its totality. When you see that, and you see nature just grabbing onto everything she has access to create this mix, that's so impressive. That is so impressive. That's what got me really into the whole food plant-based thing. starting out with protein alone, then seeing some other nutrients, just realizing this concept. I mean, I found it spectacular, to be honest, about 10 out of 10 that we started. A lot of research on each one over 2 years, each one. Finally decided, how can we just sort of search for 10 possible mechanisms, and every single one changes, whether it's up or down, but every single one's the cause of the creative cancer. We stop and think about that. What's going on inside of our cells? And it's not just 10, it's 100, it's 1,000, it's 1,000,000 maybe. I can think of different kind of mechanisms. But the concept is what really just convinced me. It's the idea that all these things come in, we eat the right food, they all kind of work together. Mother Nature knows what she's doing. That's the key. So if we just eat the right food to, provide that, that's plants. That's plants. So how do we get caught up in this idea of society just relying on protein? That's the rest of my story. Western medicine basically is that idea that, hey, protein is important. Yeah, we need protein. There's no question about that. But a lot of people assume that the protein only comes from animals. No, it doesn't. It comes from plants too. Then we had a system that sort of arose over time, that animal food, and I should say animal protein, became highly regarded. It was called high quality. Plant protein was called low quality. So historically over time, we became subconsciously believing that the only protein really mattered was animal-based. It's not true. It's not true, because you go back and look at the real basis for that sort of misunderstanding. It turns out the high quality animal protein, a higher percentage of the protein being consumed is retained by the body. That was the original story. If more protein is retained in the body, and protein is important, let's say, what they saw was the increased growth rate. And that was the key to come up with this idea of high quality protein, animal protein. And everybody kind of bought into it subconsciously. The average person didn't think about this. All they heard about was that protein, if you want real protein, has to come from animal source foods. And I'm saying that we now know that, I'll show you in a moment, when protein is being consumed, and the so-called high quality protein, a higher percentage retained for body growth, it turns out the higher the percent of protein retained, and this has been within the last 20, 30 years, the higher the amount of protein retained turns on a hormone that creates cancer. It elevates blood cholesterol to give heart disease. The cholesterol you consume does not cause heart disease. Saturated fat does not cause heart disease. There's a lot of confusion in the field just for that reason. Polyunsaturated fats from plants and stuff is supposed to prevent it. But the point is when we eat the right kind of food, and you look at it this way, you look at the intricacies of the reactions, you see, holy schmoly, this is something almost beyond our comprehension. It's beyond our common thought. Oh, let's focus on this nutrient, that one, or is there something else? No, that's really, we have to go back and really understand this concept, which I call holism. Incidentally, we did research in the early days that showed that the protein that causes this problem is casein, cow's milk, the main protein of cow's milk. That's what we all did in research, so it was available at the time. And so we got our hands on some soy protein and wheat protein, and it doesn't do it. Plant proteins don't do that. Animal proteins does the mischief. It increases your blood cholesterol. It basically increases cancer, all those kind of mechanisms. And so, in any case, that's why I wanted to say I came from the farm. I'm milking cows up in Loudoun County. And, you come to believe in what everybody believed. And so finally, after 3 or 4 years, I said, okay, enough's enough. This information is real. It is absolutely real. And it means more, and it's far beyond just the question of protein. When we consume more animal food to get that protein, we consume less plant food. And what does that do? Less plants are good. They got the fiber, 1,000 different kinds of fibers. They got antioxidants up to gazoo, plants have all the good stuff. And so when you decrease the animal food, increase the plant food, you got a million things going on at the same time. That's nature. That's nature, and that's what we have failed to see. And so what my view is that what we stumbled across here was what Mother Nature is all about. That's really fascinating, because once you get to that idea of this is the way it works with the cells throughout our bodies, and it happens within seconds, nanoseconds, actually. It's so fast. When you see that kind of thing, then the only conclusion you can really draw, then it must not only have to do with the cancer, it has to do with heart disease, it has to do with diabetes, it has to do with chronic kidney disease, so forth and so on. And so over the last 10, 20 years or so, some of these studies are now coming out, showing that when you eat this plant-based food, you're coming home free. Because whatever condition you may be concerned about or been diagnosed with, it turns out that under those circumstances, you eat this kind of thing, you don't need to think about which nutrient in that food is causing what. You don't need to think about the so-called key mechanism that might be amenable to some drug treatment. That's what the drug industry does. The drug industry has relied on the fact that when you see this complexity, they want to find one mechanism, right? And then they can create a chemical, make a drug. That's where the drug industry goes to. And so I end up in this sort of untenable almost position, according to some of my colleagues, having been both in pharmacology, drugs, if you will, as nutrition. For me, nutrition really won out. There is no question about it. There's no comparison between sort of going the drug route and trying to figure out how to solve our problems. It really comes down to the question of nutrition. So now let me show you, just to add some weight to this, what I just said. This is I just did recently. I went into the literature to find other researchers the last 50 years, if you will, 70 years actually. A lot of the people I knew during that time, I'm unfortunately old enough to know them. I want to just show you some of the research others had published. Not being aware of what I just said, but they were showing the relationship between the consumption of animal protein-based foods versus some diseases. Look here what these charts show. Here's a study here. This was done in 1959, where they showed that the higher, in this case, he did say percent protein, the higher the protein, that's on the x-axis at the bottom, different countries, the higher the protein, animal protein, the higher the heart disease. See that straight? I drew that, I found it, used an algorithm to calculate just from visual inspection, to calculate whether or not it was a straight line. So what it came out to be in science is a regression line that's linear, coming straight down, almost coming down to the zero origin. What that says is that if we have no animal protein, essentially in theory, we have no heart disease. That's pretty impressive. I mean, how can we, that was published in 1959, kind of got forgotten. Here's one for kidney cancer, another research group that kind of been lying there, not developed in the way that I'm telling it here, but kidney cancer, same thing. Increasing protein intake increases kidney cancer. Wow. Heart disease, kidney cancer, there's two of them. Here's one here, increase in non-fat milk. Prostate cancer. This was done in the 1980s by somebody I know. In any case, in the case of this here, they're now, so they said non-fat milk. They're kind of afraid to say animal protein. I'm not sure they even thought about it. But in reality, non-fat milk is a protein drink. It's an animal protein drink. So the conclusion from this is not that non-fat milk is bad because they got this, that, or something else. The conclusion is we are consuming an animal protein drink. That's the big thing. Here's another one here on breast cancer for different countries. There's a friend of mine from Canada, quite now 30, 40 years ago. But in any case, he was able to show, comparing countries, that if you compare countries, the amount of in this case, saturated fat was consumed, the higher the breast cancer. This particular chart here was probably the most cited study in the next 20, 30 years, leading people to conclude, if I just don't eat the saturated fat, I might not get breast cancer. I say it's wrong. We can say a little bit of effect maybe, but the big story here is the fact that saturated fat is primarily found in animal food. So there's a representation of animal protein. It's a representation of our desire to consume animal protein. So we end up eating animal food to get protein, we get more breast cancer. Look at that line there. linear regression right down through the, as I say, the XY origin, suggesting that no saturated fat intake, really meaning animal protein, no breast cancer. Okay, here's another one. We flipped the charts here. The XY origin. You got the cause, cholesterol intake on the y-axis, and the heart disease on the x-axis. But nonetheless, same thing again. This is what led to the popular notion a lot of people bought into. Cut your cholesterol intake, get less heart disease. That's not true. It's true only indirectly, because cholesterol only comes from animal foods, right? But it does not suggest that cholesterol causes heart disease. Yeah, it accumulates in the blood vessel, but that's not the real cause. This research was explored in some depth over 100 years ago, in 1907 first, and then concluded in 1920 that it's not the cholesterol that causes heart disease. It's animal protein. But it got ignored. Anybody who said it was animal protein are out of here. That was the state of affairs, because we can't challenge this idea that animal protein is not a very good idea. But there you can see it. It's another straight line relationship. Here's one, colon cancer and meat intake. Well, that's pretty clear. Meat is mostly a good source of protein, animal protein. You can see that relationship. See all these lines coming through there? I just did the linear regressions in all these, and they all show the same thing. You get right down to where zero intake of whatever the nutrient is that we happen to be talking about, no disease. In this case, a different disease. Here's uterine cancer. Total fat intake, which tends to represent animal protein intake. So here, increase more animal food intake, which internationally means more total fat intake. And people tend to believe that if I can just cut my fat intake, I won't get it. That's a little bit short-sighted. Yes, it works in a sense when you change your total diet, but the saturated fat itself is a worse fat is the fat from plants, polyunsaturates, because that's a pro-inflammatory. When you take it out and you put it in a bottle, the fat is in the food. The fat's in the food. If you're using its whole food, doesn't make that much difference. That's another whole story, and I don't have a chance to get into that. But when we take one nutrient out of food and we put it in the supplement, do this, that, or something else with it, when we do that, we get results sometimes exactly the opposite of what we thought. So I want to come back to the concept. Just eat the whole food. Eat the whole food. The odds of actually creating health for yourself and actually reversing disease in a number of cases. That's where the bottom line is. So whatever, I showed you 3, there's 7 studies here. These are just studies that I happened to fish out of the scientific literature just maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I wanted to go back and see the extent to which if I could, do a regression line on these things, and they all show the same thing. They come under different names. Oh, saturated fat's bad. Total fat is bad. Skim milk is bad. No, come on, that's not the answer. Because when you take it out and you make changes one thing at a time, yeah, you can see a little effect in the short term, maybe. It kind of impresses you if you already believe it impresses you. But in reality, if you look at a lifetime, no, it's not really the way to do it. The only way that we can really achieve getting this kind of diet to work is basically getting on and eating the whole food. So here I put a little thing here. It says animal protein, basically surrogates, I call them, cholesterol, meat, total fat. All these things here that we tended to assume are important causes. We change the diet with one thing at a time. That is not the way to look at it. That's not the way to look at it. We have to look at the totality of things. Now, I want to show you with this. So animal protein has become the kingpin throughout history. Protein itself was discovered in 1839. It was found in meat being fed to dogs. And so and these dogs would grow when they got the meat. It's pretty straightforward. So the scientists at that time in Holland, said, let's see if we can find something in there that might account for this. And mind you, that's 175 years ago. Technical science hadn't been quite very advanced, obviously. So he fished out a chemical in that meat. That's it. It turns out it was protein. So protein was discovered as a non-entity. It was just a chemical because they found that we could fractionate that, put the protein back, and the animal would survive. So we needed to have a name for it. So he came up with the word protein. Protein is not an accident when they called it that. Mind you, in that day and time, he could say anything once he came up with a name. What he came up with was a name coming from the Greek word proteos, P-O-T-E-I-O-S, which means first. Later, protein was called the stuff of life itself. Some of them even said a couple of decades later, is the stuff of civilization. That's a fascinating story, by the way. But that's what the history shows. Protein was discovered. It got the name protein from, I call it the baptism, from the Greek word, first, or prime importance. That got so into our psyche from the 1850s onwards that we could think nothing different. And so the whole society thinks, yeah, we have to have protein. It brings me back to that story again. Well, what about plants? Oh, plants got protein too, but then it was decided the animal protein is better because you retain more. Retain more for what? Get heart disease instead of cancer? So, the history lesson here is really kind of fascinating. So now, with all that said, when I look at animal protein, look at all the mechanisms and, that kind of concept of working together, and then I also look at it in the context of policy. I spent 30 years very intensively involved in government policy here in Washington and elsewhere. I was on some of the senior committees. In fact, at one point, I did hold the position of being the representative to Congress for the entire Biomedical Research Agency. So I can tell you, having been there in the government structure and being involved on committees to decide who gets grants, who doesn't, that kind of thing, it's kind of fun in a way, but I also saw things at the governmental level I didn't think I'd find. Really troubling. So I can tell you story after story of details. I saw, and one of the things that drove me to really get involved in that at the time, one time I was getting noted, New York Times and People magazine and everything else, but I was coming out and saying different from what they thought I would say. And certainly I was saying something different than what the authorities say. So I really became quite familiar with what happens at the senior level. What happens at the level of dietary guidelines? What happens at the level of formation of the recommended amounts of nutrients and that sort of thing? Here's what comes out of it. I'll see if I can summarize this. This is really critical. This one I'm showing here is a range of possible protein intakes with some numbers on this spectrum. Let me tell you what some of the numbers are. The 5 to 6, this range from a low level of protein intake, okay, to up to a high level. So 5 to 6% of total calories as protein. That's all we need. That was determined in 1943, 90 years ago. That was determined, that's all the protein we need. Right around 5-6% of total calories. At that time, the researchers and every time since, they've supported the idea, okay, yeah, 5 to 6% is what we need, but let's increase that by 2 standard deviations. That was a rule of thumb, statistical adjustment, just to make sure that what was seen at that time would cover everybody. So we got then familiar with the idea of a recommended dietary allowance. That's done by the Institute of Medicine and National Academy of Science. I've been on those committees myself. I know that background quite a bit. So we end up with a recommended dietary allowance or recommended daily allowance. How many have heard of RDA? Okay, so the RDA, that's what it means, recommended daily allowance. We tend to get to know those numbers more or less. So you might see it on the labels on food and this and that. But the minimum amount we need is 5 to 6% on average for that experiment was done at the time. So they increase it just to make sure everybody got enough protein. So the RDA is plenty enough protein for everyone. That 9-10% is enough. Unfortunately, some people wanted to make that the minimum. That's not true. So everybody got the idea, I want more than that. This protein is really important. So what did we do as a society? What we did, we assumed a range of protein intake in this country between about 11% and 23-24%. These are government figures, okay? So as a society, we got enamored with this protein concept. We got to consume more and more. And so what kind of protein did we consume? 75 to 80% of the protein we were consuming as a society comes from animal sources. So we became a carnivorous society in many ways, largely because we were fascinated with the idea that we had the protein intake. It really came down to the protein intake. And mind you, as I said before, when you choose to eat the food to get the animal protein, for example, you decrease the consumption of plant food. So there's a combined effect here when you see this. So the intake range is, like I say, right around there, is from about 11% to 22, 23%, something like that. That's the range we're living in, okay? Now I'm going to show you, I'm going to superimpose on this chart here. Can you recollect? Look at my chart up in the upper left-hand corner. You can't see those little charts, but what I'm showing you there, those are the charts I just showed you for population. The level of disease we get as a function of nutrient intake, protein intake, if you will, you can see there. They're all there right there. That on average is right here, this dotted line. In other words, 90% of us are consuming diets in this country that are actually associated with increased risk of, small at the beginning, but high. So in other words, we got overwhelming data, I think, to show that when we increase animal protein intake, you're going to get one of these diseases. That's why 85% of the people in this country now have been diagnosed with diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. That's why. Because we've been all consuming that kind of diet for the whole time and hoping to take care of their problems when given a drug. That's the narrative. That's the narrative we all tend to live with. So anyhow, there's that line there that's superimposed on it. By the way, in passing, I should say, the 9 to 10% protein we need can be provided by any plant-based diet, as long as you consume a whole food. So you never have to consume an animal food to get that protein. I'm talking about dairy and eggs and meat, the whole 9 yards of it. We get all from plants itself. So that's where the whole food plant-based, I'm the one that actually came up with plant-based wording, if you will. I was on a government committee at the time in the late 1970s when some of my colleagues in cancer research were hearing about the possible nutritional effect on cancer, and they wanted me to give them a little update on what I thought about nutrition. I didn't want to use the word vegetarian because it doesn't set that well, quite frankly, in the scientific community, so I came up with this kind of crazy term, plant-based. That was in the late 1970s. It was a few years later I added word whole. I won't get into that here. But it's been quite a long time, since the late 1970s until now, this word plant-based is coming into play. It really is, seems to be spreading. And it's in one sense, it's kind of gratifying, I guess you could say. But on the other hand, we also have a problem because the plant-based idea is now beginning to use to justify the production of foods. Plant-based meats, you've heard it, all that sort of thing. And that's not quite what we're talking about here. What I'm referring to, if you want to really be healthy, just eat plants, whole food, and you'll get at least 90 to 95% of the benefit that you can theoretically expect. So anyhow, these recommendations are set every 5 years by the Institute of Medicine, National Academy of Science, okay? The National Academy of Science is a big name organization. They have set the minimum intakes of nutrient intake and adjust them every 5 years since 1943. I know that group well. So the Institute of Medicine is like the Supreme Court of deciding on how much nutrients we consume. And that's what everybody comes to. They lock their, they got a mindset, just lock on those numbers. They look on the labels and things, what happened, that kind of thing. So it's a big deal, those recommendations. Well, in 2002, which was 2 years delayed from 2000, because really a 2000 report. In 2002, they came up with a new idea, not just talk about the minimum, how much nutrients we need, but in recommended levels, which they've been doing every 5 years since the 1940s. They came up with a new idea. And the new idea, they said, let's set the maximum safe limit for all these different nutrients. Maximum safe limit. So, just let the public know. Just let the public know what is the maximum safe limit. For protein, I said it, 35% of calories. Now, just draw your attention back again to those lines there. 35% of total calories in the form of protein means you have to eat a total meat diet, 100% meat. That's what it says. There's no other way to get there. So you say, why in the world is this a very august body of people scientists, if you will, sort of coming up with this recommendation. We can go up to 35%. Okay, here's the way it works. In the National Academy of Science, they set the numbers. Those numbers then in turn are passed off to the USDA committee that does the dietary guidelines. So the dietary guidelines translated for the public. And so when they do that, that's what happened in this case. The 35% was passed off to the folks at the USDA, the dietary guidelines, and they adopted it. It became part of the narrative. It became almost like a regulation now for all the dietitians in the country. It becomes almost a regulation for the entire public to believe we can have 35%. You know, the dietitian didn't even know this. I was a keynote for one of the state's conventions right after that, and I asked him, I said, just show of hands, how many of you know what the upper safe limit for protein is? Not many hands went up. Once I said 35, well, they all went up. So the dietitians came to know, if you will, that 35% protein is a good number. And therefore, you can consume 100% animal food. They said, I mean, this is really quite insidious. This is quite insidious. This is actually what happened. I know the people involved, and I'm going to mention something here. I call it the mob power. This is the regulators. These are the, unfortunately, the academics in my community and others who are coming up with this 35%. They knew what they were doing. The chairman, the director of the Institute of Medicine at that time that oversaw this, it turns out when I saw this number, I couldn't believe this number. I called a couple of friends on one of the committees. I said, why'd you do that for? They said, we didn't do that. So I looked at more. This is like a 1,400-page report or something like over 1,000 report. I said, well, there it is. No, we didn't decide to do that. But yet in the New York Times and elsewhere, this news report came out here. You can't see it, I guess, but 2002. First line of the report of this announcement to the public, because a big new deal. Wow, we can consume protein up to whatever level and these other things. You see where the error is there? It made the first line of a very august, very prominent news release that got in the New York Times, got in Time magazine, got every place in the world. CNN, you name it. So, you know, without you probably, none of you remember that number. I certainly was aware of it. What they were saying is, don't worry, folks, don't worry. We're going to consume up to protein 35%. What that was done, it was done by someone who was a director at the time of this exchange, making this claim. He oversaw this. It turns out that same individual went over to the USDA Dietary Guidelines Committee, and he was the chair at that time. He held two positions. First time in our history, one person held both positions. So over here, this committee here, they set the 35% limit, right? You go over here, sitting over here, the Dietary Guidelines Chairman, and there they adopted it. Now the public are all here. Don't worry about this. You know, it's a way to knock down the plant-based diet idea. I know this person very well. You know, first name basis really well. He was the chairman of our department. He didn't care too much for me, to say the least. And so that's another whole story. But I just want to simply say that that individual with some buddies, actually created this here kind of sort of sub rosa kind of argument that's now crept into the society. Most people would never know it. They would never know it. And so for any of us to come out and say, you know, 20% protein is too high. No, it's not, because we have a regulation over it. I mean, you see what happens? This is the power of the industry controlling the politicians. That's really what it comes down to. So the larger percentage of the population, whether they're in the plant-based diet idea or not, they feel justified to say, you know, we got numbers here that shows whatever. Well, I'm just now engaged in a project that will become fairly public, and I'm going to name names. I'm going to tell exactly who these people are, and I'm going to tell exactly why they did what they did. Because that's the key person, the chair, as I say, I know him really well. He's the one when he was at Cornell. I was teaching a course in vegetarian nutrition, kind of new. I wasn't all that great for the name, but anyhow, I was teaching this course in the 1990s. He came along when he came back to the department. He pulled my course out of the catalog without my knowing it. I went all the way to the president of the university to talk about this. How come? I wanted to speak to the faculty, said it. And it turns out the president actually was an MD. He couldn't even do anything about it. I just wanted to have it airing for the entire faculty because between 3,000 and 5,000 students had signed a petition to have it restored. He couldn't do anything about it. He was powerless. The real power at the university was actually the board of directors, which includes 3 individuals at that time who were beholden to the dairy industry. And so you can get it. They can fire the president. So in the system, in academia, for example, we have this problem. And the only way I get away with saying what I do is because I've had academic freedom since 50 years ago. When I was, surprisingly, I was given that opportunity when I was in my 30s. Academic freedom is so crucial in terms of creating public information in this country. So I tend to speak out, but obviously, and I get in a lot of trouble for it. But what sustained my opportunity was the fact that I had academic freedom. So they can say whatever they want to say. I'm going to go back and just talk about the science. Because in that way, eventually, maybe we'll get to know. So that's a tiny little bit of the story. It's much larger. It's much larger. And the institutions involved in playing this game, groupthink, let's call it groupthink. Let's call it paradigm. Let's call it, we as a group, we're in the professions, let's say. We're in the professions. And we all come to sort of believe the same thing because it's been somewhere along the line, there was sort of some statement made or regulation up here. We come to kind of believe it. We don't challenge. We don't know what we don't know. And we don't care to ask what we don't know. So that's a really key issue. We come, and it's just really into the system. We become part of the system because that's our jobs. If you stray too much from that narrative, you get in trouble. And unfortunately, academic freedom in this country, thanks to President Nixon and John Paul Stevens, who became a Supreme Court justice, they spoke out about this and said universities need to be kept under control. And so for the next 30 years, they worked hard to keep people under control and then reduced academic freedom. I'm one of the few people left in the country that has academic freedom that way. So I'm not going to waste my breath. I tend to actually tell what, in fact, we learned. Now, one more comment here I will make. Before I said, animal protein is considered high quality, and this was a publication in 1924, professor at the University of Illinois. Actually, this is when I was in graduate school, so I knew about this. Now, that's not when I was in graduate school. I was, a few years later, but I knew about this method because that was part of my thesis, believing in this high biological value. What it really means is that more protein is retained, we get more body weight, more profit for livestock-based agriculture. I know that. I mean, we do that on the farm when you're sort of giving supplements to the cows and this and that, more milk. You're giving sort of high-quality protein if you can, especially pigs and chickens. That's part of the narrative. No one ever questions it. But what it means is this kind of protein, only animal-based, more retained. It means more retained to create increases in cholesterol, more retained to increase growth hormone that gives rise to cancer, more retained to cause some other mischief. And so when you look at it in this context, this sort of more holistic context, you say, wow, that's incredible. I'll just list some of the things here. No one in science today is talking about this, I will tell you. This is published. This is not hearsay. It's not just my interpretation. These are facts that the system does not want to talk about. More protein, meaning more animal protein, the more that's retained, as I say, increases blood growth hormone, and it increases blood estrogen. Neil Bernard talked about the estrogen breast cancer thing. It creates more free radicals, which in turn associate with more cancer over time. It increases mutations, et cetera, and it decreases natural killer cells, which are T cells. Today in the pandemic, for example, you might hear lots and lots of news out right now. The pharmaceutical company is busy trying to tell us, hey, they made a big discovery. They just found out that there's such a thing called T cells. Have you ever heard T cells? Okay, that's a discussion, front page discussion. They're telling us, T cells, that's it. In addition to the antibodies that are forming, T cells, also they want to find a drug to increase T cell activity in our bodies. 35 years ago, we knew about the T cells. We did some experiments, and it turns out when you feed more protein, T cells go down. So here's the point. Do we need a drug to increase T cells? All we need to do is change our diet. Decrease protein, that'll increase the T cells. I can tell you lots of stories about this conflict, this interface between the interests of the pharmaceutical industry versus the nutrition industry. But be that as it may, increases serum cholesterol, I said that before, blood sugar increases. So in other words, higher protein quality or higher quality protein, and it does all those things. Who wants to have more cancer, more heart disease, more diabetes, chronic kidney disease? My son, who co-authored a book with me now, he's on the faculty at University of Rochester, just recently published a paper showing for a gentleman who was 69 years old, chronic kidney disease is one of the big health cost factors. He showed, and it says it got published, fortunately, when he took this gentleman over 4.5 months, he was on 12 drugs at the time. In that period of time, he got rid of 10 of them. His health, he was about to go to dialysis. He got his health restored, and then the journal was asked him to actually make a comment as a patient. So he made a comment. He said he felt like a 20-year-old. You've heard some of the stories, I think, over here. These changes occur across the board. And I can tell you one thing this is just, for me, common sense, but it's also based on some real data. If we see these spectacular things work in one part of the body, involving all kinds of things, do you think that Mother Nature would do something the opposite in another part of the body? Not on your life. This is a fact of nature. This is Mother Nature shining her light on our forgotten knowledge. And when you come to realize this concept, everything working together, don't eat animal food. We don't need, I guess that dog's not liking what I say. I've heard that before. So anyhow, we just shouldn't eat animal food because there's no scientific basis for it, period. And I would hope that we will stop talking so much about individual nutrients, this, that, and something else. It's kind of helpful. Maybe you can sell people on the idea. But the real idea is the totality of everything working together. So as I say, this information has been around now 20 years, 30 years. The people in authority don't want to hear this, so they never mention it. They still want to ride along with the idea, high quality protein is animal food, therefore we need high quality protein. It's that simple. We have problems. So we end up with something like this. That's different than what it was for me when we were on the farm. I was milking cows up here in Loudoun County. Now it's just, the whole thing is just turned around. Now we're just using animals up there. So, and I would argue, if you look at the literature, the extent to which this belief system exists is because of our belief in the importance of protein more than anything, especially high quality protein. If you go behind the scenes, I mean, a lot of the public are not aware of this. They're not making a decision because they know this. This is not the point. It's part of our background discussion that sets standards and so forth and so on. So we got a problem. And if you look on the web right now, it's really interesting. I get discouraged at times because I think we know enough now to cause change at a senior level. And you would think this word is getting out around the world. You know, organizations like this, we can get individuals to sort of, you folks just come along and sort of listen to this kind of stuff. But if you look on the internet, most of the stories that are out there right now are not about, let's figure out some way to bring this food thing under control. It's not about that. Have a look for yourself. Most of the articles about how we're going to meet the demand for animal protein going into the future. China's increasing their animal food consumption. A lot of countries just increased the rates of food consumption, setting their standards high, all because they've drunk the Kool-Aid. They've drunk the Kool-Aid. It's part of the narrative worldwide. I know this because in all my years involved in China, I knew the senior people. I even asked them, why did they set the recommendation so high? And their answer to me was, these are the people who actually were involved. They said, because you in the United States, you've had economic affluence, you've had your great growth, et cetera, and you got there because, this is the 1980s, by the way, You got there because you were eating animal food. That thought is so pervasive in our minds worldwide. It's so pervasive that they wanted to set the standards. And so everybody still believes in developing countries. China's hardly a developing country. I must confess what it was. In a lot of countries around the world, people, first thing they want to do is get animal protein to eat as soon as they get enough money to buy it. So, got a problem. So we all get sick. And I want to say something here is pretty provocative, I guess. The USDA has dietary guidelines, right? They are teaching us to eat the wrong food. That's okay. Yeah, never mind. And you're livestock based. You know, we can eat that food. We get sick. But that increases the number of people who need drugs. So we got another department, Health and Human Services. They say, don't worry about that. We get the drugs. So the whole paradigm is one part of the government is telling us it's okay. They use our subsidy money. They use other kinds of money to teach us to eat the wrong food. I'm not saying individuals think this way. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about a collective consciousness. We're consuming the food we're told to eat. We get sick, and therefore we get sick. We can solve the problem by, here's some drugs. That's what it comes down to. So it's really a concept that's pervaded our entire community without our knowing it, for the most part. I mean, some folks do. So we use drugs. Here it is right here. We're the only country that advertises drugs on TV, except for New Zealand, but I was on a podcast in New Zealand, and they tell me they're changing it. So we're the only country right now that is using pharmaceutical, drugs, advertising. We're number one in the country, in the world. It's per capita use of pharmaceuticals. Do you know that our use of pharmaceuticals is the number 3 cause of death? Right behind heart disease and cancer? When have you heard that? You know, the CDC has a list of 10 chief causes of death. They will not list this. They've known about it for 30 years. They will not point out that our use of prescription drugs is the 3rd leading cause of death. We use drugs. You know, we eat the wrong food. So we pay a consequence. Our life expectancy is the lowest right now. It's been going down. Our life expectancy is the lowest of the Western countries. We're at the bottom. It's been going down. Is that testimony to the use of drugs? I don't think so. I think this issue is really, really important. We just need to get to the bottom of the basics. And I would argue that it's really about the science. I can't let you go without sort of putting on one thing here. What do I do here? This plant-based nutrition certificate that we've had now for about 15 years at Cornell. A lot of you have already taken the course. My daughter, who had her doctorate in education, curriculum development, international development, so she's now running the thing. It's been quite exciting. Bring it to your attention. And this is the latest book I just published in 2020 called The Future of Nutrition. I'm basically trying to argue there that in order to go to the future, one thing to have sessions like this, which is all good, but if we want to get to the future, get the world changed, we've got to look at a different dimension. We've got to realize that the system is educating the public in the wrong way. This system itself, the economic, political system of which we're all a part and participating in. We've got to understand that metric, that dynamic, to really get a feel for what's really happening. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't know what's supposed to happen next. I've got to be over in the green room for some interviews. So thank you once again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. This has to go.
You're incognito. So.
What's up, man?
Hey,
Good to see you. We got that for the
Cool.
I'll take that
computer.
around.
How would you like me to intro you?
Just president for Hunter Farm Station, I guess. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, Time Magazine called me a conscious food movement. I've got a couple of books out.
Okay.
All around fullback. All right, yeah, man.
Is he next on stage?
Yes.
This year, let me.
I think we're going to get you all mic'd up here.
The groupies are here.
Good to see you.
I'm gonna get back to the green room with him, and then I'll just meet you back there whenever you're done.
Nope. Yeah,
All right,
shouldn't be
cool.
long.
All right, cool.
Right. Yes.
Tom, say hi. I know.
Jane, how are you? Hey, good to see you.
If you're on a time crunch, like
There.
you may want to like get your husband to throw some muscle.
Hey, Frankie. You don't want to do that. Hey, buddy. How are you doing, buddy? It's hot, Gwen.
Yeah, I know. There's shade over there.
There's two on there. There's a John Stewart one we want to start with. The second one is Tucker Cross. We'll do that later.
Okay, will you tell me when the?
Yes. Should I just say, is it already loaded in? Or? Okay.
I'm flashing. I'm flashing around.
Let's go take a picture.
Yes, please.
That would be the gentleman who just walked around that side. He's got the hat and the glasses. Seems like they just kind of bumped up.
Where's Tom?
He's God bless him.
Okay.
You'll have a question and answer.
If you want to come over here, we can walk the way to the green room if you want to do that.
Sure. Thank you. Good to see you. Hot day, huh? Right? Hot day, huh? Yeah, good day. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's actually like one crop, $15. Oh, it's fine. Everything's good.
We'll just sort of give a second, give a separate laptop. You can put the files on. We can drive them from over here. I guess audio. I don't know. We'd have to play the same way.
Do you know?
Gene Bauer's next.
Gene? What is he? Do you have any notes on what he's going to talk about? Just see, I thought they were going to hand out a program for everybody, but I guess there's so many people here that didn't.
We don't have what he's going to talk about, but he's an author and he's president of the Farm Sanctuary.
Oh, yeah. That's a nonprofit. Yeah. His name is Gene Bauer.
Gene Bauer, yep.
Huh? Oh, well, I was waiting for direction.
Okay, how's everybody doing? Yeah, how about that last speaker? Right? Jeez Louise, T. Colin Campbell. Icon. All right, so my next guest, well, I'm talking like it's the exam room. Our next speaker today is just an extraordinary gentleman. He is the president, the co-founder of Farm Sanctuary. He is an author. He is just so highly regarded. And now we are old friends because we met last night. You're really in for a treat. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gene Bauer.
Over here. There we go.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All righty. Well, it is great to be here. Thanks, everybody, for coming out and for your interest in living compassionately, living in a healthy way, living in a way that doesn't cause unnecessary harm to other animals. You know, one of the things that I often ask is, if we can live well without causing unnecessary harm, why wouldn't we? And I think most people get that. Most people get that across the political spectrum, across most cultural mindsets. If we can live well without causing unnecessary harm, why wouldn't we? So I'm going to show a couple of media clips. I've done some interviews. The first one was during the last season when Jon Stewart hosted The Daily Show. And thankfully that went well. I was actually, as you can imagine, nervous gonna go on to The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. But I also heard later on that he was also nervous because if he wasn't nice to me, his wife Tracy was gonna give it to him. So anyway, we've got this Jon Stewart piece we'll start with. And so if we could do that, and then I'll talk a bit more. And we got another piece after that from a very different perspective. So that was a few years ago when that book came out, and it actually really helped sell a lot of books. So I was very grateful for that. And John and his wife Tracy have their own farm now in New Jersey where they have rescued animals and they're advocates for plant-based living. And you know, these issues really are reaching more and more people. They are relevant to all of us. And you know, when Farm Sanctuary started back in 1986, we were investigating factory farms, documenting conditions, trying to encourage people to think about animals and to make choices based on compassion and humanity and to not cause unnecessary harm. But oftentimes people would say, don't tell me, I don't want to know. You know, because it was easier to continue with old habits until the heart attack comes. And then that gets your attention. So these issues are relevant to many people for health reasons, for ecological reasons, and also I think increasingly for ethical reasons. And when we realize that we can live well, and in fact live better without killing other animals, it's a pretty simple choice to make. And we also though need to realize that we have systems and structures in place right now that make poison in the box, like Jon Stewart was talking about, very widely accessible. And in some cases, wherever you go, there is that poison in a box, and it's not very easy to find the fresh produce. So we need to start working on creating a different subsidy system, a different incentive system to make plant foods more accessible to more people, especially those that do not have access currently. And so this is where I've been spending a lot of time thinking lately, looking at ways to tilt the billions of dollars that are currently used to prop up this inefficient animal system into plant-based agriculture. You know, in the US, 10 times more land is used for animal agriculture versus plant-based agriculture. And you know, this industry gets billions of dollars, as I mentioned before. There was a study a couple of years ago that showed that 73% of dairy industry income came from government programs. Now, that's just not sustainable. So we need to change the structure and create a system that actually serves the common good instead of the good of a few industrial farms. And on the subject of dairy farmers, by the way, many of us have possibly heard about dairy farms who are struggling. And certainly they are, especially the smaller dairy farms. But they're being put out of business by the large dairy farms, who are the ones that get most of the government money. So you have this massive system of injustice where small farms are being hurt by the big guys who actually use the stories and appropriate the pain of the small farms to put more money in their pocket. So that's another part of this current system of government and of how USDA and federal subsidies are being operated. Now, I have another interview here I want to show. Somebody very different than Jon Stewart. And he came in hot, pretty combative at first, saying that I wanted to take everybody's meat away. But by the end, he was actually saying that the vegans make some reasonable points. So I don't know if anybody can guess who this is that I was interviewed on. He's been in the news a lot lately, not usually doing or saying things that I particularly agree with, but we found common ground on this issue of being kinder to animals and not supporting factory farming. So if we're ready to run the next, do you have it?
It's both of the Jon Stewart.
Oh, you. So when it comes to animal agriculture, we're destroying soil, we're destroying water, we're taking all these resources, squandering them to raise and feed farm animals. And in the case of dairy cows, we're taking their milk on a regular basis. Dairy cows, in order to produce milk, have to have a baby. They're mammals. And so they produce milk for their babies. So we take their babies away. Then we take their milk away. And then when the cow is no longer profitable, and most dairy cows will only live about 3 years in production because they're pushed to produce about 10 times more milk than they would in nature. So they're pushed very hard. So after we've taken her baby, we've taken her milk, we then take her life. And she becomes ground beef usually. That other farm animals experience similar lives of exploitation where they are not treated with any respect. And then we have workers in this system who, in many cases don't feel like they have many alternatives. And so people who work in slaughterhouses are not usually happy to go work at the slaughterhouse. Can you imagine what it would be like for 8 hours a day to cut the throats of other animals? And during the COVID pandemic, slaughterhouses saw enormous levels of people getting sick from COVID because of the stressful, crowded environments. And the right thing to do, of course, would be to say, take some time and get well and create conditions that are not going to spread this disease. But instead, these slaughterhouse workers were ordered back into the slaughterhouses to work. And the companies who are profiting from this were given waivers of liability for diseases and illnesses that these workers might suffer. Another example of extraction and exploitation. And then we have food that is being marketed that is making us sick. And so this is an industry that requires that we don't pay attention, that we sort of go along with old habits, do things because everybody else is doing them without really thinking about it. But when you think about it, because the factory farming system is an affront to our humanity. It is an affront to our empathy. And when we lose our empathy, we lose something very important. And this is all wrapped in a big old messy package of power. Over the course of human history, people have primarily eaten plant foods because plant foods are more efficient. This is why most ethnic foods like Ethiopian food or Thai food or Indian food or Mexican food, most ethnic foods are primarily plant-based because that's what most people could eat. The people who ate the meat were the powerful, the elites, the individuals who were able to control resources and control other people and control and own other animals. And so meat became associated with wealth, with power, with status, with prestige. And unfortunately, that is still the case today, even if it is subconscious. So when you have wealthy countries like the United States and much of Europe and other parts of the world, eating meat is considered to be an elevation of status. When people would have guests visit, people in countries without many resources would have guests from the US or other wealthy countries visit, they would scrounge together to have meat available to show respect for this wealthy visitor. So meat and power are linked so closely together. And I think sometimes when we as vegans will say we should not be eating meat, people will sometimes believe we're taking away their power. We're taking away their options. We're taking away their agency. But I think being vegan is really about living with agency, living with alignment, living in a way that is the best of our humanity, instead of looking the other way and allowing violence to be normal, allowing oppression to be normal, allowing ecological destruction to be normal. And when these things are normal and we see it and get upset by it, sometimes our voices get raised, and that's understandable. But sometimes when those voices get raised, it turns people off. And so this is the challenge of a vegan activist, to be able to speak in a way that is going to be heard, that by people who don't generally want to hear it, because it is easier sometimes not to pay attention. And so when Farm Sanctuary started back in 1986, our primary thinking was that we could go into factory farms, we could document conditions, we could show people what was happening, and they would be appalled, and they wouldn't want to support this industry. I still believe that when people see these images, they are often appalled, and they would rather not support this industry. But we have enormous structures in place, government subsidies, like I mentioned before, access to junk food instead of access to healthy food, people's busy lives where they don't really feel that they can make a choice or they have to change a habit, where it's hard for some people. So we have to accept that and need to work on systems to make it easier. And so that's where I've been putting a lot of energy lately, figuring out how do we create systems to make this easier. And somebody whose work I've been following, and he's a friend of mine, is Dan Buettner with the Blue Zones. And so he's looked at parts of the world where people live the longest, like the most centenarians, people live 100 years or longer, and has tried to figure out what are the factors that contribute to long lives in these certain parts of the world. And a plant-oriented diet is one of the primary factors. But community is another factor. Having meaning and purpose is a factor. Modest exercise is a factor. So these are all parts of this bigger package of creating a healthy society. And I believe we also now have opportunities to do this around the food system. You know, during the pandemic, there was a new interest in gardening, for example, and people growing their own food. What that does, it creates nice, modest exercise. Also, being in nature is healing. And so this idea of getting back to the basics, getting back to things that are meaningful, creating more resilience and more self-sufficiency and more agency and empowerment individually is something where I think there's a lot of potential. And this can happen in cities. And for example, there could be connections between urban farms and local restaurants. Now, this is sort of, at this time, not supported by a lot of infrastructure. So we need to invest in this infrastructure. We need to provide access to farmland for farmers in urban areas. We need to provide support for supply chains, access to water, access to business planning, all this sort of basic infrastructure stuff. So it's still early, but the potential is vast. The potential is immense. And not only in urban areas, but in suburban areas. You know, right now we have millions of acres of lawns. Wouldn't it be amazing if those lawns could instead become gardens? And the gardener, instead of mowing the lawn and putting down fertilizer, actually grow produce. And then the homeowner has produce. And then the neighbors have produce. And then they start bartering. They maybe somebody opens a farmer's market. Maybe somebody opens up a restaurant, right? So you see the types of things that can happen when you start creating the infrastructure and practices to support a healthier life and to be more connected to the earth, more connected to the source of our food, and more connected to the community. One of the biggest reasons things are as bad as they are now, I believe, is because people are so disconnected from the source of their food and from the harms that occur to produce that food. And that's why people say, don't tell me, I don't want to know. But if we're able to, and the factory farming industry too, by the way, does not want us to see what is happening. They've actually not want us to know what is happening. And despite that, there is more awareness about the cruelty of factory farming. We've been able to pass some laws in recent years to ban the worst confinement, where animals are in small cages and crates where they can't even turn around, for example. But the industry doesn't like that. They've been in court for years on that. And now there's going to be a case going to the US Supreme Court, challenging a law we worked on in California to ban this confinement. So even when we've been able to succeed through a ballot initiative, through a popular vote, the industry goes to court, and we're still fighting it out there. But the industry is also recognizing that people do care. They do not like to support animal cruelty. So the industry is now coming up with greenwashing, humane washing terms to make things sound a lot better than they are. Talk about free range or cage free. And if people are not connected to the source of their food, it's a lot easier for the industry to make up labels like cage free, free range, and so on that are very misleading. And so that is what is happening now too. And the industry, if you put a cage free or free range label on the carton, can jack up the price. So it's profitable. So that's what's happening too. And so, Earth Day just came, which is a good thing. But I also read some articles talking about like the first Earth Day, and now we sort of have corporate Earth Day. And, it's good that big businesses are now starting to look at this. But when we start looking at carbon trading and carbon credits, a lot of us start thinking, what does that mean? And honestly, I don't really know what it means. But I'm concerned that it might not mean as much as we would like it to mean. And that sometimes you have these businesses that have a vested interest in making something sound better than it is. Whether it's a factory farm mistreating animals and saying they're doing it better, or whether it's some other kind of business that is destroying the earth, causing the climate crisis, and trying to make it sound like they're doing it less badly. And in the case of the factory farming industry, there have been hundreds of millions of dollars of government money that has gone to support methane digesters at factory farms. So a factory farm raises animals by the hundreds of thousands. They generate enormous quantities of manure. The way it is normally managed is by being put in these manure lagoons, these big cesspools of liquid manure, and they emit methane into the air. They also spill, they pollute groundwater, they make neighbors sick. In North Carolina, they actually spurt this stuff out of hoses onto nearby cropland and also onto neighbors' property and onto neighbors' homes. Oftentimes people of color who have gone to court to try to fight this with very limited success. So the solution now is to take these cesspools and to turn them into energy. And on the surface, turning that into energy might sound good, but what it does is it now brings hundreds of millions of dollars in investment into a system that now depends on factory farming waste. And the greenhouse gas emissions from factory farming happen before the manure lagoon in the first place. Only like 10% are from the manure lagoon. So there's all this resource going into collecting methane and telling a story about how ecologically friendly factory farming is, and getting government money to do it to further entrench this industry. Meanwhile, the small farms are being pushed out of business, the neighbors are suffering, and the industry is greenwashing this ecologically disastrous approach. So that's an example of something that's happening right now. As we talk about the climate crisis, cutting greenhouse gas emissions, and these climate-friendly agricultural practices are not really. And so that's the type of thing we're up against as well. And there are some environmental groups like the Center for Biological Diversity that are speaking out against this, but there are also some environmental groups that are sympathetic and supportive of this approach. So we need to look at short-term and long-term issues. And we need to be careful of not addressing something in a very short-term way, like the methane coming off of these manure lagoons, and look at the bigger system, the holistic approach to preventing the need for so much waste in the first place, preventing the confinement of animals, preventing the enormous amount of feed resources that have to go in to feed the animals and end up in the manure lagoon. If we grew the plants and ate them directly, that's a heck of a lot more efficient. That would sequester carbon. That would help us much more with the climate crisis than putting hundreds of millions of dollars into this false solution at the end of the messed up system. So, but anyway, I'm just giving that as an example of greenwashing and as an example of what occurs when you have a marketing message that people who are not familiar and do not see directly what is happening can be sold. And most of us as consumers are not on the ground. We're not seeing what is happening on the ground. So we learn about it from others. And Smithfield and the factory farming industry has a lot of money to sell their ideas. And so that's what we're up against. We're up against belief systems, the belief that these animals are here for us to use this way. We've always done it. That's one belief that I think we need to challenge. And then economic and government structures that support this. And so that's another system we need to deal with. And so it's important to make personal choices, to do what we can as individuals, to vote with our dollars, to support farmers markets, to support local farmers, even to support the big plant-based businesses like Beyond and Impossible. The first time Burger King tried a veggie burger in the US that ended up going nationwide was in Watkins Glen, New York. We got them to do that in the early 1990s. We talked to the local Burger King, and the owner was very sympathetic, tried the BK veggie at the time. Actually, the spicy bean burger, they brought it in from the UK because they were selling it there. Did very well. Then they tested it, marketed it through upstate New York. Then they introduced the BK veggie nationwide in the 90s. And we campaigned on that. They used to have a 1-800 number, because they used to have that slogan, have it your way at Burger King. We were letting them know we wanted it veggie, vegan, and they had heard too much from us, so they took off their 800 number. But they got the veggie burger up there, which is good. Now it's the Impossible Whopper. And look, it's not the healthiest thing, but if an Impossible Whopper is available, I think that's a good thing. Right? So this is where being pragmatic in the short term, I think, is important. But we need to ask ourselves, do we really want fast food restaurants? And I think ideally, no, we don't. Right? So we work on, I think, short-term solutions while also looking at the bigger picture and getting, again, government systems to support an entirely different, more local, community-oriented, more just plant-based food system where there is more transparency and healthy food and good jobs, where people are not being exploited like people are being exploited on factory farms. And I'll also say that workers picking produce, like in Arizona, for example, those are also exploited workers. So just because it is plant-based does not mean that it is completely without exploitation. So that's another part of that bigger package. So what I'm talking about here is an enormous shift. And I realize that's going to happen over time. But it's important to be aware of all these various aspects and to try to make choices personally, but then also to create systems that support a new way of sustaining ourselves from the planet. So I think that's about the time I have, but I'm also very keen to answer questions if folks have questions and about anything. So I don't know if anybody wants to ask a question or way back there. Yeah. 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 The question has to do with how cheap meat is at like Costco and other places like this. And that is part of the subsidy problem, where this meat is cheap because we're supporting it as taxpayers. And that's why we need to get after that subsidy system and take the dollars away from the subsidies for cheap corn and soy, cheap feed crops, and then take the subsidies away from the industry entirely. The reason it's so cheap is because of the subsidies, and it's part of the problem. And at the same time, again, workers are paid too low. So there's a lot of workers, are brought in from other parts of the world, and they do not have the same sort of rights as other workers in the U.S. Agribusiness is exempt from environmental laws. That's another form of subsidy. Exempt from labor laws, another form of subsidy. They also got enormous marketing muscle from the government. The USDA buys animal products to give to school kids or to export. So it's part of our international policy, right? Where, countries and allies around the world are fed U.S. agricultural products, which is another way to support farmers. So it's a big machine that we're up against, and it's tied into the oil industry, it's tied into the pharmaceutical industry, it's tied into the Defense Department, it's tied into all these things. We passed a law in California a while back to prevent downed cows too sick to walk, from being slaughtered for food. And the senator who introduced the bill was the president pro tem of the state Senate, had a lot of power, so we were able to get it passed. But he said working on this bill was one of the hardest things he ever did, because agriculture was more powerful than any other industry. The banking people are behind this stuff. The financial institutions are behind this stuff. So it's a big machine. And so we need to address it culturally and also from a structural, pragmatic, machinery, economic base. And get the billions of dollars away from factory farming. That's going to take some time. I mean, they invest so heavily in lobbying in Washington, and they've done it for a long time. They're very entrenched. Like I mentioned, 73% of dairy industry income from the government. So that's what we're up against. Yeah. How can we adjust our diet to not add so much methane? Well, I mean, I think eating plants is, of course, the best thing you can do. Eating whole food, plant-based is good. What's I'm sorry, what? Oh, you're talking? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. But I think there's our own digestive systems, right? Yeah. And I think one of the issues is there's a lot of humans on the planet now, right? And so that is another part of this big issue. There was a survey of life on Earth that was done a few years ago, and they found that of the mammals living on Earth, 96% are either human or domesticated farm animals. Only 4% of the mammals living on Earth are living in the wild. So that is going to contribute to a carbon footprint. And each of us as individuals can do what we can to lighten our footprint personally and through our consumer habits. But as a species, our footprint is very big right now. And it is made even bigger by animal agriculture. So there are things that it's hard to change immediately, and there are things that can be changed more quickly. And so personal choices are things we have more control over. Systems and structures of government, that's a much bigger project. That's going to take a collective. What it's going to take is really building power among diverse organizations and individuals and interests with common needs and desires and visions for the future. So we need to build power against this factory farming industry who has been able to abuse and exploit government programs at the expense of the majority of citizens. And so we need to build power among the majority of citizens, whether they're workers, whether they're consumers, whether there are communities who are suffering, whether in a rural area because of factory farming waste, or in an urban area living in food apartheid. So in all of these things, we have systems of oppression and extraction, and we need to look at ways to replace those with systems of mutuality and common interests. And that's a big undertaking, but each of us every day have opportunities to do this. And it's going to the local farmers markets. It's maybe growing produce and giving that to a neighbor who needs it. It's these little things that start adding up. And usually big changes happen after many little things happen. So that is, I think, the best advice I can give. But we're up against it. We're up against it. And we just each need to do what we can in our own situation. All righty. So I guess we're ready for the next. So, all right. Well, thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for caring. And hopefully we'll be in touch and see each other again somewhere in the future. All right. Take care.
I think Gwen might need this one.
So y'all are going to get a treat today. Somebody that came up from West Palm Beach to talk about a place down in Florida that's a vegan resort for health. So if you haven't heard about Hippocrates Institute, it's been down there for 35 years. I went down there a year and a half ago for a week, and I thought, usually people go down there for 3 weeks, and 1 week was not enough. So I went back in the fall for another 2 weeks. It's 60 acres of tropical paradise. There's saunas. There's a lot of cool animals running around. You get all-day lectures in these grass huts by people that are educated in nutrition, plant-based. You get to visit a doctor. They have leading-edge light medicine and all kinds of alternative treatments. So if anybody wants a place to get away, I actually took an auto train down there. It was a very cool experience. And it was paradise. I could go down for another 3 weeks. My inspiration with Brian Clement is I'm installing a sauna. So when you go through the process of autophagy is when your cells start regenerating. And so extreme cold and extreme heat. So it turns out saunas and cold water is very good for your health. It stresses your system and causes regeneration. So I'm putting a sauna in my house now after my visit to Hippocrates Center, and I can guarantee that when you've done that for a couple of days, you'll say, maybe I need to find a place to make this happen routinely. So I'm thrilled to have Brian up here. I think it's for the first time in a while that he's come up. And please give actually, I think Chuck Carroll is going to do the introduction for Brian. Yes, you're the middle.
That's all right. Hey, everybody. So I don't really know how to really kind of intro Brian any better than what Gwen just did. I mean, that's a heck of an endorsement. And I personally can't wait to go down there and see Hippocrates Institute for myself. But nonetheless, here's a gentleman that if you call him anything other than Harry Belafonte, he may not answer to you, but he is here today to share an incredible story. He is indeed the co-director of the Hippocrates Institute, Mr. Brian Clement.
Hey, how's everyone doing out there?
Harry Belafonte.
Well, I am so happy. When I got on the plane yesterday, the weather was exactly like this, and I didn't suspect you'd have such beautiful weather. So let's give you a hand for that. So let's give you a little bit of an understanding of who I am and what we do. Way back in 1952, our founder, Ann Wigmore, wasn't feeling well, and she was residing in Boston at that point. When you don't feel well and you're in Boston, what you literally do is go up to see the Harvard doctors. How many of you know about that? How many of you can say that? Harvard doctors. And the Harvard doctors looked at her and they said to her, you have 90 days to live. Go home and get you a fast in order. Come on, let's see if you can say that in Maryland. A fast. And she went home and got pissed off. And she recalled as a little girl growing up as a peasant in Eastern Europe, her surrogate grandmom, the village doctor, what she would do when people got sick with food and herbs and love. And lo and behold, she healed herself of advanced stage 4 cancer. Now, the great news for us, she had no formal education, so she didn't know what she couldn't do. So she said, basically, in 1956, what's lacking in healthcare is self-care. That people are all being treated, even by the natural guys, but nobody is telling people how to treat themselves. Nobody's telling people what mom and dad no longer know what to tell them. Nobody's actually in the medical field, be it natural or not, understanding why we're sick, why we're aging prematurely. So she opened the doors of what today is called lifestyle medicine. We came up with that term, lifestyle medicine, in 1956. And now it's in our 7th decade we've been practicing this. Hundreds of thousands of people have come through the Institute, and we're most notable for people reversing advanced disease. But the great news is about 20 years ago, we saw a really good trend beginning. Healthy people come to us before they get sick. Isn't that remarkable? You actually have to say, hey, I don't want to age. I don't want to get sick. Now in my 70s, I'm happy I started this 52 years ago because I don't feel like I'm in my 70s, and I certainly don't feel like I'm even close to that age. So today we're going to speak a little bit about, you've been talking about plant-based foods and how incredibly important they are for 3 major areas. First is health, human health. Second is health of the planet. And third is compassion and empathy. But now today we're going to talk about stepping it up one big step. Not only plant-based foods, and that's great, congratulations if you've made that leap ahead, but the quality of plant-based foods. So let's go through this PowerPoint presentation. So we share the planet with 8 million known species. Now, the biologists, naturalists tell us there's most likely 12 million, but we've only identified 8. Now, what the most interesting thing I learned when I was a kid and I started this is 100% of every other species, 100% of every other species in nature eat raw food. Isn't that amazing? Now, do you think 8 million species are wrong, or do you think we're wrong? Who's going to vote for the species? Who's going to vote for us? And we have crazy ignorance that saturate our academic fields like anthropology, where they come up with nonsensical, biologically impossible philosophy, like when we cooked food, our brain grew. That's literally impossible. All I know is if I take a seed and I cook it and put it in the ground, I'd be waiting all summer for that damn thing to sprout. Not going to sprout. So something dead doesn't make something grow. How many of you understand that? Okay. So we are not assumably, but scientifically, I'm going to prove that to you today, built and wired to consume a raw, organic, plant-based diet. And the great news for me, I've had the opportunity since the mid-'70s when I joined the team at Hippocrates in Boston to work with hundreds of thousands. Myself, it's 287,000 people I've worked with. And I, in a clinical setting, observe what happens when you take people who are either sick or conscious. There's only two kinds of people that come to us. Sick, I'm afraid I'm going to die, or conscious, I don't want to die. But it's all about I don't want to die. And we then put them on the diet, do blood tests, highly sophisticated scans, and watch the changes universally. 100% of the time, in every case, with no exception, since 1956. So this is where we're going to start. Second, we're going to talk about research. And some of the most interesting research out there that notably and seemingly nobody reads, except people who are interested in truth. The first one we're going to come up with was Pasteur Institute. Now, this is way back in 1933. One thing I'm sure of, there's very few people on this property today that were born or around in 1933. Rishkinikoff back then actually did a study and showed that if you heat a plant of food at a high temperature, it basically changes to a carbon structure, and the immune system identifies it as a bad guy. And the immune system now attacks the cooked food, yes, plant-based, organic, cooked food, and literally compromises the immune system. Now, let's give you a very basic understanding of what the immune system is. The immune system, 100% of the time, is why people are healthy and alive, and 100% of the time, why people are sick and dying. So if your immune system's strong and not compromised, because it's taking away that cooked organic food that you just consumed, it's not fighting cancers and viruses and bacteria and mold and yeast and premature aging. So that was the first sign we had in the 1930s, about 90 years ago, of this. Second one was when I was a little boy. This goes back to 1952. 1952, they actually looked at oils and recognized that if you heat any oil, good oil or bad oil, it becomes cancer-causing and heart disease contributing. So if you want to have a heart attack, you want to have a stroke, take heated oil. You want to get any form of cancer, take heated oil. Now, some of you say, well, I don't eat oil. Well, if you cook a food, every single natural plant-based food has oil in it. How many of you knew that? And some of them, most of them have really good oil called oleic acid or omega oils. Some of them have, like coconut, you really don't want to cook that. And one of the most ironic things I ever see is the so-called pseudo-experts that tell you the greatest oil to cook in is the saturated fat of coconut oil. You really want a heart attack or stroke or cancer. That's what you should do. But even lettuce has oil in it. Spinach has oil in it. And we can't change the science. The science says, for the last 69 years, heated oil causes cancer. Not we think it causes cancer. We imagine it causes cancer. We know it causes cancer. And so there's a second thing we understood. This is a newbie. And the newbie started in the medical school my son is presently attending, which is the top research center in all of Europe, called CANLAST in Stockholm. And in CANLAST, way back about 38 years ago, they said, if you heat a carbohydrate, now let me explain what a carbohydrate is. A grain, an organic grain that you make bread out of, or a potato that you heat at a high temperature, which I always did. You'd put it in the oven, it would take an hour, you'd cook it at 800 degrees or whatever it was, and it would come out. That all of that creates another carcinogen, cancer-causing element called an acrylamide. Now, how many of you heard about any of this in the past? Well, good, at least some of you did. But an acrylamide, so everyone laughed. They're not laughing anymore, because now we have about 18 countries around the world that have done research on acrylamides and validated it. So these three facts are written in the data, have been challenged thousands of times in some cases, or hundreds of times, never have been knocked off, and all and every one of these are now factual statements. So let me review this with you. So any cooked food becomes a carcinogen because it compromises the immune system and not only causing cancer, but every other disease, because your immune system prevents disease and premature aging. Number two, every bit of oil, including what you find in lettuce and spinach and all the cooked foods that we eat, basically is a carcinogen and contributes to heart problems. Number three, we have a new guy on the block. He's only a little under 40 now, basically saying, if you take what I used to love, bread, man, I couldn't live without bread, right? And I thought I was really hip at the end of eating bread because I dip it in oil. You know, I'd have like bread that used to weigh 10 ounces, and by the time I was done, it weighed 2 pounds, and I would be putting that in my mouth. Thought that was good, right? Bad news, man. Causes a problem for you. Now we talk about nutrients. Seemingly, a lot of the plant-based guys, they don't really look at the science. Now, many years ago, when I first learned about eating raw food, and how I did that, by the way, is it wasn't an academic process for me. In 1969, the summer of 1969, I became a vegetarian. In 1972, I became a vegan, and most of my diet was cooked. And by 1973, one summer, I was living in the very hot part of Southern Oregon. Now, you don't realize Southern Oregon never rains, and like from May until October, it's 100 degrees every single day. And I just didn't want to cook anything. One big reason, I was lazy, and it was hot. So, now, I recognized I had eaten nothing but uncooked, plant-based organic food for about 2.5 months. And the relative difference between how I felt before and after was night and day. And I said at one point when I became a vegan, I'll never feel better than this. Well, if you had to scale it, it was probably, when I first started, 50 to 70% better. After 2 years, it was 200% better because I started to learn what to eat when it came to raw food. So I remember reading this really obscure book from our founder called Be Your Own Doctor. Anyone ever read that book? And Be Your Own Doctor was written by Anne about how she reversed stage 4 cancer. And she was talking about really weird stuff like sprouts. And being Irish, I thought she meant Brussels sprouts. But no, they were seeds, nuts, grains, and beans that you literally grew into sprouts. And back in the 1950s, she instinctually knew that that was the food you needed to reverse disease, with no real data to back it. It wasn't until Johns Hopkins in your neighborhood here in 1991 published a landmark study on what can reverse and prevent cancer. And it was an element within plants, and they found the cabbage family had the most of this in it, called sulforaphane. Sulforaphane. And I had the opportunity to speak to the 2 oncologists that were part of that research team from Hopkins on 2 occasions, and both men said to me when I said, how do you recognize first that broccoli was the best of the cabbage family for reversing cancer? And they said, because we looked at the sulforaphane. I said, then you were both geniuses, or they weren't there together, but I said to each of them, you were geniuses to know that if you took the seed of a broccoli, you say, well, broccoli seeds are expensive. I'm going to tell you how to cheat. Go out and buy organic broccoli, take a cord, turn it upside down, put a paper bag around it. All of the broccoli, the top of it, that's seeds. That's an inexpensive way to get broccoli seeds, by the way. You're probably paying $13 or $14 a pound for it. You get 2 good sized heads of broccoli. You'll have about a half a pound. You'll have a pound of it that will probably cost you, after you eat the broccoli, by the way, $5, $6, etc. But they both said to me, by the way, it wasn't us, it was a graduate student at the last minute walked in and said, why don't we check the seeds? And listen to this. They found out they were 50 times stronger to reverse cancer than broccoli itself. At that moment, when I read that in 1991, I said, wow, Ann Wigmore, our founder, was an instinctual genius. No academic background. In the 50s, nobody knew what the heck a sprout was. She's telling people when Eisenhower was president, eat sprouts. Now today we have I write books for doctors. They don't read them. They still criticize, but I write volumes of academic books about this. So the next thing we talk about is nutrients. Now, how many of you actually intelligently think that when you cook a food, the vitamins are intact? Any of you actually think that? I know that there's idiots. Let's go back to Hopkins and show they're not all smart there. They have idiots there too. About 25 years ago, what happened is a guy from Baltimore, his mother had come through the institute, healed breast cancer, and he was a commentator on the radio, a talk radio. And he said, would you like to debate the woman that said when you cook a tomato, lycopene comes out, and there's more lycopene after you cook a tomato? I said, I'd love to. And my good friend said, if you get on there and start yelling, you're going to become a donkey. Shut up and let her sink herself before you say a word. And it was really hard for me. So the interview goes on for 12 minutes, and the commentator's leading her into it and said, now, Brian, do you have anything to say after she said, you know, when you cook a tomato, actually you manifest more of these phytochemicals that actually, what does lycopene do? Helps breast cancer, helps prostate cancer, helps cardiovascular health, another phytochemical. And I finally said something. I said, doctor, it's a privilege for me to be on with you because you have now discussed a new form of molecular science that I didn't know existed until now. I said, now, I apologize, but in molecular science, what I was taught, when you have a really solid food and you put it under a lot of pressure, heat, you actually destroy the molecular structure and it gets soft and heats up. I said, what you're telling me, that doesn't happen. Things don't die. That after you cook something, you actually manifest something that wasn't there to begin with. Do you follow what I'm saying? So this is what you're being told by so-called experts in the field. And I said, now here's what I assume, doctor. I'm sure I'm wrong. That what's happening is when you open the cells of the tomato, you can count more beans. You can count more lycopene. You're not asking, are you dead? Are you alive? Are you active? Are you inactive? You're just seeing more. I said, I know I'm wrong, that you must be right, that when you cook something, you actually create something that didn't exist to begin with. So can you invite me to Hopkins? Can teach me this new form of molecular science? So this is what the public is dealing with. You're dealing with nonsensical stupidity that cannot be scientifically validated in any way. But you, by the way, I know all my Italian friends were really happy after they heard, hey, see, cooked tomatoes are really good for you. No, the reality is cooking destroys vitamins. How much? If you cook like my mother used to cook, probably 100%. The only thing we ever ate that was a vegetable, I couldn't identify as a vegetable because it was always floating in butter. And I became like a good spear fisherman because I'd have to get whatever was floating in the butter before I left the table out. The second thing is proteins. Proteins are a chain of amino acids. Your body requires about 9 of them that it doesn't manufacture itself. You have to get that from food. Now, all proteins come from something called photons. Today, you're getting a lot of photons. Now, let me explain where protein comes from, where all nutrition comes from. Now, this is base science. So if you look at the middle of the sun, which is a star, it's only 2% particles. The rest of it's gas. So if I had a really good suit on and wouldn't be burned, if I try to stand on top of the sun, I'd fall right through because there's only 2% of matter there. Now, in the very center of that, endless zillions, and I'm not making that up. We can't even count the number. Endless zillions every single second of protons are born. They immediately start to bounce back and forth on neutrons, and that's what you're feeling today. So the friction between protons and neutrons bouncing back and forth permeate eventually waves of frequencies that become heat to you and I. Now this goes on the gastric sun for literally 100,000 years. That's a fact, by the way. This goes on, bing, 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 100,000 years. And at 100,000 years or so, a solar flare or a solar storm occurs. It shoots the photon off so fast, it becomes light. It becomes frequency. So it comes from matter moving at such a high speed, it takes 8.5 minutes to get from the sun to reach the earth, 8.5 minutes, and it goes so fast, it disassembles its atomic and protonic structure and becomes light. Now here's the punchline. What evolved on the planet Earth to capture that light and energy? Green leafy plants. Remember, in fact, the biggest word you ever learned as a little girl, little boy was what? Photosynthesis. You were in 2nd grade. You probably still don't know what the hell it means, but remember that? Photosynthesis. Now, So what evolved on the planet Earth to capture all the energy, all the life that created everything after it, including you? Let me say that again. Every drop of life on this planet that creates everything that you see, touch, feel, taste, etc. That building, by the way, initiated from light, is actually photons. Now, protein, photon, and proton is where the protein comes from. Protein is the structure that creates everything. This has proteins in it. Your body has proteins. As a matter of fact, the fibrin of your cell has proteins in it. Now, do you think if I cook it at high temperature, I'm not going to disturb the amino acid chain? Well, I promise you, you are. So the ironic thing, they tell people if you eat meat, the way I used to eat lots of meat, and I mean fish, I mean chicken, I mean turkey, I mean all the meat you could eat, I would eat. That you've got to cook it. None of that is a complete protein. Now, the way you can make an animal food a complete protein, you have to be a really fast runner, and you have to have a knife. If you want to do this, we have training after this lecture. And you've got to run faster than a wild animal. You got to knock the animal down, slit its throat, and drink the blood out of its throat. Because if you let it be the way it is, where somebody out west basically raises a cow, slaughters it on an average time period, it's 6 months later before you eat it, you cook it and eat it. You think that's a complete protein? I'm also going to sell you swampland in Florida. That's why I'm really here today. Not. And when you cook a food, not a complete protein. Minerals, depending upon how long you cook them, are either in a minor way there, or again, in a major way gone. So we aren't getting the nutrients out of it. This is why you see a lot of little skinny vegans wandering around who are pale and don't look very healthy, because literally they're not being nourished. The good news is they're not eating the things that kill them right out. So if you see the Loma Linda studies, they say a vegan who eats a cooked food diet lives 7 years longer than the average American. That's not very good, by the way, especially when you get to be my age. 7 years, no. 70 years, okay. Matter of fact, I'm presently writing a book with a retired doctor, How to Live to 120. I said, if I write the book, maybe I'll have to do it at that point. Now, here's the next thing. Way back in 1980, when my wife and I became co-directors of these, we didn't really know the scientific mechanism of why people were recovering on raw food diets, plant-based diets. And we finally let the scientific community around the world start to do the research. I didn't let them, I begged them. And basically, we accrued this information. We call it the new era of hope. And these are things not even talked about. I have a doctorate degree in nutrition, and believe me, when I brought this up to the professor, they didn't even have straight eyes when they looked at me. It was like everything glazed over and they went into a different planet. They just talk about quantities of proteins and minerals and chains and all that, just nonsense. But the reality is why people should be eating raw plant-based food, because if you do not eat raw plant-based food, each and every one of these die. And we'll talk about them. They're dead. They're gone. I wrote this in one of my 30 books called Life Force. Hormones. Now, how many of you know what a hormone is? It is incredibly important. So a hormone is a chemical language. You have neurotransmitters for the brain, a lot of wonderful things. We'll talk about that in a minute. But literally, a hormone is a very sophisticated language that goes between one cell and another cell. Now, why do cells have to communicate? Well, a better question is, what happens if cells don't communicate? You think they may mutate? You think they may not become strong organs? Livers or kidneys or bones? Of course. So there has to be this constant back and forth communication. And you make a lot more hormones when you're young, but once you're 25 years old, your body stops making additional hormones. That's why you start to look like shit when you're 26, and then you go down from there. And the reality is, where do you get hormones after that period when your body's not creating more? From raw plant-based foods. So, oh, nobody told me that. Well, how many of you ever heard about bioidentical hormones? They're made out of plant-based foods. Every single plant-based raw food has hormones in it that continue if you live to 120, that language. So you don't get sick, you don't get decrepit, so you don't use a cane, so you can talk straight, so your memory doesn't go bad. Its hormones are that important. Where did it come from? raw organic plant-based food. You put chemicals on it, the hormones go wacky. You put pesticides, fungicides, herbicides, then you have mismessaging in that too. Number 2 is oxygen. Listen to this one. Way back in 1917, a German guy wins a Nobel Prize when he said, you can't ingest into the human cell, absorb into the human cell any nutrient unless an oxygen is bonded to it. We give him the Nobel Prize, pat him on the head, everyone forgets it. So where do oxygen bond with vitamins, minerals, and proteins? In raw plant-based food. Once you cook the food, the fragrance coming out of the food is actually the oxygen molecule leaving it. So get over the pot and breathe heavy, man, because you're losing the oxygen at that point. That's reality. So 1917, over 100 years ago, 105 years ago, we knew this. And how come I'm talking about this and nobody else is talking about this? So you cannot digest nutrients unless you have oxygen with it. The next one, phytochemicals. That's miracle. I've talked a little bit about sulforaphane and other things. This is really the spiritual part of the presentation. Way back hundreds of millions of years ago, when the first plants came. Now, I talked about green leafy plants evolving to capture energy and life on the planet. But guess what the very first green leafy plant was? Because the earth was completely surrounded by what? Water. Dead. There was no life in the water. And what evolved is a little microscopic cyanobacteria that was eventually called blue-green algae. It was invisible. Now listen to this one. Within about a billion years, took a billion years for that bacteria that was anaerobic, it didn't need oxygen, to evolve to an oxygen-needing plant. And it became a blue-green algae. So all life, your oldest ancestor is invisible algae called blue-green algae. That's why this morning, right here, a mile from here, I got up and took 5 algae, among other things I take every day. Because it's the foundation of all existence as we know it in biology. So with that said, these plants, hundreds of millions of years ago, started on land when Australia popped up. The very first landmass that came out of the oceans, the water, was Australia. And it was 1 million years older than any other land. And that invisible algae evolved in the ocean to be sea vegetables. Dulse, arami, haziki, wakame, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now it started to go back and forth on the sand, and it became grass. So the very first land plant was grass. Now think about this. That evolved into redwood trees and every living thing that you've ever seen. The very first animal was called a trilobite. How many of you know what a trilobite looks like? Looks like some of my uncles. They look like horseshoe crabs, but they're not that. These phytochemicals had chemical encoding in them that would reverse and prevent disease in our species, Homo sapiens, and our species didn't show up until recently. So let me give you this in a nutshell. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of years ago, medicines, phytochemicals were encoded by the universe in plants to reverse diseases in your species. Let's give nature and the universe a hand. If you don't think that's shit fantastic, I don't know what's fantastic. But guess what? If you cook a food, the phytochemical's gone. One of the guys who's a faculty member on my online presentations and program, David Williams, is the world's leading authority at the Linus Pauling Institute out in Oregon State University. And the way, he's a guy that cried when he came to us. He said, I didn't think anyone was interested. I said, brother, you're writing the Bible for what we do. We're interested in what you're doing. He said, once you cook a food, that medicine is gone. And the last one are enzymes. How many of you are doctors or nurses or scientists here? They taught us the wrong thing about enzymes. They tell us enzymes are a protein. That would be like me getting up on the stage, looking around, saying, all you are is a skin on the outside of your body. Well, you should have major objection to that. You should say, wait a minute. I have bones. I have a heart. I have organs. I have an emotional state. I have a spiritual state. Would you be right or would I be right? You'd certainly be right. So to call an enzyme a protein, the outer shell of an enzyme is a protein. But what an enzyme is, it's a way your electric body receives the most important nutrient called electric. And why we are failing in natural medicine and mainstream allopathic medicine, we think of you as chemistry. You're not chemistry, you're electromagnetic frequency. That's why I have an entire medical department at the Institute called the Energy Medicine Department, where we put you on machines that bring you back to life, take pain away, activate cells. I shouldn't say this. Help to take tumors away. Oh, excuse me, I didn't say that. But that's the future of medicine, but they don't make money on that. Because once you buy a machine, it's for 5, 10 generations. They make money on you buying pills, buying medicines every single week. So again, the most important thing that I can say that I've learned in the 52 years I've done this work on the front line is hormones, oxygen, phytochemicals, and enzymes are the most important elements in food. And once you cook them, they're gone. And all of those benefits I talked about are gone with them. Now, here are some of the people who have done incredible work over the years. The top enzymologist, just talked about enzyme, was Dr. Edmund Howell. Anyone ever talk about Dr. Edmund Howell? They couldn't figure out why the Eskimos lived at all. The Eskimos ate what? Only the blubber of whales. Now, grant you, they're dying in their mid-50s, which isn't a great track record, but they're still alive. It was remarkable, if you understand anatomy and biology, that these guys lived beyond 5 years old. And he realized that what it was is they would gut, their delicacy, they would gut the intestinal tract of the whale and eat the algae the whale was consuming. And that's why they were able to sustain life. It wasn't because they were eating saturated animal fat and blubber from that. I mean, I don't have to get into those studies. Others will get into those studies about saturated fat and heart disease and diabetes and cancer and all of that stuff. Number two, how many of you knew Price-Pottinger Foundation? It's a long time ago. We're talking 100 years ago, 90, 100 years ago. Price-Pottinger looked at animals on raw food versus cooked food. And Price-Pottinger realized that when you were giving animals cooked food, that they started to mutate sexually and biologically. That their whole libido went south. They started to have all kinds of problems with reproduction. And within 2 or 3 generations, they weren't reproducing anymore. And I don't know how many of you know, here in the United States, 1/3 of our married couples can't have babies anymore. And what do? We send them to an experiment called fertility clinics, and they end up with cancer, but very few of them babies. They come to me after they get the cancer from experimenting with unnatural hormones, not plant-based hormones. But we were talking about this stuff way back in the 1930s, 1940s, because Price-Pottinger went around the world and saw the healthiest populations who had healthy teeth. They were running around at 100 years old. They were strong. They were muscular. And then they came back and looked at the beginning of the degradation of the West. It was only the beginning. We are so much sicker now. It's amazing. One of the things that impelled me to do this work is way back in 1969, my mentor said to me, do you realize 1 out of 7 Americans will have cancer? That freaked me out because I could count. I wasn't very smart, but I could count. I had a mother and I had a father. I had 4 grandparents. That was a total of 6. And I had 2 brothers. Christ, that's 8. So if 1 out of 7 Americans got cancer, I have 8. It's likely one of the people I love and I'm closest to will get cancer. I would get on my knees and pray for that to be again. 56% of you will get cancer in your life. So in just that short period of time, between 1970 and now, which is a 52-year period, by the way, we've gone from 1 out of 7, which is less than 20%, obviously, to 56% of you will have some form of cancer in your life. And we sit back and say, who's taking care of it? The government? So now plant fuel. This is the latest research. How many of you know the organization I helped to create called the realtruthabout.health.com? If you don't know it, you may want to clip this in your head. So about 9 years ago, a philanthropic young friend of mine in his 50s said, let's fund something. We only get truth tellers up. If they back down, if they hedge, if they don't stand for something, if they're going along with corporate interests, we disinvite them. So we've had now 9 years of programming for free. We're just coming out of 17 free days where there were 50 free speakers you could sit and watch on the internet. And what we started to do back then, we've continued to do, you can subscribe for practically nothing, something like $50 a year, and look at all the last 9 years, the top teachers and speakers in the world on everything from food to vaccines and the real science on them, et cetera. TheRealTruthAboutHealth.com. So the reality is, this is what I just presented 2 weeks ago. And you're going to get this in about 2 months up on the internet, probably YouTube. Your inside is you. So a lot of people are alluding to it. You know, oh, yes, we know the bacteria is important and all of this. I'm going to give you the cutting edge. There's nothing I'm going to talk about now that hasn't come out in the last 3 to 6 months to prove that a plant-based diet is what you should be eating. Let's forget should. That's bullshit. What you were made to eat. And you will not function, you will not be well, and your mind will not work unless you're on a plant-based diet. And I couldn't actually tell you why I saw for 52 years people's psyche change when they're on a plant-based. Now I can. And it's only recently I could tell you this. So your inside is you. What is a microbe? Microbes are microscopic biology that are all around us. They live in water, soil, and atmosphere. The human body is home to billions of these microbes, also called microorganisms. Some microbes make us sick. Others are important to maintain health. Now, how many of you recognize that we arrogant human beings think that we control biology? It's completely inverse. Biology controls and molds us. The Michelangelo is the environment. And Michelangelo basically has a hammer and a chisel, and he's knocking the shit out of you. He's actually forming you into the human biology that you are today. Now, here's something that really blows my mind. When you look at somebody and think they're really sexy and hot, recognize they're mostly bacteria. Another thing that's really interesting, after partners are together for 6 months, 98% of our bacteria are identical. Isn't that amazing? That's why my wife always smells good to me. I'm smelling myself. Isn't that funny? Now look at this scale they did. We go way back to 1850 to 2050. The blue is America. The red is countries with late modernization. And the white, the yellow are the ones who are just starting to modernize. They want to be like Big Daddy America. You know. And look what happens when you get like Big Daddy America. So what we have is a complete degradation of the microbiome from 1850. When did it start? When the Industrial Revolution began. A lot of Americans think because you believe politicians that America's great. And why America's great is for 2 reasons. Because we had a shitload of money. We had the only soil in the world that could not only produce food for the United States citizens, but we could export food. You make money when you can feed people. And the second thing is, the English, unfortunately, created the Industrial Revolution. We robbed it out of their hands within 10 years, and we became the industrial giant here by 1860, 1870. So we had the money. And you may not know, but in modern society, the boy and girl with the money are at the top of the game. And that's why we became the country we are. Not because you had great politicians. They've always been full of shit. Just now they're more full of shit than they were before. And the reality is, look at what happened when we brought the Industrial Revolution to the United States. We plummeted. Our immune systems plummeted. Our disease rates dramatically increased because we didn't know then, like we know now, that 80% of your immune system comes out of your gut bacteria. But you're going to learn something even worse. 90% of your psyche, your emotional state, comes out of your bacteria. Nutrient availability plays an essential role and has an enormous influence shaping the microbiome. Now, how many of you actually have ever tried to do something like white yuppies do? Go to your whole wallet market and buy your free-range bullshit meat. It's all made up. I've written a book called Poison Poultry, Killer Fish, Dairy Deception. That is for white yuppies. There's no such thing as free-range meat. And so the white guys feel really good about it because you're like seducing the animal before you slaughter it. I mean, you can either torture somebody and kill them, or you just shoot them right out. It's more humane to shoot them right out. And there's no such thing as that. My good friend, Dr. Oppenlander, this doctor, 15 years ago, looked at it, all of the claims that were being made 15 years ago on free range, and said we'd have to knock down all the buildings on the planet Earth, have 7 planet Earths to do what they're saying. That there is kumbaya happening and all the animals are running around, loving and kissing one another and enjoying themselves. Completely impossible. There must be a need for 20 Earths at this point because more people are into this nonsense. But the reality is, how many of you, if you believed in that baloney, would go out and buy a chicken, put it in your kitchen, but not into your refrigerator? Now, why wouldn't you not put a chicken in your kitchen? It would rot. It would stink. There'd be bugs all over the place. You'd be afraid you'd get salmonella and E. coli, which you would. So what do you think? That's going to be healthy for your healthy bacteria in your intestinal tract? If it does that in your kitchen, can you imagine the destruction it does and puts bad bacteria, rotting flesh inside of your intestine? That's what it does. This is what I grew up eating. My mother, the day they found TV dinners, it was like a festival at my house. We only had festivals the day they found TV dinners, and they made family-sized Coca-Cola bottles. When I was a kid, Coca bottles you picked up with 2 fingers. They were little tiny things like this. Then they had these big giant ones. Bloomberg, remember when he was after the big sodas? Well, they had 59-ounce sodas or something. 2 people had to carry them out of this store. They were yelling at him. They wonder why we're as sick as we are. But this is the food we eat. Food. Dietary diversity is basically non-existent. Economic pressures for greater food production, methods and growing population carve this dangerous path. Agriculture, both plant and animal, and the pervasive use of pesticides and antibiotics have efficiently destroyed our body's immune-boosting intestinal bacteria. Any of you want this stuff? It's all referenced. Now, this is what I figured out over the decades I've been doing this. Here's what happens when you break a food down. You have the protein. Remember, I said everything's protein. It's structural. Every cell in your body is based upon protein. Enzymes, which are electric charges, come in and eat up those proteins to dissolve them to unlock the what? The nutrient. To let that nutrient, let those hormones, oxygen, phytochemicals, enzymes, vitamins, minerals, all of that come out in your intestinal tract. That they become particles. Now, here's how they work, which is really interesting. Eventually, they end up in your gut, those particles. And the hormones, remember, the communicators start to come out of that. So now, if you eat the right thing, like plants that are raw and are intact, the communication that comes out of that nutrient is a clear, concise, and positive affirmative communication. How about if you eat organic chicken or eggs or fish? And how about if you cook it on top of it? So the communication's bad. Where does it go up? Your neurological system. Now repeat for the second time. From the intestinal tract up the neurological system, the neurons, which by the way is communicating with hormones all of the time, give 90% of the serotonin that make you happy. Every single person that's depressed has a lack of serotonin uptake, period. There's no exception to that rule. That's the problem. And by the way, every single person that's sick, 80% of your immune system comes from the intestinal tract. What your intestinal tract was built to eat is raw plant-based food. Not because we think so, we're proving it to you now. Now there's the serotonin, it's 5-HT. And by the way, if you have depression problems, go out to your local health store, buy 5-HTP, because it helps to correct this problem. By the way, it's about 2.7 times more effective than antidepressants, and it's corrective. Antidepressants are suppressive. They don't help you. They shut off the brain so you feel like you're in la-la land. And this is what a serotonin is, a functional diverse neurotransmitter hormone. That's what it is, with extensive implications in neuroplasticity and modulation of wide-ranging function. So when you're searching for a word and you can't say it, serotonin uptake. And by the way, you're feeling a little goofy and foggy. One of the things I hear from almost every other person I work with today, I have a foggy brain. It's serotonin uptake. That's what the problems are. And if you look at it, it leads right back to the gut. Now, when I began my work, guts were a problem. Today, they're a disaster. They're catastrophic. Most vegans have crappy guts. Because what are they eating? Beyond Burger and French fries. The great thing is that's moral, but not for you. It's moral for the animal. Serotonin and signaling causes the activation of T cells. A study just came out 2.5 months ago that showed, by the way, they traced the serotonin uptake to T cells. T cells are what kill cancer. They're the first line of defense to tell the body, hey, you have cancer. If you don't have the serotonin uptake because you've been eating healthy food, basically the T cell doesn't even warn the body of cancer, and then the cancer takes over. And this just came out 2.5 months ago, 10 weeks ago that study came out. T cells form the major pillar of the adaptive immune system. Last year on The Real Truth, I did a whole thing. I dumbed down immunity, and I explained immune system, how it all could be for people. As a result, serotonin turns on and turns off your immunity. So don't you want to turn on your immune system? All you guys are probably more interested in turning on girls. Your immune system is going to save your life. Girls may not. Now, here's what it looks like. How many of you never took an antibiotic in your life? Raise your hand. There you are. There's not one person in the group sitting in front of me that hasn't at least said. And by the way, I'm going to say something nice about the allopathic industry. Antibiotics have saved billions of people's lives. But there's so few things that allopathic medicine did right, most of what they do is dangerous, that they went bonkers on antibiotics. You follow that? If you go to a doctor and don't get a steroid or an antibiotic, you're lucky. Your leg fell off, they'll give you they'll give it to you. But the reality is, antibiotics also, because overuse, misuse, prolonged use, is destroying the very bacteria that creates your psyche and your biology. So you look at the antibiotic at the top, gut immune homeostasis, that means balance is gone. It creates inflammation that leads to disease. So when you hear the holistic doctors incorrectly tell you inflammation creates disease, tell them, doctor, you're wrong. Bad lifestyle creates inflammation that's a symptom of all disease. Inflammation doesn't create disease. It's you don't sleep well enough. You have a shitty marriage. You hate your job. You're taking antibiotics. You're drinking booze. Whatever the heck it is. That's why you have the problem. The number of cases of type 1 diabetes in Finland per year is 62.3 per every 100,000 children, the highest rate in Western cultures, compared with just 6.2, 10% in Mexico, and less than 0.5% in Pakistan. Why? These people live close to the earth. Where do all bacteria come from? The earth. You are in sterile world. And who are the worst in sterile world? Not only did we win the war from the Japanese, they wanted to be like us. They're more sterile than us. I used to see those people wearing masks on planes and say, what the hell's wrong with them? Now you're all doing it. The reality is, who are the sickest people in Western type of cultures? The Japanese. They're so clean, so sterile, they don't roll in the mud. And the more you roll in the mud, this is factual. And I'm going to give you a study that was done. The Finnish government happens to be one of those exceptional governments that actually like the citizens of Finland, unlike your government. And basically, they went in and they went to at the countryside to pristine forest, which they have a lot of there, and carried in several tons of healthy soil. They took a grade school of kids that had a highly exceptional amount of type 1 diabetes that's directly related to this problem. That's why they have that 6.2%, 62%, excuse me. And the reality is they made these kids 1.5 hours a day, 5 days a week when they were in school for one school year, 8 months, go. Their immune systems were back to normal, just playing in the dirt 1.5 hours a day. Do you follow what I'm saying to you? So the message is, get those damn clothes off, roll in the mud, get out there and get a little dirty. Don't be washing everything and going nuts. Maybe you can get into that wrestling shit. But I used to think those girls were crazy. Now I realize they were getting healthy bacteria when they did that stuff. Whole plant foods have protective effects, favoring the growth of beneficial fiber, degrading bacteria in the colon. So you have to understand, a raw plant food does that, a cooked plant food doesn't do it. A cooked plant food, by the way, doesn't support the immune function or the serotonin uptake function of the body. The good news is you're not eating the meat, the chicken that you haven't put in the refrigerator, the fish you haven't put in the refrigerator, etc. Microbiome and fats. A plant-based diet is generally naturally low in fat, which favors bifidobacteria in human gut microbiota. The healthy fat that does come from a vegan diet is made up of predominantly mono and polyunsaturated fats, which increase beneficial bacteria ratios. Nuts, particularly walnuts, have been shown to improve the gut microbiota by increasing essential beneficial bacteria. So nuts are, the more we study nuts, and every week there's 1 or 2 new studies that come out on raw nuts, and every one is good except the 2 you stay away from are peanuts, which are not a nut. They have an aflatoxin on it. Even the best organic ones, horrible for you, cause cancer. And the second one is cashews. Cashews are in such a hard shell that they preheat them to open up the shell, and they're cooked. But there's no law that make them tell you it's cooked, as long as they don't post-roast them. So avoid those 2. But raw pistachio nuts are amazing for you. Pecans are amazing for you. Walnuts are amazing. If you can get raw almonds, the United States government realized that the raw food movement was moving vigorously forward in the 90s and mandated that they started to irradiate almonds. And some of you that are a little bit more aware of the past and history, there was a great, great teacher here in Virginia. His name was Edgar Casey. He wisely said 100 years ago, eat 5 almonds a day. We didn't know why, and it will keep cancer away. Now we know why. There's something called laetrile in it. It's abscisic acid. You call it laetrile or B17. It's in apricot seeds too. Enterotypes are stable clusters of bacteria communities that coexist together. There are 3 main enterotypes observed in human microbiome. Prevolella, this is actually 100% fed by plant-based foods. These are the 3 pillars of the intestinal fauna and flora. Bacteroides and Rhumococcus. If you don't have raw plant-based roughage, cellulose in your intestine, this will never be what it should be. I don't care how many millions of dollars you spend on probiotics that are vegan, they will never do what these plant. Because a prebiotic is roughage from a raw food. Any of you buying prebiotics, stop the nonsense. Eat a salad. That's a prebiotic. That's just the new way the supplement industry, another book I expose the supplement industry, is screwing you. Raw versus cooked plant food. Fluid enzymes, phytochemicals, and living cellulose are the fuel for healthy intestinal flora and fauna. When molecularly destroying plants by heating, the symphony of progenitors are diminished to a pile of lifeless fiber. Now, how many of you don't get what I just said to you? So you don't get that when you cook something, it's just laying there like this? And when something's alive, it's going like this? Looks like an 18-year-old versus a 99-year-old? That's what it is. Punchline, and then we'll open for some questions here, is greater plant-based diversity, stronger and healthier microbiota, stronger and healthier people. Now, any questions on sex and romance? We're ready for them. All right, we'll go back to a less interesting subject on this. Yes. I don't hear you, love. Oxalates. So here's what you have to understand. There's a group of people who know nothing about nutrition. We call them lab rats that sit in laboratories and try to find something wrong with this. And generally, when I've looked behind the scene, they're funded by the industries that we're not happy about, the meat industry and the dairy industry. So I could actually take water. This is a fact. I could show you there's something wrong with hydrogen and oxygen. You take them in a bad ratio. So this is it. Are there oxalates once you cook a food? Yes. You take spinach and cook it, you're going to get nothing but oxalates because it doesn't have the symphonic support system of symbiosis that hold all of those things intact. Nature didn't create plants and green leafy plants as the originator of life on this planet and put a poison in there that's going to make you sick. But if you cook it, guess what? Yes, you will have oxalates and nothing else that I talked about today. That's what my whole lecture was about. No problem. I've been eating this stuff for over half a century. I haven't died yet. Keep going. Any other questions? Yes. You had one on sex, she told me. Yes. What do you have? I don't hear you, honey. What did she say? You have an exception? What is it? All right. Anyone else have a question? Yes. Stand up and loud. It's all training. So if you have a multi-trillion-dollar industry that brainwashed your grandmother and grandfather, your grandfather and grandmother, everyone you know, your mother and father, your society, they have hundreds of millions of dollars budget for television, for radio, for that. Before you think it's normal. So as an example, if you go back 150 years ago, if a woman was thin, she would not have been attractive. How many of you knew that? So if you weren't chubby and you were a woman 150 years, you were in trouble. So that was the norm then. That was the social norm then. So the social norm until now, it's not going to be in the future, I tell you, is all of these things that you were brought up are good. And look at they've lived. Well, they haven't lived. All I can tell you in the years I've done my work, people are getting sicker and younger. The hardest part for me, when you're an old guy like me, we've had a life. So if we go, we've had something. But last week alone, I sat in my office with 3 families, one with a 15-year-old, one with a 9-year-old, and one with a 4-year-old. And I don't give them a speech when their kids are dying of a disease. It's heart-wrenching as a father and a grandfather. And I never, ever, ever saw that back in the 1970s and 80s. It was so rare in the 80s. By the 90s, I saw the trend, and now it's the trend. How many of you know the #1 killer of our babies, infants, is brain cancer now? If you told me a child had brain cancer in 1970, I would have thought it was a sick joke. It's the #1 killer of our babies today. Why? The mom has a laptop computer. She's working at a stationary computer 8 hours a day. She's not doing the things we talked about today. She's probably in a bad marriage. You know, when you get home, you entertain yourself sitting in front of a big screen TV. You know, we're being zapped constantly. How about the telephone antennas that are outside of your buildings all of the time? It goes on. So just because they trained you to think something's normal doesn't mean it's normal. Yes. Okay, we'll start with that. So Dr. Edmund Howell, who is a top enzymologist in the world, he gave us the formula. We create enzymes. I take 50 enzymes a day for anti-aging. And he was a guy that literally put a plant-based culture together that took proteins, broke them to amino acids, fats to essential fats, etc. And he looked at the Eskimos and said, these people have no good reason to live, that they eat nothing. They don't eat plants. They're eating the blubber of a whale. But after he observed them closely, he said the only reason they live to their mid-50s is because their delicacy is the algae in the gut of the whale. So the living raw algae in the gut of the whale, not at a great level, but sustain them enough so that they last to 50 years old. Otherwise, they would all be dying in their 20s and 30s. Yes, it's in the blubber itself. It's in the intestines, undigested when they slaughter the animal. And of course, they're consuming so much, you know, probably several pounds are in there. Now, this was the hardest thing for me because when I went into this whole thing, I came from biology, I came from nutrition, I'm a naturopathic doctor. In the state of Florida, I can't tell you that, by the way. It's a felony in my state to tell you I'm a naturopathic doctor. If I actually work with you and tell you that, they could arrest me and put me in jail for that. That shows you what a free country we have. But the hardest thing for me when I was working with Hippocrates, it was one thing. 1980, they made me the director. And I started to realize that some people were doing exactly what I told them to do with diet, and they weren't getting better. But I was just not smart, but smart enough to listen to what was going on. and they all had a story about how they were beaten as children, or their husband had left them for a young girl. There was always these stories involved. So I had to succumb to the emotional part. I grew up in the New York area. I was actually taught and thought incorrectly as a child, a young guy, that you were weak if you had a psychological problem. And so I brought in my first psychotherapist in 1981. And from that day forward, two things I learned. I was an ass before, and that the most important thing is your affirmative view of reality. Number one, because when I get people to think well and think clear, they do eat right. When I don't, they're going to find a way to sabotage themselves again. I think the second thing is you have to understand, I'm not saying that the emotions are more important than diet. You could be the most optimistic person in the world, affirmative as can be, and you eat crap, you're going to die. You're going to go down. So it's the pillar, but the emotions are there at the top. And I connect the emotions. I wrote one of my books is Emo Spirit. I was very exhausted. I came back from a 12-country tour of Europe. And as the plane was landing in Florida, it bounced. And I sort of woke up out of a stupor. And I had a flash that the emotions and the spirit are the same thing. That your emotions are representative of your spiritual depth or lack of spiritual depth. That's all it is. That you're reflecting out or acting out your spiritual understanding through your emotional state. What I say, what I don't say, who I am, who I relate to, is all really a spiritual process. Because we're really spiritual beings to begin with. We're not physical beings to begin with. So for me to say the emotions are number one, let me clarify the emotion spirit. The emo spirit is number one. Now, the support on that is below it, the food, but exercise is equally important. I'm in a gym 3 days a week for 3 hours lifting intensely heavy weight. I'm tired of little skinny vegans giving us a bad name. I really am. One of the last book that was out, I have a new one coming out next week, but it was in 2020, Manopause, rather than andropause for the public. We call it, and in there we actually quote studies that show why women and men lose our memory, hearts go bad, and our libido goes south as we lack muscle. I don't know if you heard me tell the story yesterday about Dr. Mayer over at Tufts, who did a study and showed 100-year-old developed muscle the same as a 16-year-old. But we're supposed to have muscle. Your great-grandparents did. They farmed until the day they died at 90 years old, 100 years old. What do you and I do? We sit behind a desk. If I didn't get my ass into the gym, I'd be weak as hell. I do aerobic exercise 7 days a week. Not because I'm some special guy. What did my grandparents and great-grandparents do? They didn't have an option. I have to go to the LA Fitness this morning to take a sauna and to work out. They did something called farming so they could survive. They stretched, they did aerobic, they did that. So mental and spiritual is why we're alive. It's who we are. It's our persona. It's why we're on this earth. We're here to contribute. If people don't realize that you're not here to take, you're here to develop. Let me correct that. When you came, you were perfect. When you were just newly born, there was nothing you had wrong going for you. Then you met parents. And I had incredible parents, but they were faulted. They were broken by a system that thought a boy acts like this, a white boy acts like this, a middle class, a black boy acts like this, a woman acts like that, a Jew acts like that. You're chiseled down to you're a person of a lesser God by that point. After they work you over, they send you to religion. They send you to school. And now you're really worked over. And you can get lost. You were perfect, and you get lost. And somewhere along the way, there's only two reasons this happens. We either become enlightened or frightened. And those of us that didn't have to face a fatal disease, that's one group that really gets woken up, like you and I, basically become enlightened because we realize we don't want to support a system that is criminal. We don't want to support a system that's lying. Everything I ever say to somebody, I say from my heart. I never say anything I don't really believe and have experience in. Why should I? There's not a need to do those things. And it doesn't make me a better person, it just makes me a person. And if you're not living at that level, you're not living at a human level. And I actually think that probably 90% of the population is living a subhuman existence. And that's why we still have hatred and war and racism. And Putin's able to get away with what he's doing right now. This morning I get up, I turn on the TV. A mother had a 3-month-old baby that was killed in a bomb this morning. This is going on in 2022. Why? And we sit back and relax and we say, it's lucky it's not our ass. It's not anymore. We can't do that stuff. We got to stand together and say no to insanity. And unless we are doing that, we're not spiritually awake. Saying prayers doesn't cut it. Acting cuts it as far as I'm concerned. You don't act, you're not contributing, you're part of the problem. Yes. Serotonin is not produced by the brain. It's produced, 90% of it is produced by the intestinal fauna and flora. And sadly, if you go to Harvard, or you go to Yale, or you go to Stanford, they'd still tell you idiotic things that nobody in real science agrees with anymore. Matter of fact, less than 3% have anything to do with production in the brain. And we didn't know that until 1996. 1996, again, two American guys from Texas won Nobel Prizes when they actually showed that the neurons in the brain weren't the puppeteer that made the body work, that the neurons in the nervous system coming up from the serotonin activity and actually tell the brain what to do too. And that's happened to me. Many times I'll come home with my wife after a long day. I'll say, let's go out for a walk. I go to get up. What's my body say? No, you're not. That's my body talking to me. It's not my brain. My brain saying I want to go. My body's saying I'm not going to go. So now we understand it's a tennis match between the body's neurons talking to the brain's neurons that all are dependent upon the healthy bacteria in the gut. Okay, so if you have depression, if you read all the clinical work, and most of it comes out of Europe because here they squash it, the European studies show that antidepressants are not corrective. There's not a antidepressant anywhere on the pharmaceutical scales, anywhere on the planet that correct depression. It suppresses the part of the brain that makes you feel a little better, maybe. Not always. You have to change them sometime. 5-HTP actually get the neuron receptors, the neurotransmitter receptor sites in serotonin to click on. So it's called 5-HTP. Remember, serotonin's scientific short name is 5-HT. This is a P on the end of it. And so every good health store has, you have it 2 minutes from here, you have health stores that have that. If you have anxiety, ashwagandha, an Ayurvedic one, been around 5,000 years. Okay, any other questions on anything? Yes. It's hard to hear you, Liv. You have to understand that in the United States, all almonds have been irradiated for the last 10 years or so. Now, there's no laws that make them tell you that. Whole Foods lied for the first 2 years until somebody came in and imposed on them and said, you can't lie, these are not raw almonds. Are there ways to get raw almonds out of California? There are. I'm not the best. My chef at the Institute could tell you that. But there are ways you can get online and get raw almonds because there's a loophole somewhere in the California law. They can sell so many kilos, a few hundred kilos of raw almonds without being penalized. But what they did is they came in and imposed on the almond industry because they realized the extraordinary health benefit of almonds. And it's not only almonds. They tried to get rid of blue-green algae years ago. They put propaganda out how it was poisoning people. I've watched them. As soon as something hits a critical mass and there's enough research data behind it, they start to come after it. I've seen so many good supplements taken off the market in my lifetime. It's just appalling to me, appalling. I mean, artemisium, you know, the drug they're giving you all for 19 that Fauci tried to prevent you from getting, the model they made that drug from 60 years ago was artemisium or wormwood. So I don't tell people to take the pharmaceutical, I tell them to take wormwood. And they took it off the market. They actually called me 23 years ago from the FDA in Miami and said, we know you know how much we used to sell of it? $300 a year of it. They said, take it off your shelves. How do they know we were selling it? And that's how I started to wake up when I was younger. Bottom line is, things like that you can get on the internet now because there's ways they bring it from overseas. Yes. Okay. Thanks so much for listening. Be well. Take care. Thank you. I was about ready to pass out from the heat. You better take it up. Open it up when you get there so you don't. Yeah. How are you? How are you? Good, good, good. I think I left my bag in here. Presentation.
Yep. How's everybody doing? Everybody properly hydrated? I think this is the hottest day of the year so far, right? Yeah. So our next guest, he's getting mic'd up right now, but he is. Oh, you're already mic'd? Man, that was fast. Daggone. So
I should get the computer on.
Okay.
Just have to get
All
that
right.
going.
So this is Dr. Jim Loomis. They're just finishing setting up. How many of you guys have seen the Game Changers documentary? Yeah? All right. So everybody knows this guy then. He's the medical director at the Barnard Medical Center and one of my favorite guests on the exam room. Why? Because he doesn't ask what we want to talk about. I can literally say, do you want to come on the show? He's like, yeah, I can talk about anything. Makes my life so easy. But what that also means is this guy is a wealth of information, and he is just a joy to work with every day. You've never met a man who is more passionate about this. And what really helps him connect with his patients is that he has his own transformation, right? So he's not just a doctor giving advice. This is a guy who has been there and done that and wants nothing more than to help his patients along.
We're good. All right.
And so I think with that, Dr. Loomis, the stage is yours, my friend.
Thank you,
Round of
thank you,
applause,
thank you,
Dr.
thank
Jim
you,
Loomis.
Thank you. Thanks, Chuck. So what I want to talk about today is something that I think many people, certainly I didn't know anything about when I started my whole kind of plant-based journey about 10 years ago. I came to a plant-based diet for my own personal health reasons after seeing Forks Over Knives, like many people. Made the switch to a plant-based diet and significantly improved my health. And I started to learn more and more about plant-based diets. You know, first of all, you know, the compassion aspect. I knew what a vegan was, but I had this perception vegans, you know, ate granola and hug trees, and it kind of wasn't my thing. But I think we all have cognitive dissonance around where our food really comes from, and learning more and more about, you know, the horrors in industrial farming. But when I started to learn about the impact of our food waste on the environment, and thinking about the world my kids are going to be living in, you know, down the road, it really struck me is fundamentally important. And it's a dialogue that's really not happening, even in the environmental community. You know, we talk about climate change on, and oftentimes food doesn't even enter that conversation. And so what I want to share with you today is some of the ways that our food impacts the environment, how some of those environmental changes impact our health, and why a plant-based diet really fundamentally is really the answer to a lot of these issues. So, you know, as you know, we're reaching a crisis as far as climate change goes, especially with global warming. We've seen, you know, global surface temperatures really skyrocket in the last 30, 40, 50 years, mainly associated with increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And the reason is that carbon dioxide is what's called a greenhouse gas. So normally the sun comes down, hits the earth, radiates back into the environment. And when carbon dioxide and other gases, which we'll talk about in a second, accumulate in the atmosphere, it blocks the heat. It doesn't allow that heat to radiate back out into the atmosphere. So it raises surface temperatures. So there are several different greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide being the most significant, but two other that are important, especially with relationship to animal agriculture, are nitric oxide and methane. So methane makes up about 20%, nitric oxide about 6%. The F gases, that's gone down. That's the fluorinated hydrocarbons that you used to see in spray cans and things like that. Those have been mostly banned worldwide. One of the problems is, though, even though nitric oxide and methane there's less of it in the atmosphere, they have a much, much greater impact on global warming. So they're they create much more of this greenhouse effect. And in fact, methane is about, you know, in the 20-year campaign, about 50 times more potent a greenhouse gas as carbon dioxide, and nitric oxide is about 300 times more potent. So where do these grasses come from? Well, it's estimated about 60% of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere actually comes from livestock, and that includes both pre and post production farming, transport, and then from the cows themselves, we'll talk about in a minute. About 5% from carbon dioxide, about 45% methane, and about 53% of the NO2 emissions come from livestock. And we'll talk about why that is in a minute. So what aspects of agriculture are emitting these gases? Well, mainly driven by deforestation, which we'll talk about in a second, because when we cut down forests to either raise cattle or to graze cattle or to grow food for that cattle, we lose a significant amount of ability to sequester greenhouse gases. We'll talk about that in a second. Manure is another big factor. We're going to talk about that. Enteric fermentation, which is the gas that these animals create. Again, we're going to talk about that. And then the rest of the fertilizers and fossil fuels to transport the animals to and from market, things like that. So deforestation. If you look at deforestation around the world, about 65% of deforestation in Latin America is driven by ranching and pasture land to either raise cattle or grow food for cattle. Same thing in Central America, same thing in South America. And for every hectare of forest that you cut down, you lose 165 tons, the ability to sequester 165 tons of carbon dioxide. And if you were to cut down a hectare of forest and plant it again, it takes 1 to 2 generations to regrow that forest in a way to recapture those greenhouse gases. So deforestation is one of the biggest drivers of global warming with relationship to animal agriculture. So different kinds of foods have different impact on global warming and greenhouse gases. And as you can see, if you think about, compare it to driving, because that's transportation is another big source of greenhouse gases. A potato, this is for a half a pound of food. So potato is equivalent of driving about 1.7 miles, apple 0.2, asparagus 0.27, beef 10 miles, right, per half pound, 10 pounds per half pound of meat that's grown. Methane, again, a much more powerful greenhouse gas than CO2. It traps up to 100 times more heat in a 5-year period, about 75 more times heat if you look at a 20-year period. Although methane, carbon dioxide outnumbers particle to particle about 5 to 1, carbon dioxide does to methane, it's about a 20 times greater problem as far as creating greenhouse gases and global warming. So where does it come from, methane? And again, significant portion comes as a natural byproduct of natural gas production, but a significant amount, 25% from enteric fermentation, which we're going to talk about in a second, and about 10% from manure management, which again, we're going to talk about in a second. So again, there's a direct correlation of rising levels of methane in the atmosphere with the increased number of ruminant animals that we raise for food. So a ruminant animal, so cows, for example, what do they eat, right? They eat grass. Well, we can't really eat grass because we lack the ability to digest the cellulose, which is the primary fiber in grass. So for cows to accomplish that, they actually have 2 or 3 different stomachs that they use. And there's bacteria in the rumen, which is one of the stomachs, that actually breaks down that cellulose to allow the cow to use that for energy. We don't have that. We don't have that. And that methane has to be, so methane's a byproduct of that. And then the cows either burp it up or it comes out the other end. And so that's when we talk about enteric fermentation or enteric sources, that's what that means. And again, humans don't have rumens. They contribute almost 0 methane to the environment. Sheep and pigs, they're not rumen. They don't have rumens. Cattle do, and so cattle is the primary driver of methane in the environment today. Manure is also a significant. It has an impact. And the animals that we grow for food today create about 1.5 billion metric tons of manure a year, about 90,000 pounds a second. 10,000 hogs produce as much manure as a city of 40,000 people, right? Which is crazy, right? And, you know, it's about 130 times more excrement from animals than there is in the whole human population. And again, when we look at, so if you start to break down where these emissions come from, and you look at the amount from food production, again, livestock 30%, the transport, fodder production, and only 21%, by the way, comes from growing food for humans to eat, right? So what percent of the U.S. corn crop is actually eaten by humans? Does anybody know? Now, less than 1%, right? The rest is either turned into biofuel or it's fed to cows or pigs and chickens, right? So the amount of land we use to grow our food only makes up a small percentage of the greenhouse gas emissions, contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a study that came out of the UK a number of years ago that looked at dietary patterns in greenhouse gases. And as you can see here, there's almost a direct correlation between the amount of animal-based foods you have in your diet and the amount and the contribution of those greenhouse gases to the contribution of those food patterns to greenhouse gases. And you can see vegans are a half to a third compared to meat eaters. So what about water use? There's sustainability. We can think about sustainability from two different categories. We can think about the way we use our land and the way we use our water. So again, the production of animal-based foods using animals to growing animals for food uses a lot of land. So this is about the average amount of land to grow a kilogram, 2.2 pounds of food. So as you can see, these animal-based foods take a significant amount more of land to grow our calories in our food than plants. So kind of another way to think about it, this is the number of people whose calorie needs can be met if you take 2.5 acres of land and you grew different kinds of food. How many people could they feed? Well, 2.5 acres of land will feed one person if you're growing beef, 25 people if you're growing fruits and vegetables and things like that. So a much more efficient use of our land resources. And again, if everyone converted to a two football fields of food can feed one person with meat, 14 people. If animals, if they're eating plant-based diet, if everyone went plant-based in the world, that would free up 5 billion acres of land, to grow trees, restore carbon sequestration, on and on. So the amount of land we use to grow these animals is really incredible. It really is. When I started to think about this, it's really mind-boggling, frankly. So again, this is a little fuzzy, but so. This kind of goes across the effect of food on greenhouse gases. So again, about 25% greenhouse gases. The second one is land use. About 50% of the land we use is to grow food, particularly animals. We're going to talk about water in a minute, but about 70% of the fresh water we use in the world is used in animal agriculture. Eutrophication is the overnutrition of water, mainly through nitrous fertilizers. Which causes algae blooms and things like that, which we're going to talk about in a second. About 70%, 75% of eutrophication is from agriculture. And if you think about biodiversity, this is insane as well. Only about 6% of the world animals today that exist in the world today are wild animals. 94% of the animals in the world are grown for us to eat. So we've lost an incredible amount of biodiversity on the planet today as we've crowded out species from their natural habitats, as we've cut down forests in the Amazon and things like that. So again, eutrophication is where you get nitric oxide and you get nitrous fertilizers and phosphorus, which get into the soil. It leaches into the water table, gets into the water. It causes blooms of algae and phytoplankton, decreases oxygen, and it kills off fish species. My sister lives in Naples, Florida, And the last couple times I've been down there, there was these kind of signs, on the beach. And you would go down to the beach and literally my eyes would burn and I would cough. And those are the neurotoxins in the environment that these algae, these red tides, if you will, are producing. There's dead fish on the beach. And if you look, so this is the mouth of the Mississippi River. And so there's an ever expanding dead zone at the mouth of the Mississippi where all the shellfish, the oysters, the crabs, the shrimp, the fish can no longer live because of this eutrophication, which comes primarily from growing the food we use to feed animals primarily, or mainly the fertilizers. Again, if we replace plants with beef with plants in the United States, we would need 90% less cropland. It would decrease greenhouse emissions by about 96%, and it would decrease fertilizer use by about 95%, which is actually is again the cause of this eutrophication. About water use. So when I first saw this information, again, it blew my mind. So 1 quarter pounder hamburger takes as much water to produce as most of us use showering every day for 3 months, right? So think about that. If there's a drought in California, is the answer low flow shower heads and don't water your yard every day or what? Or is it don't eat meat, right? When was the last time you went to California and saw a big billboard that said don't eat meat because we have a drought going on? Never, right? And so for those of you who may have seen the documentary Cowspiracy, they talk a little bit about this, about some of the politics behind this. But it's really amazing. And again, 55% of the fresh water in the United States is used in the production of animals. So this is the water footprint of different foodstuffs. And again, this is per kilogram of food. Again, the animal-based foods need a lot more water than plant-based foods. Now, the one exception is almonds. Almonds are very water intensive. Almonds do have some health benefit, but using things like soy milk or oat milk as opposed to almond milk may help decrease the water footprint. So almonds are the one kind of that's not on this list, but are the one plant-based food that does require a lot of water to grow. So again, the same kind of idea. This is how many liters of water it takes to make 1 gram of protein. This is 1 gram of protein. So a serving of beef has maybe 10 grams of protein somewhere in there. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So again, linear relationship. You get the message. So once again, a study looked at what's the water footprint with different dietary patterns. And as you can see, a tremendous 100-fold plus difference between a plant-based diet and the water footprint that leaves versus meat eaters. So one of the other issues we see more and more with how we raise animals today that has a negative impact on our health is the widespread use of antibiotics. I didn't realize this, but 80% of the antibiotics prescribed in the United States today don't go to people to fight pneumonia and strep throat. They're fed to animals, right? And the reason is it does seem that antibiotics have a slight anabolic effect. So the animals get bigger, they grow more meat faster. But the other reason is they're raised in such unsanitary conditions. They're all crowded together that antibiotics are really necessary to keep those animals alive long enough till they can go to slaughter. We're even seeing this now, like in farm fish. They keep these salmon, these fish pens. They actually add antibiotics to the water because they get the same kind of infections in these unsanitary, crowded conditions that the cows and the pigs and the chickens do. And what happens is, bacteria are, it's kind of like COVID virus, right? So for humans, it takes 10,000 years if there's a genetic mutation for that mutation to kind of pass into the population. We have so many bacteria that are replicating so fast. It's evolution at hyper speed. So if a bacteria develops a gene, has a genetic mutation that makes them resistant to the antibiotic, very quickly that gene, the offspring of that bacteria will take over. And so there's a huge problem now in the medical world with increasing incidence of antibiotic resistance. And in some places of the world, it's really created almost a crisis because they've run out of antibiotics to treat certain infections. And so how does that translate to the animals? Well, we feed the animals all these antibiotics. They develop antibiotic resistant bacteria. That feces, where those bacteria are, they get into our food, they get onto our cutting boards, on and on and on. And then we ingest them. So now we've got these antibiotic resistant bacteria. And if they become pathogenic and create a chronic disease, we've lost the ability to treat those diseases. A recent study by Environmental Working Group showed that a significant amount of the food that we buy today actually has, when they go to the grocery store and they take swabs, they've documented the presence of antibiotic resistant bacteria. It's a huge problem in the medical community. There's a lot of other diseases that have passed into the human population from animals. COVID probably is one. There's increasing evidence that the COVID originated in the wet markets in China. But things like there's a huge outbreak right now today in the United States of avian flu. You may have read about just in the last couple of weeks. They've had to destroy millions of chickens in the last few weeks because of this outbreak of avian flu. Swine flu, mad cow disease, that's a virus. It's not really a virus. It comes from a prion that comes from eating meat and gets into our brain and causes dementia. So these are many other kind of infectious vectors that have risen up in society as we started to consume these animals. And, we crowd them together. So they get infected from each other, on and on. Another increasing concern about the food we eat and what we put on that food are what's called endocrine disruptors. So in the middle there, we make hormones, and hormones circulate in our bloodstream, and then they attach to receptors on the tissue, and then they activate whatever process that hormone is designed to do. There are many chemicals that serve as what are called endocrine disruptors. So they mimic the hormones. They attach to those hormone receptors, and then they activate those processes inappropriately, right? And there's a whole list of these things, most of which come from our food. Pesticides and phenols and hormone estradiols, actually some hormones that are in meat. Now, phytoestrogens are on this list, but it's interesting. Phytoestrogens work a little bit differently. So that's the phyto means plant. So phytoestrogens are the estrogens you find in like soy. And a lot of people are scared of that because, you're going to get breast cancer. If you're a man and you're a weightlifter, you're going to grow man boobs and such. But it turns out that phytoestrogens weakly bind to that hormone, and they block the effect of estrogen. So it's actually the opposite. So levels of 2 to 4 servings of soy actually decrease your risk for breast cancer. In men, it decreases the risk for prostate cancer significantly, and it decreases the risk in women who have had breast cancer of recurrence. So not all of these endocrine disruptors are bad, but everything else on the list is. So where do these come from? Mainly from the pesticides that we put on our food. And there's a whole bunch of different things that have been associated with overexposure to these endocrine disruptors, liver toxicity, cancer, thyroid, reproductive problems, on and on. So how do they get into the foodways? Well, we either spray it on the food, it bioaccumulates in the soil as industrial toxins that settle into the rains and they get into the dirt. The cows eat the plants that have these endocrine disruptors in them. This is, for example, dioxin. And then when we eat those food, most of them are fat soluble, so they accumulate in the fat. And when we consume those animals, we're consuming these endocrine disruptors. So this is for another endocrine disruptor called PDEA. And again, it comes from pesticides primarily. As you can see, the EPA considers a safe level at 0.7 picograms per kilogram. As you can see, look at beef. It's 40 times that, right? So they're coming from the food that we eat, the plants. So another huge area of concern is the impact on the oceans and fishing, things like that. We've seen a huge increase in demand, and we have this idea that seafood's healthy, the omega-3s in salmon and things like that. And we've seen a huge increase in seafood consumption over the past 20, 30 years. But the problem is there's not many fish left, right? So in 1950, we were fishing 1% of the ocean to meet the needs, consumer needs for fish. And there were 0 species at risk under pressure for extinction. You fast forward to today, and it's even worse than this now. This data is it's 10 years old. We're fishing, now it's about 75% of the ocean to meet the demand. And over almost 90% of species are under pressure or at risk or have gone extinct. And there's some evidence that if we don't stop fishing pretty soon, that there could be total fishery collapse by 2050, which isn't that long away. And the global implications that are out around conflict and loss of food and biodiversity, accelerating global warming, on and on and on, is really catastrophic. And it's a dialogue we're really not having, I think, about the importance of not eating fish, because of this impending really global collapse. And hopefully it's not too late. We also know that fish accumulate a lot of biotoxins, right? In particular, things like mercury. Again, mercury is an industrial waste product that gets into the water, and then it bioaccumulates in these fatty fishes. So salmon, tuna, things like that. So this is the average mercury content in a wide variety of fish. This is a study from a few years ago. That green line at the bottom is the safe level of mercury, right? And as you can see, there's no commercially fished food right now that you can get that has a safe level of mercury. And when you start getting to the other end, like marlin and tuna and things like that, tremendous amount of mercury in the food. Wide variety can cause developmental delay in children. There's a whole bunch of health issues that come from mercury toxicity. So what about farm fish, right? So we'll say, well, if we're killing the oceans, why don't we farm the fish, and then we can save all the fish in the ocean? And in fact, aquaculture has in fact risen, and as you can see, again, over the past 50 years, 55 years, a significant increase in the amount of fish that we get from farm fish. However, farm fish, it's kind of like the difference between the nutritional value of a deer that's out in the woods and a cow that you raise in a CAFO, right? Completely different nutritional profile. Much less lowers of protein in farm-raised fish, lower levels of omega-3. We have to put pesticides and herbicides and algaecides in the pens to keep the fish healthy. There's been diseases, viruses, and bacteria that get into the fish. And then some of these fish, they escape into the wild. They can infect other fish. So this is the stuff you find in farm salmon, right? Again, it really is a toxic. Farm salmon is probably one of the most toxic foods you can consume today, right? It's got GMO from the corn. They grind up corn. Like if you think evolutionarily, how many fish evolved to use corn as a source of energy? Like none, right? Well, we feed these fish GMO corn, artificial coloring, because they're not getting the natural carotenoids that cause the pink, from the shrimp and things like that make the flesh yellow. Artificial colors are added to the salmon to make it look like salmon, because it's not, right? It's like Franken salmon, right? Twice as much fat, the DDT, on and on and on. Again, I think you get the picture. So as you all probably know, there's a lot of other benefits to going on a plant-based diet and a wide variety of health, as you've heard from several other speakers. I do want to make a point. I think this is important. Like personally, I don't self-identify as being vegan. Veganism comes from an ethical place of compassion, which is important. Don't harm other creatures, so you don't wear them, you don't use products tested on them, you don't use products made out of them. However, unfortunately, there's still a lot of pretty unhealthy stuff that's vegan. And so when I talk about in our medical practice, a whole food plant-based diet, right? So it's vegan, there's no animal foods, don't get me wrong, but it eliminates things like the processed sugar, processed grains. Think about it, as human beings, what did we evolve to eat, right? Well, this idea, our ancestors, and if they talk about this some in the movie Game Changers, our ancestors weren't hunter-gatherers. We were gather-hunters and timber climbers. Much easier to gather calories as it was to hunt down animals. What did we gather? It was mainly unrefined plants, right? roots, stems, leaves, seeds, fruits, nuts, vegetables, berries, legumes. I mean, when was the last time they came across a white flower tree or a canola oil bush, or a Dr. Pepper nut, right? I mean, we did not evolve to eat all of these highly processed foods. I mean, think about your car. I mean, you don't put diesel gas in your car in moderation and expect it to run, right? We take better care of our cars than we do of ourselves, right? And all that stuff's diesel gas. We didn't evolve to eat dairy products. And what is dairy? Dairy is a biologic fluid that evolves species specific to facilitate baby mammals turning mammals big enough to find food on their own. And once that happens, you don't need your mother's milk anymore. So when was the last time you went into mom's grocery store here or Sprouts or whatever and saw a shelf full of human milk to bring on and put on your cereal? Never, right? And that's because we're not designed to use those products. Now we did eat meat historically, right? We did eat meat. But A, it wasn't very much. Probably didn't exceed 20-25% of our calories in temperate climates. B, it was wild animals, not cows, pigs, chickens, fish, stuff full of corn, antibiotics, and hormones. But most importantly, I think you could argue that our ancestors had a survival advantage. I think James Wilkes talked about this. We needed to get big and strong, get away from leopard, find a mate before we died of some infectious disease when we were 30, right? So we never had to worry about if I eat all this meat, am I going to get cancer or have a heart attack or get diabetes, because we were already dead, right? And we've unmasked these chronic diseases as we've extended human life expectancy, mainly related to the overconsumption of these animal-based foods and processed foods. And then you step back and think about these environmental implications and think about how we treat animals in the modern world. I think you can get a very strong argument, if you're not starved for calories at least, that at a minimum plant-strong diet, and ideally, again, especially when you start talking about the environment and compassion, a whole food plant-based diet's the opposite diet for human health, planetary health, etc. And these are all the health benefits that have been shown. These are all lectures in and of themselves. So this was an interesting article. It was it was published in a chart in economics, The Economist, a while back. It's a little busy, but what I want you to focus on is this graph on my right here, right? So on the bottom scale is your relative risk of dying, and the vertical scale is the environmental impact, right? So what foods are in that bottom left corner, right? Potatoes, vegetables, nuts, fruits, things like that. So that's where we want to be. Again, this is to the point that when we move toward a plant-based diet, not only are we making ourselves healthier, we're making the planet healthier, and we're being compassionate to living creatures, and we're maximizing our athletic performance, on and on and on. So I mean, think about it. What other maybe not easy but simple thing can you do in your life that can have that broader reach, right? You're healthier, planet's healthier, animals are better off, and if you're an athlete, you perform better. There's nothing except for a whole food plant-based diet. So that's all I have for this presentation today. I will share you this. So Wendell Berry is he's my favorite farmer philosopher. He's the only one I know, but he has this great quote, and this is more on the health side, but I think you could also substitute environment down here at the bottom too. That we're fed by a food industry that doesn't pay attention to our health, and we're treated by a health industry that doesn't pay attention to our food. And I think you could say, well, they don't pay attention to the environment either, right? And that's an important part of who we are and the legacy we're going to leave for our children and grandchildren. So we have time for questions, and I'll be happy to entertain. I'll answer any. If you've got questions outside the scope of this talk, I can talk about. I'm the medical director at the Barnard Medical Center. I see some familiar faces here. We run a clinic. We run a practice in Washington, D.C. that uses plant-based nutrition, lifestyle in general, plant-based nutrition specifically, to help our patients prevent, treat, and reverse, chronic disease. So if you have questions outside the scope of this talk, I'll be happy to try to answer those as well. Yeah. If you talk to Gwen, I'll talk to Gwen and see if they can post it on the website or something like that. Yeah. Any question? What's that? So she asked when. So for those who don't know, a couple years ago, I wanted to do something epic. Game Changer was coming out in 2019, and I was turning 60. I'm 63 now. When I was 60, I want to do something because so I actually trained for and did an Ironman triathlon on plants, and so that's what she's asking about on plants. Yeah, so I think my next endeavor is going to be I'm going to try to run a marathon this fall and qualify for the Boston Marathon. That's one of lifelong goals. So that's what I'm going to focus on next. So thank you. All right, we have a couple more questions, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Montgomery, who I saw in the wings here. Yes. Yeah. No, I understand. So the question was, the last speaker was advocating more for a raw food diet and what, kind of what our thoughts and that. So, I practice evidence-based medicine, right? And so there are some foods like tomatoes, for example. When you cook tomatoes, the lycopene content. So lycopene is a very potent antioxidant polyphenol flavonoid. It actually has been shown to lower your risk for prostate cancer, for example. And when you cook a tomato, the lycopene content goes up, right? Now the vitamin C content goes down, right? Cruciferous vegetables. When you cook cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, cauliflower, some of the phytochemicals in there actually are activated and have anti-cancer properties, and some are deactivated. So from my own personal approach is it's pragmatic, right? So I have a salad. I have a raw salad that's got raw tomatoes and broccoli and cauliflower. I also cook some of those vegetables. So I try to find a mix, right? The whole idea around phytates and anti-nutrients and lecithins and all that, and a lot of that came from Dr. Scott Gundry's book, The Plant Paradox. Again, it is true that legumes have a lot of lecithins, right? And lecithins and phytates have been shown to block the absorption of certain nutrients. But when you cook a bean, what do you think happens to the lecithin content? It goes way down, go 60, 70%, right? So when was the last time you ate a raw bean, like a hard, dry bean? I mean, you have to cook them, right? Now, you might have a few, if you're growing sweet peas in your garden, you might eat a couple of those raw, but for the most part, we cook our beans, right? So it deactivates these kind of anti-nutrients that people are worried about. Same kind of thing, spinach has a lot of oxalates. Some people who have, for example, kidney stones, you have to be careful with that. But you cook spinach, the oxalate content goes down about 60, 70%. So that's the way I approach that. And there's all science behind all that. Yeah. So, yeah. Sure. So the question was, many of us feel almost an addiction to certain foods, particularly fat and salt and sugar. And there's a great book, by the way, by Michael Moss, who won a Pulitzer Prize. It's called Salt, Fat, Sugar. And he talks about how this all got into our foodways. He's got a new book out called Hooked, which talks about the addiction part of this. But it's interesting, right? So, you have to remember that all of our food behaviors, things we have preferences for, evolved to keep us from starving to death in a world of not plenty, right? So we were just trying to find enough calories to get to tomorrow, right? And so we didn't live in this world of overabundance. So humans are actually born with an inborn preference for sweet. And when we see things that are sweet or we taste things that are sweet, it actually activates dopamine in our brain, which makes us happy, right? And the reason it's felt is if it's sweet, it's probably not poisonous because the alkaloids in bitter and sour foods actually are those plants' natural mechanisms to protect them from predators and infections and things like that. So if it's bitter, it might be poison. If it's sweet, it's not, right? So babies are born with an inborn preference for sweet. We have an inborn preference for things that are fatty. And the reason is 1 gram of fat has 9 calories. 1 gram of carbohydrate protein only has 4 calories. So if for the same amount of food volume, anything we could find that's fat instead of carbohydrate or protein, we only have to find half as much food, right? So much less likely to starve. We have an inborn preference to spend as little energy as possible to get more energy. And the reason is if you need 1,000 calories to survive to tomorrow, and you have to spend 1,000 calories to find it, you have to find 2,000 calories, right? If you don't have to spend any energy, you only have to find 1,000. So if you think about what the implications of that are, it means that the drive-through at Krispy Kreme donut is the most highly evolved food source on the planet. I mean, it is. And the food manufacturers know this, and they purposely manipulate the salt, fat, and sugar content of our food to drive us to consume these foods that are less healthy. Trichrome vision, right? So carnivores have dichrome vision. They see black, white, gray, right? And the reason is, every antelope is ripe, right? You don't need to worry if it's red or purple or green or yellow. Fruits and vegetables, we have trichrome vision. And the theory is we evolved that to discern fruits and vegetables and berries and things that are ripe, right? You walk in a candy store, what do you see, right? I mean, so our brains are being manipulated by the food industry, and it's a process. You can overcome that, but it's hard. Well, one strategy I found is, if you think about the food we eat, we choose out of two buckets, right? We have a healthy bucket, unhealthy bucket. We spend a lot of time trying to keep our hand out of the unhealthy bucket. I went plant-based overnight cold turkey. That's hard for a lot of people. So one strategy I've had is have people do is think about what's in that unhealthy bucket. Pick one thing, soda, for example, and all you got to worry about is substituting, say, water for soda for the next 2 weeks. That's all you got to worry about. Pick the easy things first, not the hard things, easy things, right? 2 weeks, you've got rid of the soda. Pick the next thing, potato chips, right? So I'm going to find something healthier that's besides potato chips for my snack. And that's all you worry about. You don't worry about anything else except for that one thing, right? And you slowly pick the things out. You got to pick the easy. You want to set yourself up for success. So you pick the easy things first. And as you slowly empty the bucket, your health improves. You get more confidence. I can do this. And pretty soon, your bucket is empty. So, all right. You're 3:45? Is that correct? All right. Well, I'm going to get off the stage in respect of time. I ran a little fast, so to get us back on the straight, if you don't mind. So thank you all for coming. Thank you, Gwen, for having us. Great event, and look forward to coming back next year. So thank you.
So we've got our final speaker of today. Is everybody having a good time? Yay! We saved the best for last. Dr. Baxter Montgomery is a cardiologist from Houston, Texas. He's sort of doing what we're doing at Green Fair, but he's got a cardiology practice. So when you go into his practice at Montgomery Heart and Wellness, you either go left or you go right. If you go left, you go into beds and tubes and medicines. And if you go right, you go into the Garden Cafe and you watch people recover their health. He's doing a lot of cool research things and kindred spirit. And so please give a warm welcome to Baxter.
Thank you very much. Remember the anatomy? Yep. Okay. I've got a, okay. You have another USB port here? I can figure out how to pull this out. No more? Oh.
No, because I got to charge it.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, no problem. All right, well, he get that ready. Good evening. I'm batting cleanup, or perhaps batting while they clean up, but either way, we're going to have a presentation where I'm going to get into some technical aspects of medicine. As Gwen mentioned, I'm a cardiologist, electrophysiologist, and I practice in Houston. What I want to share with you this afternoon are some practical aspects of what you can do for a loved one who's sick in the hospital today, tomorrow, or any other day. You know, we often talk about food as medicine. And the question is it really true? Can we use food and medicine if you have a relative who's in the hospital, who's in the CCU and congestive heart failure, who's someone who's in throes of a heart attack, someone who's acutely ill right now? Can medicine affect them right then and there? My answer is yes. And I'm going to share some information with you this afternoon. And hopefully at the end, I'll leave you with some practical tips that you can take away that you can perhaps use for a loved one if they're in the hospital at some point in their life. So I'm going to use my pointer, but if my pointer works, and once he gets the slide up, we're almost there. Okay, we're almost there. So I'm going to give you a quick warning. There are a couple of technical sections in this presentation. The first part, I'm going to talk about a little bit of biochemistry. I'm going to walk you through it because there's a purpose of understanding how the body gets sick. And then I'm going to walk you through 3 case presentations of patients that I manage in the hospital with nutrition and show you exactly how it helps in addition to the other therapeutics that we provided those patients. And at the end, we're going to talk about some practical aspects of why that's important, that we walk away with this knowledge, because all of us have relatives or loved ones who may take ill the next day or may be ill in the hospital now. And I want you to know that food does make an impact even at that setting. In fact, it probably has the greatest impact when you're most acutely ill than it does in chronic setting. How we're looking? Oh, good. So down is right, and then left is back. Okay, good deal. So anyway, let me get, let's see. Okay, let's start off with what is chronic disease. I'm going to go through this part pretty quickly. We understand what chronic disease is for the most part. We've heard of heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and the like. And these are just labels that we use in medicine. And these labels are convenient for me as a doctor when I'm communicating with somebody else. But actually, they don't get to the heart of what's causing the person to be ill. So if we want to think about chronic diseases, and when I'm managing a patient, I like to think about the underlying process. I don't manage patients based on diseases. For instance, if someone says someone has heart failure, it tells me as a doctor, well, you need to use this medicine or this treatment or this procedure. However, that's not going to treat the underlying process. So as a physician and a scientist, I need to think about what's causing the underlying process. One of the measurable underlying processes we know about is inflammation. I like to think of it as a biochemical fire. So anybody who's had arthritis or any kind of ailment, you've fallen down and scraped your elbow, you know what inflammation is, but it's an underlying process that we can measure that we see with chronic diseases such as cancer, heart disease, and all of the other common titles we give chronic illnesses. The other one I want to talk about is oxidative stress. That's a fancy phraseology, but all that is increased toxin inside your body. Oxidative stress are the chemicals that we may take in with the preservatives in the foods we eat, lack of sleep, lack of exercise, lots of stress. All these things increase endogenous or exogenous forms of oxidative stress. But it's a biochemical buildup. If anybody's ever bitten into an apple and see it turn brown on the counter, that's oxidation, and that's oxidative stress in the apple. A similar thing can happen to your cells. Antioxidants can reverse oxidative stress. These are plant-based foods, but exercise has an antioxidant effect. So these are things that reverse oxidative stress because molecules that we refer to are free radicals, lack electrons, and antioxidants just donate an electron to neutralize that molecule. Otherwise, if that molecule isn't neutralized, it just floats around in the body, damaging cells and DNA. So these are 2 processes I want you to think about. And I'm going to get to the meaning behind this. Oops, my slide is acting up. And so let's get into a few mechanisms. Now, warning, I'm going to get into some technical stuff here. Slide's not advancing here. Here we go. Okay, inflammation of the heart. Let me just bring all these bullet points up so I can just go through them real quickly. So inflammation of the heart, as I said, inflammation like a biochemical fire. There are lots of molecules that we can measure inside the blood that measure the amount of inflammation. And the reason I'm giving you some of the names of these molecules, IL-beta-1, TNF-alpha, that we can measure these molecules in your blood and determine how much inflammation is going on. That's important because when I start to treat you either with a medicine or nutrition, I can monitor this amount of inflammation and determine how well you're getting. And so the important part is that inflammation is associated with these pro-inflammatory cytokines. Now, many of us have heard the news media talk about cytokine storms in the midst of COVID infections and the like. Well, cytokine storms isn't unique to COVID. Cytokine storms happen in our bodies all the time. Somebody with decompensated heart failure who's gone in with COPD exacerbation, these people are having cytokine storms. If you have an arthritic flare or gout flare, it may be a cytokine storm in a joint area, but it's an increase in inflammation, which is mediated by cytokines. So cytokines are nothing new, but they are part of the major underlying process of inflammation that contributes to heart disease. And somebody who's acutely ill with heart failure or heart attack, we need to think about this process of cytokines or inflammation. Let's think about the blood vessels real quick. And let me bring these bullet points up. And my button's not responding so well, but anyway, so endothelial inflammation is a process where inflammation is concentrated inside the blood vessels. So what are endothelial cells? That's our rugs. It's the carpet inside the lining of our blood vessels. If these tissues, these cells become damaged, then what happens is that they don't secrete nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is an important molecule that improves not only endothelial health, but it also contributes to other factors such as keeping the fluidity in the cytoskeleton of the heart muscle, keeping the cells from becoming hypertrophied. So the heart can become really stiff if you have inflammation of blood vessels. Also, blood flow becomes impaired, which leads to further stiffness of the heart. I think there's a lag on my button here, but now the last point I want to make in the technical part is talked about oxidative stress. There are four major aspects of oxidative stress. Oxidative stress, the molecules, we talked about oxidative molecules, reactive oxygen species. That's just fancy terminology for acute or toxic molecules that causes damage to cells in our body. So these molecules can cause abnormal electrical factors in the heart. So an influx of calcium inside the myocyte cells cause the electrical signaling to go off. What does that result in? Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia. Why is that important? The changes in these electrical signals due to oxidative stress can cause electrical activity in the atrium and the ventricle that predispose to these abnormal rhythms. As an electrophysiologist, I'll give you medication to treat this, but the medication has side effects. There's a therapeutic effect of food that can turn off the oxidative stress that can also turn off this electrical abnormality. Similarly, the influx of calcium through certain molecules causes the heart the contractility of the heart to be impaired. The heart gets weaker and stiffer. So again, oxidative stress makes the heart weaker and stiffer and more electrically unstable. Mitochondria is also damaged by the reactive oxygen species. The mitochondria is the energy cells, energy molecules within the cell. So ATP production goes down and inflammation goes up further. And the last thing, increased oxidative stress results in fibrosis. So to summarize all this in one picture, number one, electrical instability. Number two, contractile dysfunction. The heart's weaker and stiffer. Number three, you have mitochondrial dysfunction, so poor energy of the cell, so further weakens the heart. And number four, fibrosis, all related to oxidative stress. So again, I've given you the underlying mechanism of what causes illness. It's not just the titles we get on these things, but actually these are mechanisms that we have to deal with. And when we think about why someone's sick, we have to think about the mechanism as to why they're sick. So generally speaking, we know that plant foods versus animal foods are better long-term. This is just an abstract for a study that was done that showed individuals who had survived a heart attack, they did better on a low-carb plant-based diet compared to low-carb animal-based diet. So we know that the long-term benefits of a plant-based diet. But what if you're having a heart attack now? I don't want to wait until 20 years to get some benefit from the food. So can the food help? So what I want to do is I'm going to present 3 cases of patients that I actually took care of who had acute illness. Now my button is lagging here. So the first patient, let me go through this bullet point. So hopefully that'll catch up. So the first patient had a congestive heart failure. He had a condition known as amyloidosis. Amyloidosis is a rare condition where you secrete abnormal proteins, infiltrate the heart muscle. The heart gets very thick and very weak. So what happens is that he presented, and we had been taking care of him for some time, and he presented to our office one day, And we had not only had an ejection fraction of 25 to 30%, we had suspected that amyloidosis. We had not proven it at this time, but we were working on other testing. But he had peculiar onset of symptoms, increased heart rate, and then he also had what's called claudication, weakness and pain in the leg with walking. So this was a new problem that he had in addition to the heart failure. His heart rate was elevated. We adjusted some of his medication to control his heart rate, but it was unsuccessful. We brought him to the office one day, and we did some imaging. We did an echocardiogram, and I'm going to show you his echocardiogram. And let me see if I can get this video showing. So let's see here. Where's my mouse? Oh, here it is. All right, that video plays anyway. But anyway, this shows a heart muscle that's very thick, and the video's not playing. Let me go to the, oh, there it is. So anyway, the heart is very thick and it's very weak. You have the atria, the upper chambers that are very large. And so this is an abnormal heart, very thick, very weak, due to the infiltration. So this patient was in congestive heart failure. And so the other thing we found is that we did ultrasound of his lower extremities, and we found he had no flow to the left leg. So no flow, we couldn't feel a pulse. He's also having pain in that leg. So this was a medical emergency. He was at risk for losing flow to that leg and risk for losing the extremity. So we admitted him to the hospital, and as I said, the ultrasound showed a blockage in the left artery, superficial femoral artery. His heart rate was in the low 100s. We couldn't Doppler a pulse in the left leg, and so we admitted him to the hospital. He was admitted on November 22nd to start on intravenous heparin. We put him in the IMU, intermediate care unit. An angiogram was done the very next day. It found occlusion through the multiple blood clots to that artery. So the interventional cardiologist and myself, we looked and decided he needed surgery. And we emergently, the next day, sent him for surgery. And let me get my bullet points up. So the next series of slides, I'm going to talk you through the detailed steps of how we manage this patient. So here you have a man in his 60s, congestive heart failure, heart beating around 20%, less than 20% by the time we got him to the hospital. He had an embolus, a large blood clot to the left artery in the leg, loss of flow, now needing emergency surgery. Now, one thing I want to make you aware of, doing surgery on the patient with a low ejection fraction is severely high risk of any kind. When you have to do vascular surgery on the same patient, that's even more risk. So here's a 60-year-old man with a weak heart needing emergency vascular surgery, so he's at high risk of dying even on the table. Now, he had already been on a plant-based diet, but it wasn't quite the optimal plant-based diet, and I'm going to share that with you later on. Now, my slides are gone away. So it's hospital course. I'm going to go through these. I'm going to let my slides catch up with it. The good thing I remember this case. Long story short, he went through surgery. They removed the clot surgically, and then they bypassed the blockage in the arteries of the leg. He came out of surgery. It was a bumpy road. He lost quite a bit of blood in the OR. His heart rate was up. His kidneys started failing. His heart rate went up into the 120s due to the fact he already had congestive heart failure, and he was in an abnormal heart rhythm. His heart rate got worse, and his rhythm got worse, and his circulation was worse. So he had poor circulation to the lower extremity. That caused the buildup in acid in the lower extremity. So we had multiple problems with this patient. He just had emergency surgery, had a weak heart. His heart rate was out of control. It had acid buildup, and the kidneys were starting to fail. There was also congestion on the liver. So he was having multiple organ dysfunction. And patients like this do not survive. So in this patient, we're diagnosed with compartment syndrome within 24 hours after surgery. What happened? Well, he had bleeding in the surgical area. So he had compression of that area. So that further compromised the joint. He had to be rushed back to surgery to relieve the bleeding from compartment syndrome. So here's someone who had 2 emergency surgeries in a matter of about 24, 36 hours with a very weak heart. So what did we do? There were a couple of things. My colleagues wanted to get the heart failure, the advanced heart failure team in. They're the ones that deal with transplant and LVADs. I said that wasn't necessary because there were 2 issues going on that we had to address, maybe 3 issues. So what we did is that we evacuated the wound, relieved the pressure, relieved the compartment syndrome, and then we did a couple of things that were pretty important. I'm going to bring my bullet points up here. I called my colleague who does my electrophysiological work. This patient was in atrial flutter. So step number 1, we had to do a medical procedure to get rid of the abnormal heart rhythm. Why was that important? That was important because they need to get the heart in normal rhythm in order to improve cardiac output, improve circulation to all extremities, including the one that was damaged. That was number 1. Number 2, we had to put them on a nutritional detox. Why nutritional detox? Well, the reason I went through the first slides and talked about things like oxidative stress and inflammation, because the fastest way to reduce inflammation and oxidative stress in the acute setting that I know of is a raw juice feast or raw smoothie feast. I've done it many times with many patients on ventilators, on ICU, or acutely ill. And when you feed the gut, you know, Dr. Brian Clement talked about the importance of the microbiome, which is probably the underscore feeding oxidative stress and inflammation. You're feeding the gut with these super nutrients in the forms of cold pressed juices, in the forms of smoothies. And yes, he did have some salads he was able to chew, but we started feeding the microbiome, and it acts in a matter of minutes, hours, and days to start to turn this process around. So what we did is that the echo showed his ejection fraction less than 20%, had a small amount of fluid around the heart, had swelling around the leg. We started his detox on November 27th, and keep that date in mind. He started turning around his creatinine, which was getting worse, started to improve, and I got some bar graphs to show you the progress over time. I'm sorry my slides aren't keeping up with me. So this was on November 1st. After the ablation, he was awake, alert, sitting up in bed. He was having more frequent bowel movements. He was feeling a little short of breath still, but he was able to walk. That's why he was short of breath. He was at bed rest before, but he was walking around in the room at this time. But he didn't. We had this pain under control. We were using some pain medication. He had a wound vac device. But by the 4th, he was able to be discharged from home. So in a matter of about 7 or 8 days on the detox after controlling his arrhythmia, we were able to get this man out of the hospital. This is a man who went through 2 emergency surgeries with a weak heart, who was at the risk of dying. And in fact, his creatinine level went up to about 5. Those in medicine know that that's associated with GFR of about 12, which is glomerular filtration rate. A filtration rate less than 15 puts you in a zone where you need dialysis. The nephrologist and I were sort of butting heads over his diet. I won out. I was the attending physician. But we held off on dialysis in him and were able to hold off. So let me show you some of the numbers and explain what happened. And let me see if I can get the slides to act right. Is there a way I can speed up my response to this? Okay, here we go. I hope it doesn't move again. All right. So, and this fancy color here, this gold bar, that showed when we did the electrical ablation. The orange bars show when we started the detox. So the creatinine went up almost 5. When we started the detox, it started coming down. Now, again, 2 things were happening. We got his heart rate and rhythm under control, which was very important. That's the allopathic medical side. We started to detox him and reduce the inflammation and oxidative stress. That's the nutritional side. This is integrative medicine in the acute care ICU, CCU. His GFR went down, but then after those 2 key procedures, it went up. Lactic acid level started coming down. Liver congestion, the enzymes are up, started coming down after we got his hemodynamics and physiology under control. Again, we're treating underlying processes, not disease titles. Let me go on to the next set. Let's see, it's gonna. So what are the key factors as to why this patient got better? Okay. First of all, why did he decompensate? This patient had been following a plant-based diet. He was actually very compliant. My PA was seeing him mostly. However, he was eating mostly, I wouldn't say mostly, maybe 40% cooked foods. Now, I know there's always discussion between cooked versus raw food. I will tell you point blank, when you're this sick, it's 100% raw. Not 99.99999, 100% raw. And this patient's condition, had he been on 100% raw, might not have gotten to this point, but I'll go into that later. He had an abnormal heart rhythm, had an embolization, and the need for emergency surgery was part of the problem, because whenever you operate on somebody, you introduce more inflammation and more stress on the body. However, the reason for recovery, on the flip side, was emergent surgery. So he needed the surgery. Even though the surgery could cause problems, he needed it. So oftentimes patients come to me, they need a surgery, they have a weak heart, they have other health problems, and knowing that they need the surgery, maybe it's for cancer or something, I don't know, but I put them on a raw detox to get them ready for surgery. So it takes less stress on the body. So this patient went into this, we started the detox while he was in the hospital. The ablation was really critical, and also the nutritional intervention was also very critical. Case 2, not quite as long and complex, but there were some complexities in this patient. This was a 66-year-old lady with heart failure, and she had lupus, and she came to us, and she was waxing and waning, and she was sort of on a vegan, vegetarian diet, not fully compliant, but she started getting worse. Her mitral regurgitation started getting worse. And let me see if I can show you her image. Let me see if my system will act right. If not, okay. Now, it's moving pretty fast. You see a lot of blood leaking back, and it's not letting me pause. I'm not going to try to pause, but you can see this chamber is very dilated. That's the left atrium. This is the left ventricle. This is about 1.5 size times the left ventricle, and it should be the other way around. And so she had so much leaking back into the left atrium that her heart was severely enlarged, and we were admitting her to the hospital to undergo a procedure called a mitral valve clip to try to hold, to prevent some of the leaking. So let me just go forward and talk about her hospital course. So when she was admitted, wants to show my video, okay. So when she was admitted to the hospital, we started on intravenous diuretics, and we started getting her tuned up a little bit, try to get some of the fluid off. However, she started getting worse. Now, she was in the midst of a lupus flare. Now, those you know, lupus is an autoimmune disorder that causes systemic inflammation. As a result of that lupus flare, she started having worsening heart failure, but she also started going into abnormal cardiac arrhythmias. Now, if you remember from the earlier slides I talked about, I linked inflammation and oxidative stress to abnormal biochemical reactions inside the heart cells that predispose to electrical abnormalities. This is what was going on with her. Now, we, as electrophysiologists, we treat arrhythmias with medications. However, knowing the underlying process of her arrhythmias, you need to treat it with nutrition that gets at the biochemical process as opposed to medication, which is superficial. So I called my colleagues once we got her stable, and this took maybe close to a week to stabilize her in the CCU. I called my colleagues to get their opinion. So one of my colleagues is a structural heart specialist, and I asked them to go in and see if she's a candidate for mitral clip to fix her mitral valve regurgitation. So he looked at her, and she didn't look so good to him in the CCU, and he felt that she would not be a candidate just due to her comorbidities. So my other colleague, my electrophysiology colleague, who does my BIVs now, I used to do my own BIVs, but I started doing more wellness, so I have her do them. So I asked her to come in and evaluate her for an implanting of a device, but she saw the other colleague's note and said, well, now she's too far gone. So our options were refer her to palliative care, send her off for palliation medicine to hospice. So we consulted palliative care. Let me try to get through these slides if they catch up. There we go. So the palliative care team was consulted. We arranged for outpatient, rather discharge to inpatient hospice. And these were the medications she was on. Now, this is important because there's a list of 5 medications. The important medication here was Milrinone infusion. Okay? Milrinone is a special medication we give heart failure patients, end-stage heart disease. It helps the heart contract stronger. So it actually gives them sort of a bridge, helps them out with perfusion. But it's not a long-term therapy benefit. But sometimes it's bridge for transplant for some patients. But if someone's terminal, it's just sort of a terminal treatment to keep them comfortable. So we try to send her out on these medications, but the hospital informed us late that they weren't able to infuse Milrinone. So she was out for about 24 hours and had to be readmitted. So what happened is, let me get my bullet points up. So the palliative team came back. Because we couldn't discharge on Milrinone, we said, look, you're going to have to stop the Milrinone. In about a few hours, you're going to die. So order your last meal, and it's all over. So I walked in the room, the patient, she was crying. And I said, well, I'm about to order my last meal. They tell me I'm going to die. I said, nonsense. We got something else we're going to do. So I talked to the hospital management team. And the nonsense part, I don't want to trivialize that, because what I did, I had a longer talk with the patient. Because what I did with that patient while she was crying in the room is I spent time with her and I encouraged her. I want to get my other bullet point up. I informed her that there was another way that was better, that was effective. And I convinced her that she was not going to die and that this approach was going to be beneficial and we were going to discharge her from the hospital. Now, I'm not a soothsayer. Although I was fairly confident in what I was going to do, I'm not a soothsayer. But the reason I emphasize that is because it's very important as healthcare practitioners that we instill confidence in our patients. Unfortunately, too many of us walk in with doom and gloom. And we walk in and talk to the patient, you're about to die, there's nothing to be done. And that's what my colleague said, it's nothing to be done, let her die. You know, we have no more ideas, no more drugs, no more procedures, just go home and die. In fact, we can't send you home and die right here. Order your last meal, going to turn off the drip and just die. Well, you know what? That in of itself probably should have killed her. But what I did was maybe more important than the detox, or as important as the detox. I informed her that she wasn't going to die. And I got her to believe that. And so what we did is I talked to the hospital case management, and I said, give me about a week. We're going to put on the detox and going to wean her off the Milrinone and other medications too. So what we did is I said, all right, let's start. And we got green smoothies with blue-green algae. We use E3 Live, super greens in the smoothies. And I put on a smoothie feast for about first 3 to 4 days of that week. She just drank smoothies. That was great because it decreases demand of smoothies and raw foods, especially in the form of juices, smoothies, decreases demand of metabolism. So you're not having to break your food down. And it also nourishes the body. It also feeds the microbiome. It also decreases oxidation, decreases inflammation, decreases oxidative stress so that the body functions better. And so that's what was going on. So during the hospitalization, we're able to wean off the Milrinone plus off all of our other medicines, including the medicine for the lupus. And then we discharge her on a medication, just half of a diuretic dose on an as-needed basis. So let's look at some of her labs. Now, her lab data is a little bit more complex, but I'll walk you through it. Boy, I wish my pointer is doing its own thing here. I think our laptop is... Okay, here we go. So here's the creatinine. The higher the number, the worse it is. The higher the number, the worse the kidney function, the lower the better. Now, we had her on inotropic drugs, and this is the early part of the hospital course. It was up and down. She was in some arrhythmia here, got a little bit better, got a bit worse. We got her ready for discharge. She was on the Milrinone. She was doing pretty well. She was an outpatient. They stopped the Milrinone. When she came back, her creatinine was up. Kidney function was worse because the Milrinone had been turned off. So when we started the detox, as this orange bar indicates, the creatinine came down, which means the kidney function went up. That was because cardiac function went up. Why did cardiac function went up? I just told you we stopped the medication that enhances cardiac function. So we stop the medication that enhances cardiac function. What are we doing to enhance cardiac function? We're giving her the food. So as we come down off the drips, we're going up on the food. And as the food is reducing oxidative stress, reducing inflammation, the heart's getting stronger and needing less medication. Medication down, food up. That's the approach. And that's what you see right here in the clinical scenario. Thank you. The GFR shows a similar thing. The numbers down is bad, up is good, and it got good for a while, bounced around. It was good on discharge. When she came back off the milrinone, kidney function bad, back up. That's because the heart function had improved. Medication down, food up. And I'll show you through some of these other slides. Lactic acid level came down after detox. That's better perfusion to the tissue. When the tissue is getting more blood flow and more oxygen, you're producing less lactic acid. Liver congestion. Now, the liver congestion came down and stayed down, and it stayed down after detox without the milrinone. So it never got worse. So the food maintained the improvement of cardiac function off liver detox. Same thing here with liver function. The lower numbers are better. Trying to get through some of this. All right. Now, white blood count is a sign of inflammation. Her inflammation remained abnormal even though it bounced around. When she came back and we started detox, notice the inflammation went up and then came down. Wasn't exactly normal here, but after detox, you can get inflammation increase because the body's cleansing itself. And so you can't have a flare-up of inflammation even during the detox. And you see this within hours to days. So this is what I want to emphasize. Notice when we tried to discharge her the first time, she was on 6 medications. This is the milrinone. This is the sotalol to control the heart rhythm. This is the for GI gastric acid production. Hydroxychloroquine is for lupus. Diuretics for fluid, vitamin C. This is an over-the-counter vitamin C. So we stopped all of that. And she's only on a low dose of Bumex, only as needed. She wasn't taking that. And we saw her in the hospital, in the office, a week later, she had not taken any Bumex. So she was essentially on 0 medications. So part of the main key to her condition improvement was not only that we were able to detox and put on a nutritionally superior diet, but we were able to remove these medications. Notice that the liver gets congested when the heart's failing. And we have to give medication metabolized through the liver that further compromise liver function. Also further compromise kidney function for medication that are metabolized through the kidney. So her improvement was multifold, largely due to reduction of medication. Let me go through my last bullet points in here quickly. So why did she get sick? Suboptimal diet at baseline, even though she means, some vegan, some vegetarian. There's a lot of cooked and processed foods. Somebody that's sick, it doesn't cut the mustard, 100% raw. Severe mitral valve insufficiency, she had an atrial arrhythmia, conduction abnormality, and systemic flare-up of her lupus. Nutritional detox and medication weaning were the 2 things. Now, this is somebody who was left to die. First, he said, go home and die. Nope, couldn't go home and die right here. But nope, she changed her life. We removed the medications, and the body has the ability to heal itself in the setting of acute illness. Now, my final presentation is a gentleman who had a heart attack. This is shorter than the other 2 for sure, except my mouse isn't working so fast. So this is a 76-year-old man, a very pleasant man, a little on the stubborn side, but very pleasant. Let me pull up all my bullet points here. Okay, so he was presented to an outside hospital, place I don't normally go in Houston. Had a heart attack, chest pain, EKG abnormalities. Another cardiologist rushed him to the cath lab on IV heparin, shot his coronaries. 3 major vessels blocked. So it's recommended that he has emergency surgery. So nope, we can't do PCI. So he had called a surgeon at another hospital. They had him ready to go. The family called me through my answering service, and they wanted us to get him to my hospital for a second opinion. After a few phone calls, we were able to get him over. There was some transfer issues and all of that stuff. Hospitals stay busy this time of the year, so we made special arrangements and get him over to the medical center. I saw him along with my surgical colleague. We looked at the angiogram, and we felt that it'd be best to wait, not taking the surgery emergency. He was hemodynamically stable at the time, so we were going to wait and put him on heparin. So let me bring my bullet points up. So we get to our hospital. We say, okay, let's wait. His ejection fraction is a little bit weak, so he has heart failure, mild. He has 3 major arteries that had significant blockages, one that was causing a heart attack. So we decided to give him heparin and wait. The patient did not want to wait. What he did, he says, I want to go home. So within about 24 hours, he left against medical advice, went home in the setting of a heart attack. You're talking making it really worse. He was home for about 24, 36 hours. Nope, about 24 hours, less than 24 hours. He got even sicker. Had to rush back to the hospital. When he rushed back, he's in the emergency room, blood pressure was low, his ejection fraction was low, and the surgeon says, I'm definitely not touching him now. The individual colleague looked at him and said, nope, too sick for bypass surgery, too sick for PCI. Now, wait a minute. You're having a heart attack and you're too sick for supposedly the 2 number 1 treatments for heart disease? How can that be? Well, that's what it was. So what do? Detox them right there in the hospital. Now, patients who tend to be stubborn, I really have confidence in the well-being of my patients when they're at their sickest. When they're short of breath, weak, the chips are all down. I feel great. I feel wonderful because why? Compliance is up. And the patient was ready to do his detox, okay? And he did it well. We got him smoothies and raw juices, got him raw salads. He was able to eat some of our raw foods. And he came in, his BNP was low. That low BNP was a sign of his dehydration. It went up to where it should be, even though it's abnormal. Heart failure patient with stress should have a higher BNP if the volume status is normal. I'm not going to go into the details of that. I probably shouldn't have put that slide on there at this hour of the day. Anyway, kidney function, abnormal at baseline, came down and improved by the time it was discharged. Although I don't think this is a truly normal value, but the kidney function improved as the creatinine went down. That's a sign that his heart function was improving. The GFR, if it comes up, shows, again, the lower number. And the reason 2 bars are orange, we started detoxing between these 2 days. And so kidney function improved, as we showed there. Again, a sign of cardiac improvement. Now, again, this is a patient in the throes of a heart attack who needed emergency surgery by someone's indication or PCI. Lactic acid levels came down. That means he was perfusing his tissues better. Boy, my pointer is almost as stubborn as this patient was. The white blood count, the sign of inflammation, it came down some. It did not completely normalize because he did leave the hospital with a certain amount of inflammation. We'll get to the end of this real soon. Albumin level goes down with inflammation. And what I'm trying to do is give you some flavor of the types of complexities that we're dealing with in these patients in the hospital. And I'm dealing with the complexities of this PowerPoint. Liver function got better. And here are the final comments on this patient. So acute MI, too sick for surgery. Well, what are the reasons he decompensated? Well, he was on the standard American diet. He had advanced heart disease. He had a hypercoagulable state. He had multiple PEs and DVTs. And he was stubborn and non-compliant. Because his family had come. He's had a very supportive daughter and son-in-law, and they would buy meal plans and things. He would sneak out and eat bad food. But in the hospital, when all the chips were down, he was fully compliant to the detox. When he came back, bed rest helped him. And we were able to wean some medications, not all, but wean some. So what are some of the science behind this? I showed you theoretically what can happen. We've actually done studies looking at this exact diet and what are some of the biochemical effects. We know that people lose weight. The top line, white blood count comes down. Systolic, diastolic blood pressure comes down. Medications get reduced. A reduction of medication, I cannot overemphasize the importance of weaning medications. As I stand here and speak today, the title of this talk should be what my mother taught me about medicine on her deathbed. And one of the things she taught me was that excessive medications are almost as equally deadly as the deadly diet that we consume. She died of liver failure. Notice why I'm always looking at liver function tests and perfusion in these patients. And medication weaning is extremely important. So 40% medication reduction, heart rate and adherence was very high. So what do we see on these biomarkers that we talked about? Oh, hemodynamic effects. I just showed you cases with heart failure patients. Well, we see in the case series, pre and after MRIs, the ejection fraction, percent of blood that the heart squeezes out, goes up from an average of 22% to 44%. The thickness or stiffness of the heart goes down significantly. The amount of volume, stroke volume the heart beats out goes up, and cardiac output goes up. This is just with food alone. Okay? It's the right type of food alone. So what about some of these cytokines? Well, inflammatory markers, CRP goes down by 30%. IL-6, a cytokine, goes down by 23%. Plaque-2, an inflammatory marker of the vasculature, goes down by 16%, and so on. White blood count goes down. These are all inflammatory markers. This happens in just 4 weeks, and we see these changes week to week. And we know that these changes happen within days. And so this is an important factor that we know that happens. Cholesterol goes down, hemoglobin A1C, CRP, as I mentioned, goes down, insulin level production goes down. The hemoglobin A1C is a biological marker. Now, why can we show a reduction in hemoglobin A1C in just 4 weeks when we know that the hemoglobin A1C measures the average blood sugar in 3 months? The reason is that you have fluctuations in blood sugar that occur, which affects the hemoglobin A1C. So when you reduce those fluctuations, you reduce the hemoglobin A1C. So even though the fasting glucose in this study we did and published did not change significantly, the hemoglobin A1C went down by 3.4%. That's due to the fluctuations in blood sugar, which is important. And I think that's the postprandial increase in blood sugars when we eat the standard American diet. So my last couple of slides, where are we going from here? Well, I'm actually working with the Georgia State University within the next days to weeks at the speed of a detox. We're launching a study where we're going to look at a defined plant-based diet, this raw detox diet. We're going to compare it to the Mediterranean diet. And what we're going to do is look at a lot of these biochemical parameters. We got 30 patients on each arm, all with coronary disease, and we're going to follow them clinically. We're also going to draw their blood. We're going to look at clinical biomarkers. We're also sending a lab to Georgia State. They're going to look at genetics. They're going to look at epigenetics. They're going to look at the biochemistry of what's happening at the sarcoplasmic reticulum. So while they're looking at what's happening inside the cell, we're looking at what's happening clinically and also inside the blood. And we're correlating those. Never been done before in medicine, I'm aware of. And we're going to actually show what we really already know is that these are very related. So these are some of the details we're going to show. I'm not going to bore you with the details. We're going to look at echo, EKG, stress, endothelial function on the clinical side, lipids, CRP, Lp(a), pulse score. We're going to look at cardiac monitoring. I told you about arrhythmias associated with calcium influx. So while by the chemists in the lab, we're going to be looking at sarcoplasmic reticulum, genes and epigenetics of calcium influx, we're going to be looking at the arrhythmia on the heart and correlating the two. And so that's an example of the difference, the level of details. That's why I bored you to death with those first few slides to give you an idea as to the mechanism of death. At this point, we need to start looking at health issues from the biochemical processes that are abnormal and treating them there, not just labels where we just give them this drug, that drug, or the other treatment that makes big pharma and big device rich. A quick word about the food. So what do they eat? Well, here's an example of some of the raw food. Nori rolls, a beet burger, sprouted rice, onion rings. Anybody's been to the Garden Kitchen in Houston? If you haven't, you should fly down to Houston. Come to the Garden Kitchen. We made smoothies with superfoods. That's a better than tuna sandwich, a beet burger, and onion rings. So just an idea, these foods are delicious. The patients love them. When we did that study with the data I showed you, it was 87% compliance, and our criteria for compliance is very, very high. My final thoughts are these. All right. The dogs have their questions ready. Who let the dogs out? Anyway, benefits of leading a healthy lifestyle are universally accepted. Plant foods are generally universally accepted to be the healthiest foods. But the application of a healthy nutritional lifestyle, I get many patients come to my office from around the country. Doc, I'm on a whole food plant-based diet, SOS, blah, blah, blah. But my numbers don't change. I'm not getting better. Why? Why is that we need to be more precise. When I prescribe you medication, I'm just going to say, take a drug or take a pill. I say what dose, what frequency, whether to take on an empty stomach or full stomach. There's precision there. When I prescribe food, I also must be precise. And that's where we are here, and that's what our study is. We want to look at the precision of food prescription, and we want to have food work now and in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Where do we go? You.
Oh,
the microphones are
there we go. Good presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My
Really
pleasure.
good to see you.
Likewise.
All right. Another round of applause for Dr. Baxter Montgomery. Just incredible stories, right? Incredible stories of, you think somebody's really just knocking on death's door. And here comes what could be arguably the most simple solution of all. And Dr. Baxter Montgomery is the one prescribing health. So just an amazing and extraordinary time. So show of hands, who feels like they raised their health IQ by a point or two today? Yeah? Everybody learned some stuff? All right. Well, listen, my name is Chuck Carroll. I'm with the Exam Room Podcast by the Physicians Committee. Thank you all so very much for your time. I'm going to leave you today with Gwen Whitaker, who is the founder of Green Fair Organic Cafe, and she is the person who is responsible for this tremendous event today. So, Gwen, thank you so very much.
Thanks, Chuck. So I'm glad everybody had a great time today. If you have questions for Baxter, he's going to be over here for a few minutes. But this is the end of our formal program. Thank you all for hanging with us to the end. And it's been a fantastic day. It's great to be out in public with a lot of happy people. So thank you again for making it a great event. Is this Baxter's computer?